Greetings everybody, buongiorno, and welcome to the FIA Karting European Championships. It is great to be back with you once again, and it's a bit of a first for us this weekend. It is a fabulous, fabulous new venue that we add to our glorious location. After a very busy season so far in FIA Karting, we're just finishing up the warm-up sessions here on the Circuit Angelo Bergamonte, which is located just a few miles outside the beautiful city of Cremona, named after the great Angelo Bergamonte, who was the fabulous 500cc World Championship motorcycle rider back in the 1960s. He was actually once teammate to Ginger Malloy and Giacomo Agostini. There is a motorcycle circuit just around the back of the karting circuit. It is a very, very rich and vibrant part of the world for Italian motorsport, which of course is famous for its bikes and its karts. And the circuit named after the young man from Cremona who sadly passed away on the streets of Riccione in 1971. This is one of the newest karting circuits in Europe, and this is definitely one of the very first race meetings. In fact, I'm fairly confident that it is the second race meeting of any kind that has taken place on the Cremona circuit. There's been a national race meeting here, but that's it. This is the first international race meeting on the Cremona circuit, and what a way to do it. It is obviously force majeure after the sad closure of the Adria race circuit, but what a fantastic job from the guys here at Cremona. Just 2 months of preparation they were given to get this circuit ready for an international meeting, and boy oh boy have they done a phenomenal job. It is a wonderful facility, great resources that we have been able to utilize on the circuit, and this is going to throw up a massive challenge for the drivers in both KZ and KZ2 who are going to seal the European Championship titles this weekend. The Academy Trophy is here as well for their second of 3 weekends, and it's always very entertaining on a new race circuit, particularly on this one. We're going to learn a lot about the tough nature of this particular circuit. Drivers complaining, well, not complaining, but certainly having to work out how to adapt to the monumental quantities of grip from the rubber that is laid down on the road around this circuit. There are strips of rubber on various parts of the circuit as long as a rattlesnake. It really is extraordinary to see how much rubber has gone down onto the road and how much pickup there is from the tyres. But what has happened as a result of that is that the FIA, in consultation with the organisers, have decided that for the KZ and the KZ2 championship classes, where usually over the course of a race weekend, drivers have just 6 tyres total to take them from the beginning of time qualifying to the end of the superheats. Due to the high tyre degradation here, they have extended that allocation from 6 tyres to 8. So it obviously makes things a little bit easier. And I'm not talking 8 sets of tyres. No, I'm talking 8 tyres total. That's all you get from the start of qualifying to the end of the superheat on Sunday morning. So the drivers are really having to utilize and work with the strategy in terms of how they manage their tyres over the course of a race weekend. The final warm-up session before the start of racing is just concluding here on the circuit. Slight delay this morning due to a couple of logistical issues, but all sorted now, and we are ready for racing. Jake Sanson here with you once again on the start-finish line here at Cremona. And as the checkered flag is out for the warm-up session, it is time to get ourselves underway. And we will start the day's activities with the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Fabulous race battle last time out at Genk, where we had a really exciting battle all the way through to the end of the weekend, and very contentious battles in the midfields as well. So a lot of drivers trying to battle for the top spot, and 3 very worthy drivers on the podium. Art Dorisson of France, William Go of the Philippines, and Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg. They were all on the podium last time out. Just a quick note, you can see the drivers on your screen at the moment from the KZ category. They're just warming up their starts. They're practicing their starts, which is obviously going to be one of the big factors on this particular circuit. Still quite narrow and twisty, which means that a good start could be the difference between a decent run on the starting grid for the superheat on Sunday and the difference between being stuck down in the pack. So the drivers are just utilizing that opportunity. Noah Millel just getting himself off the starting grid there, and he actually did it from his resident pole position, which we'll talk a little bit about later on. The drivers coming in at the end of their session, you can see them all there in position. Obviously, it's been very competitive, and I want to allude to, without giving too much of the game away at this stage of the weekend, but I can tell you that the form that we had from Genk in Belgium in both KZ2 and KZ is definitely being upset as the weekend goes on. We had 4 races yesterday, which we'll talk about in great detail when we come to the KZ and KZ2 classes, but obviously those races are not going to happen straight away. as we watch Jorrit Pex on the start-finish line just getting himself a practice start in. A real skill to get this ready, because the problem is you have to release the brake pedal deliberately but gradually. So it's obviously going to be a real technical skill. We've seen a few drivers really struggling to get that right over the course of the weekend, and there's a very big story which could actually change the face of the KZ2 European title fight based on the starts yesterday. So we'll pick that up a little bit later on. But first of all, it is the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and the man who starts pole position for the first race of the day is the Belgian, once again, doing a fantastic job in time qualifying yesterday. He was worn out, exhausted, and very short on words as a result of his great charge to pole position yesterday. But I did manage to grab a brief word with the Belgian talent Thibaut Ramakers after qualifying.
Fascinating stuff. Thibaut Ramakers, just like in Belgium, ridiculously quick in qualifying. That was a very strong lap. How did it feel?
I am very happy. I drive good, and I'm very happy.
So the grip on the circuit, it looks like it's really challenging for the drivers out there on the course. Tell us a little bit about how fast you can be in the corners. Is it going to be good races tomorrow?
The grip is very hard because I don't accelerate, and well.
Fair enough. Well, obviously, I know it's going to be high pressure for you tomorrow. En français, can you tell us a little bit about how things are for the people watching back home?
Mais je suis heureux que les gens me regardent, et j'espère amener la Belgique le plus loin possible. Voilà.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Thibaut. Good luck.
Short on words, but fast on pace. That's always been Thibaut Ramakers' way. He's going to be starting from the front of the starting grid for this one, and he's looking very, very strong over the course of the weekend. The Academy Trophy, very much in operation right from the get-go. They've been working very hard over the course of the weekend as well, not just on the circuit, but also off the track. They've had some great sessions from Formula Medicine over the course of the weekend, which is definitely something that we're going to be exploring a little bit later on in the broadcast. You're going to see a little bit about, or hear a little bit about, I should say, what goes on behind the scenes a little bit later on in the day. We're very delighted to have had a little bit of extra support from Formula Medicine this weekend, and that's where you get the real hard work from the drivers in terms of the input from the young competitors. Let's not forget that there are 54 drivers competing in the Academy Trophy in 2022, the most there has ever been. 53 nations represented in total. The only double up is Switzerland, although Kiara Batik, the Swiss driver, managed to get her place not from the Swiss ASN, but from the Girls on Track FIA-backed motorsport program. So that's how she was able to get her scholarship for the Academy Trophy. Everybody else, just one application to the ASNs. And it's always really nice when you get drivers, many of them competing on these international playing fields for the first time. Can I just point out that it has just gone 10:30 in the morning, and look at the temperature, 27 degrees Celsius already. It is ridiculously hot here at Cremona on this brand new circuit. For a lot of people watching, this will be the very first time they've ever seen the Cremona circuit. It's definitely the first international meeting that's ever been held on this track. And to the best of my knowledge, and in consultation with race director Nigel Edwards, we both agree that it's the second race meeting that's ever been held on this circuit, which is quite an eye-opener for everybody competing and watching along at home as well. A little bit of a breeze, but certainly not significant enough to really cause any of an issue for the drivers out there. The humidity is what makes things very, very tricky out there. 46% humidity. And what's also worth bearing in mind, actually, as well, is that while we have had events over the last couple of years very hot in intensity, I would probably say last year in Adria and last year in Sarno were actually hotter than it is here. But the difference is, in this circuit, it's a much more compressed paddock. You've got to remember that they've only had 2 months to put things together. The awnings are very close together in the paddock, which means that obviously the heat gets trapped, so it can't really dissipate in the same way that it has done. So the drivers and the teams have really been working hard to keep cool. And I know for a fact there's a couple of teams that have actually decided to inflate a little paddling pool, fill it with water and throw ice cubes in every hour to try and keep themselves cool. It's very tricky. But obviously they knew the likelihood of it getting hot at this part of the year in Italy. It's very, very tricky. A few miles from the beautiful and gorgeous ancient city of Cremona. Had the chance to have a brief wander around the city last night, taking in the gorgeous cathedral. It is absolutely picturesque and a wonderful location to come racing. But now this is what we have been building up to. In qualifying yesterday in the Academy Trophy, Tibor Ramakas was being hunted down in his sessions by the likes of Dino Storescu of Romania and Ivo Besteiro of Poland. It's really great to see a few different faces up at the front end of the field, and certainly in the Academy Trophy, the form from Genk is completely turned around here. Not the same guys that are running at the front in Belgium as they are here in Cremona. Joel Pajola was fourth in the grid for this one. William Go is still in the top five. Well, he'll be on the top five of the grid for all of his heats, which is great news for him. Nando Vexelbaumer, he'll be on the third row of the grid alongside him. South Africa's Nicolas Roos, reasonably good form in qualifying. He was a little bit disappointed, wanted a little bit more, so expect to see him charging his way through. Timofey Mikhailov, the Malaysian, did a fantastic job in qualifying yesterday, although I caught up with him this morning and said, you know, that was a much better job than in Genk. He said, yeah, but I'm disappointed. I could have had another 0.2 of a second, another 0.3 of a second. It's going to become a very common theme over the course of the weekend in the Academy Trophy in particular, because, of course, these karts are based on the OK Junior format, and with the lack of grip that the drivers are finding, there's a lot of grip, I should say, but if they come like 2-3 centimetres off the line, you're going to start to slip and slide. There could be a lot of spins over the course of this weekend. Tibor Ramakas and Dino Storescu on the front row of the grid. Ivo Besteiro and Joel Pajola, William Go and Nando Vexelbaumer from Nicolas Roos and Timofey Mikhailov, Harry Arnett and Alexander Dashkov, then Christian Jorgensen and Matilda Pats, Riccardo Cirelli and Arthur Dorisson from Tiziano Kusnini and Harry Mamassi, Jan Pinto and Patti Yodarim, then Lochil McGregor and Elena Rolfsen, Pedro Cacciara and Henry Jocelyn from Kian Gauci, Ruben Davalli and Rio Ketzeri. So the drivers all getting themselves up to speed. As you can see, they are all identical in appearance, the karts. X-Bridge chassis, Vortex engines, LeConte tyres. Everybody gets exactly the same bit of equipment, and the rules are very clear. You only have one mechanic. There are no teams, so you just turn up and you put on a show. Very good work from the drivers so far, and they've come from far and wide. All 6 continents represented in this fantastic competition, all across North and South America, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, and even from Australia and New Zealand they have come, and they will represent their country in fine style. They only get a lap and a half to come out onto the circuit based on the location of the pit lane, which is just on the exit of the second sector. So now the karts are in position. But as I mentioned, you know, the drivers have found, particularly in the academy, that if you even come off a racing line to 2 to 3 centimetres, it can be very easy to lose traction and spin off the road. Are we going to go racing this time? No, false start. So the first ever Academy Trophy race at Cremona is delayed by a short while. So obviously they are on the repeater light, so we're not under starters orders just yet. So everybody obviously getting themselves ready for a restart. There you go, they have been slowed up. And that's Nigel Edwards down at the side of the road helping, because it's actually Pasquale Lupoli who is the race director for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And then they swap over, obviously, for the KZ and KZ2 categories. But the drivers in the academy, a lot of them really struggling here this weekend, because many of them will not be used to so much grip, so much traction around the course. So this is a very different ball game for a lot of the competitors in the Academy Trophy. Look on this particular hairpin. Oh, we've had karts stop. We've had karts stop at the hairpin. Now, if they stop, they've got to push start them. That's 4 karts. They've actually ended up backing each other up so much that they've now got to restart. So that's a big problem. That's Riccardo Cirelli, the 532 in there. That is Jan Pinto of Israel. We've got the 2 other drivers involved in that as well. But what a mess. And that's very unfortunate. We've got 3 karts there who are not going to take up the start. What a disaster. So the drivers are now going to come through. They're in their 2 tram lines. Can they push start them again? That's the real problem, because there's 2 drivers desperately trying to. The others are not even going to get off to the start. Yep, the marshals are going to push them off the road. What a shame. So in the concertina, 4 of them are not going to take the start. Now they're going to go around again. We've got a false start once more. So a very bizarre situation, but that's Riccardo Cirelli, Tizi Kuznini, Jan Pinto, and unbelievably, one of them that will not start the race is Arthur Dorisson, the man who won at Genk. Well, that really does blow the Academy Trophy title fight wide open. A non-start for the Frenchman is catastrophic. Well, that's big drama in the very first race of the day. Now, one of them has managed to restart and push start the kart. Now, who is it that's done that? It's the 504 that has got started again. That's Riccardo Cirelli. So the Italian Riccardo Cirelli has restarted on home soil but all three of the other drivers have not been able to do so. So Tiziano Cugnini, Jan Pinto, and race winner at Genk, Arthur Dorisson, is out of this first race of the day. That is absolutely terrible luck for all three drivers in that particular moment. And Riccardo Cirelli is going to have time, I think, to get himself back to the back of the grid. He won't be able to take up his original position on the grid, which is, again, devastating from his point of view, but at least he can get to the back of the grid and race. So Riccardo Cirelli, they're at the red line, so he obviously can't get himself back into his original position. So he's got to get to the back of the grid. So they're going to be bunched up once again. The officials are there coming out of the final turn to back them up. Ramakas, Storescu, Besterda, Pajola, Go, Weichselbaumer, Roos and Mikhailov, and we are racing after the first corner. Great start from Ramakas. No problems at all for him. Round the outside, is there going to be any chance of winning? Oh, from second all the way down the field. Storescu has lost a lot of places there on the start, and he tucks back in behind Mikhailov. So a very tricky start as we are under race orders now, and Ramakas leads the way. Second place is Ivo Besterda. So as they work their way through in the chicane, a very good start to proceedings for Ramakas. The Polish driver Ivo Besterda in second place. There's a move for third place already. As up on the inside, I think that was Nando Weichselbaumer trying to move his way forward. So is that a move? No, sorry, that is the 538. That's William Go. So William Go has got into third position. So a good run, yeah, from the young man from the Philippines. A couple of drivers already starting to make an impact on this race. But out of the final turn, and Thibaut Ramakas is well gone. But Matilda Pats is under investigation. We're not entirely sure what for. But seeing as how it's off the start, that might be the start that is the problem for Matilda Pats. She's up to 8th place off a very good start. A couple of drivers battling away for position up to the 3rd or 4th corner in the midfield. But it's Ramakas who leads. Besterda is in second. Then it's Go, Roos, Pajola, Mikhailov, Weichselbaumer, Pats, Storescu and Mimasi, who has made a terrific start. The Canadian is up into 10th place. What a launch. So the drivers work their way through. Up through the S's once again, and they come into that 3rd sector. There is one racing line. That's it. You don't really have a lot of opportunities to come off the racing line and make a move. However, that is completely denied by Timofey Mikhailov. And now, oh, goodness me. Big defense there from Joel Pajola. As Mikhailov gets into 5th, Pajola has to cut right across Nando Weichselbaumer, who slams on the brakes to try and make sure there's no contact. Well, that was very feisty indeed in the terms of the defensive strategy from Joel Pajola. But out in front, Thibaut Ramakas making good work of things out in front. No major stresses for him at the moment in the lead. With Ivo Besterda running second, 3rd place for Go, 4th place for Roos. And then it is Mikhailov in front of Pajola, Weichselbaumer, Pats, Storescu and Mimasi. So Batim Yildirim, the Turkish driver, running in 11th place in front of Harry Arnett, the Australian. And then Christian Jorgensen has just lost out to the British driver, Henry Jocelyn, who's making good progress as he takes his way back up through the field. He's had a terrible start to the weekend after a difficult qualifying lap, but now he is really launching back. Jocelyn 13th, Jorgensen 14th, then it is Deshkov, who's running in 15th place, ahead of Elina Rolfsen, the Norwegian, and then Riccardo Cirelli is up to 17th, ahead of Lochiel McGregor and Rio Ketsari. There's some great battles all the way through this field as they work their way around. Very tricky to hold the kart on the racing line. There is so much grip that if you just come off slightly, the back end of the kart wants to slide out. So you've got to try and essentially keep your kart in the black tram line that you run around the circuit. That racing line is so critical, and it's very difficult, particularly for these youngsters, to keep the kart nailed to it, especially if they want to make an overtake. Because to make an overtake, you've got to come off that racing line in order to try and dive up the inside or go around the outside. So it's not easy. Ramakas, Besterda, Go, Roos and Mikhailov. And there's a warning flag gone out to Christian Jorgensen. Not quite sure what that was in aid of, or what the reason was for giving him that. There's Ivo Besterda, currently running in 2nd place, running in the 5:01. The number obviously going to the ASN that won the title last year, and that of course was Poland, courtesy of their young man Maciej Gladish. He was the title winner last year, but obviously now it is going to be Ivo Besterda that will try and bring the title home again for Poland. Fastest lap of the race for Thibaut Ramakas as he extends the gap. Ivo Besterda is 9/10 of a second back, and there is a warning flag gone out for the 5:51. That is Lochiel McGregor. So the Kiwi has had a bit of a moment out there on the course. Not entirely sure what it was. The only retirements we've had from this race so far, though, are Art de Dorisson, Jan Pinto, and Tiziano Grisnini, the ones who didn't get the start under order. And that is devastating for Art de Dorisson. It's looking less and less likely that he will repeat his race victory in the final from Genk. So this is advantage everybody else as they're going to open up the title fight. Thibaut Ramekes, though, looking very strong at the front end of the field, just taking it nicely in his stride. And he's getting more and more. Oh, and a bit of a spin further down the field. That's Hadi Mamasi going off the road. Looks as though he just got slightly out of line. And he manages to get back on the road again, but the dust is kicked up. So there is Mikhailov in front of Pajola, and then Nando Weichselbaumer. Oh, Pajola's going to go for it on the inside of Mikhailov. Mikhailov on the sideline of the curb, and this could be a chance for Weichselbaumer to get through as well. Weichselbaumer's definitely having a look at it. They come onto the main straight, but that was cheeky from Joel Pajola, the last moment to get through on the inside, and he took it. And there's another warning flag gone out. That's the 505 getting a warning flag now. So that is Henry Jocelyn, the British driver, trying to make progress. And he's doing well. He's up to 11th position. Hadi Mamasi going off the road has actually dropped him down to 22nd, I'm afraid. So the Canadian, who was running very strong. In fact, I'm trying to see where Hadi Mamasi is. I'm not entirely sure he's come around again, you know. I think he's had a problem. So Hadi Mamasi might well be down at the very back of the field. I think he might be out of the race, which is very unfortunate if that's the case. But certainly the Canadian, having worked down very hard. Yes, he has retired. That is such a shame. He was up to 10th place, made a cracking start. And unfortunately now it's all come undone for him. 2 laps to go. Ramekes in front of Basterda. Go, Roos and Pajola. This is the battle between Weichselbaumer and Mikhailov, and Weichselbaumer really starting to get frustrated behind the Malaysian now. Come on, get on with it. Nando Weichselbaumer all over the back of Timofey Mikhailov, in through the left, in through the right. You can't really afford to get out of the racing line by even a couple of centimetres, otherwise the back end's really going to start to slide. And that's where the problems are going to come in. Now for the Academy Trophy, it's worth bearing in mind the tyre regulations and allocations are slightly different. You actually get the one set of tyres to take you from the beginning of qualifying to the end of the final. That's it. You don't get any spares unless there is a puncture. That's the only way you're actually going to get another tyre. So obviously looking after those tyres through the weekend, critical. Last lap, Thibaut Ramekes running in front of Basterda by 1.6. He's managed to open up the gap ever so gradually. Joel Pajola gets the fastest lap of the race that time by, though, a 48.2 for him. The Finn is definitely making good progress on the back straight. Thibaut Ramekes looking very comfortable in this first qualifying heat of the weekend for the Academy Trophy. So it looks pretty plain sailing for the Belgian. He did a fair job last time out. He just didn't get any luck in the finals, so it all kind of fell apart. But here at Cremona, he is looking to get himself back into title-winning contention once again. It's ever so smooth for Thibaut Ramekes this time. He comes off the final turn, checkered flag flies, and Ramekes is triumphant in the first qualifying heat of the weekend for FIA Karting Academy Trophy 2022. Excellent work from the Belgian. He comes through ahead of Ivo Basterda and William Go, then Nicolas Roos, Joel Pajola, and Timofey Mikhailov. A lot of drivers in dire straits, though, as they try and make progress through the field. A lot of great comebacks, though. Terrific progress from Henry Jocelyn. 12 places made up. Bati Yildirim came up 7. And even Rio Ketsari did a great job. 9 places made up off the start. So some fascinating situations for the drivers as they come through. But what a sensational battle it's been. Matilda Pats coming into the pits there at the very end of the race by the look of it. So Matilda Pats having a bit of a problem on the final lap. Can't quite make out what the situation is there, but looks as though she unfortunately ended up out of the race on the very last lap and had to come into the pits to retire. So that's very unfortunate for the German talent. But I'm afraid it doesn't really go her way in the end. So the drivers are finished up for that one. And we can give you the provisional results. It is Thibaut Ramekes in front of Ivo Basterda, William Go and Nicolas Roos from Joel Pajola and Timofey Mikhailov, Nando Weichselbaumer and Dino Stroescu, Harry Arnett and Henry Jocelyn in the top 10. Bati Yildirim is 11th in front of Christine Jorgensen, then Riccardo Cirelli ahead of Elina Rolfsen. Alexander Deshkov is in front of Rio Ketsari. The Portuguese driver Pedro Cachada came home in 17th in front of the Maltese racer Kian Gauchi. 19th place, just in behind, was Lochiel McGregor, the young man from New Zealand. Ruben Dovali of Mozambique in 20th place. The retirements, well, we had Matilda Pats on the very last lap, Hadi Mamasi having a problem, the Canadian, and then we also had a bit of an issue for the 3 drivers that couldn't make the start. Arthur Dorisson, Tiziano Cugnini, and Yam Pinto. None of those 3 drivers were able to take the start after a bit of a moment at the very end of the race. At the very end of the formation lap, I should say. So, very interesting stuff from the Academy Trophy, and a good start to proceedings. The Academy drivers, obviously, this is fascinating watching them at the end of the pit lane. We've obviously got the next drivers ready to go on their dummy grid. But now we get to talk to the man who got the overall fastest qualifying time in the Academy Trophy, the talented Colombian racer Mathias Orweller, who was very excited after his qualifying lap, the first that he has ever taken in FIA Karting and in the Academy Trophy as well. I caught up with him after his qualifying run.
A fabulous performance in qualifying, pole position here in the Academy Trophy for the first group. How does that one feel?
Feels really good, the first one, so hopefully many out of many.
Fantastic. Now, the qualifying session looked really tricky out there, obviously trying to get the maximum out of the tyres and the good grip in the bends. What was it like, the lap?
Felt really good. I had a good reference to the guy in front. There was a lot of grip on the track, which was really surprising, which is always very physically demanding, but the lap was really good.
And obviously when the tyres started to come in, how many decent laps could you get out of the kart? Was it easy to find faster and faster, or was there only really one shot to get the best?
There's only really one shot, which is either the second or third lap.
Fantastic. And there's a lot of rubber that's been laid down on certain corners. That must make trying to position the kart really challenging.
Yeah, it's always really hard, which with all the grip, there's mountains of grip in the corners, which makes it really hard.
Okay, so now we come into the races tomorrow. You're obviously going to be starting all of them from the front row of the grid. So how easy are the races going to be tomorrow?
I think it's definitely easier than from second, third, mid-pack, but we'll see.
Okay, well, fantastic job. I'm sure everybody back home in Colombia is very proud. Well done.
Thank you.
But the word easier is a very different word to the word easy. It's never easy in the world of FIA karting, but certainly starting from the front row of the starting grid definitely makes things a little easier. So it's going to be an interesting battle over the course of the races, as we have a very interesting challenge now awaiting the competitors for this one. Looks like there is a slight delay on the proceedings based on a couple of moments on the end of the previous lap. So we obviously have to just double check and make sure we run to protocol and procedure. But there's going to be an interesting battle once we do get started. One of the opportunities that the drivers have had over the course of these first couple of weekends is to not just learn about racing on track at international level, but the process of becoming a professional racing driver, which is a very tall order for a lot of these guys who have come out of their native countries and are racing at international level for the first time. So while we have this delay and while we have this pause in proceedings, might be a perfect opportunity to learn a little bit about what the drivers have been doing to get themselves ready for this international competition. They don't just do racing on track, they obviously do some sessions off track with the fantastic team at Formula Medicine. And we got the opportunity on Thursday to speak to Zara Nelson, who is one of the coordinators of the program, and she's been very helpful and assisting us in being able to understand a little bit more about what it is that these young drivers go through. So we caught up with her, and she was able to explain to us the activities of the drivers off track.
The programme is going throughout all 3 rounds of the Academy Trophy. So in Genk, we already did the part where we were doing educational programmes on nutrition for drivers. And here at Cremona, we're doing mental training. And when we go to Le Mans, we're going to be doing the athletic side. So it's a really 360-degree kind of educational programme for these young drivers to try to give them that extra impulse, the extra push, the extra knowledge that they need to step up their level of competitivity, their maturity, their development as athletes, really. The ages vary as well. Some of them have more experience than others. For some of them, the things that we talk about are completely new. Some of them have already heard it. but it's always good anyway to have it reinforced, I think, by an external element, you know, like we are. So formula medicine says this, and therefore it kind of gets absorbed a bit more, I think. That's basically what we're doing here. What we do as an activity at our headquarters, which is in Viareggio, we have an athletic gym and we also have a mental gym. So we do physical athletic training, sport specific for motorsport. And however, our very, let's say, unique aspect is mental economy training, which is a scientific and objective mental training method. So it's not mental coaching. We actually take physical parameters and we also take mental parameters. We actually measure their brain activity and put all those parameters into an algorithm. We have the numeric aspect on it as well. So this week my neural efficiency is 47.6. Next month my neural efficiency has gone up to 52.5. So we can adjust programs as well for the individual. It's a completely personalized approach. We do not have a kind of like one-size-fits-all product, basically. Immensely rewarding because quite often we start working with them when they're quite small and we watch them go from 11 through to 25, 30, whatever. We've had drivers who've started at the age of 11 and have gone through to Formula One. So that's immensely rewarding. But whether they make it to Formula One or not, on a personal level anyway, you see the development in their maturity, their confidence. They quite often arrive and they have preconceived notions about themselves, about their abilities, or things that have been, you know, they've absorbed this from outside, from school, from the competitive environment that they're in. So getting them to really, you know, look at themselves in the mirror. It's a 50-50 process. They say we don't have a package that's ready. We come halfway and we ask them to bring the other 50% in a very honest, very sincere, very open, totally non-threatening and totally fun environment. And I think that's where the magic kind of happens. That's where they make big steps, which again builds their confidence. And once the confidence is built, then the steps get even bigger. And then it's, you know, it becomes this wheel that just takes off on its own and they're off. And that is fantastically rewarding on a human level, on a sports level, on every level.
So fascinating to get the insight into the activities that the drivers from the Academy Trophy are working on behind the scenes. Was actually having a peep in through the door at one of their sessions. Their mental economy training is absolutely astonishing, where they're basically learning optimization techniques for, you know, achieving high levels of performance through the management of emotions and psychological pressure. It's fantastic watching these guys go through it. There's actually a little simulation test that they have to do in one of the sessions where essentially they are guiding a car around the track using only their level of focus. So the more focus they put into it, the faster the car's going to go around the track. And if they get distracted, then the car's going to go off. It's a fascinating little simulation that they do. And it just helps to train the driver's mind to concentrate, essentially. It's really, really interesting. And fair play to all of the competitors. They've taken to it all like a duck to water. And again, it's always really interesting to see which drivers from which nations will come into these ideas. And even though they may not necessarily be racing on the track at the front or even in the midfield, they are able to process these things a little bit better than some of their counterparts. So it's always really fascinating to see who does well and who really struggles with those programs. Now, of course, there's going to be an interesting factor here for the Academy Trophy start. Now, we are currently at 11 o'clock local time. And this is going to be an interesting factor because if you look down onto the dummy grid, you can see that this morning in the warm-up, that particular part of the course was in the shade. Now only half of it is in the shade, and by the time we get to 12:30, none of it's going to be in the shade. So you're actually going to find that the drivers, I was talking to them yesterday through warm-up, through qualifying and through the first few races, and they were basically saying, you know, they don't want to get into the karts until the last possible moment, which is actually quite a difficult situation for the driver because normally you have a pre-race routine, a pre-race ritual that will probably get you to the grid, get you settled into position. A couple of minutes beforehand, you'll do a little bit of physical training, and then you'll get yourself into the car, get yourself dialed in. Well, here, because the holding area is in direct sunlight, that's actually a real problem for the drivers, because they're going to have to get to the kart as late as possible, because the last thing you want is to be sat in the kart for minute after minute after minute when it's already quite hot. Air temperature is currently now at 29 degrees Celsius. So it's actually gone up 2 degrees since we started the broadcast, which was only half an hour ago. And that just shows you how physically intense the heat is. So it's getting pretty tricky out there. So obviously there's been a little bit of a clean-up job after the first race. I gather there was an incident on the way into the pits for Matilda Pats, so that's why we had a little bit of a delay in terms of getting it together. So as a result of that, the drivers are now just getting a little bit of further additional instruction from the race director of the Academy Trophy, that is Pasquale Lupoli. So he is obviously just going to give them a little bit of extra information before the start of racing. But this is a very interesting factor now coming into the Academy Trophy, because with the field preparing, they're going to have to get into the karts as late as possible. And it was funny, when we were in Kristianstad and we did our qualifying show, we were talking to drivers on the starting grid, and one of the mechanics from Kart Republic actually came up to me and said, we really would prefer it if you didn't do it on the way to the grid, because they've got so much routine and so much procedure that they've got to do before they get onto the starting grid, that any break in routine, any change to the routine is actually going to really affect their confidence and their focus going into the races, which is a very fair point. And here at Cremona, with the intensity of the heat, it's actually going to be very tricky, because they're going to have to adapt that routine. They're going to have to change it a little bit on the start. They're going to have to do everything in a much shorter space of time, so that they're not sat there on their karts. Essentially, you've got to remember that every single element on a kart is a thermal conductor. You've got to remember the tyres, they're going to conduct heat. The seats, they're going to conduct heat. The steering wheel, they're going to conduct heat, because the covering on them is going to obviously heat up. You've got all of the various side pods and front fairings and Nassau panels. They're all going to be thermal conductors. And of course, they're going to be sitting there in their race overalls, racing gloves, racing boots, balaclava and helmets. So everything is just an incredible addition to the heat. So you don't want to be sat there in the kart for any length of time you don't have to. So fascinating situation. Now, while we've got a little bit of time, we can discuss a little bit what happened over the course of yesterday in the previous races, because unfortunately not all of the races this weekend have been able to be broadcasted and televised live. So while we've got this little gap, we can give you a little bit of an update as to the activities yesterday evening. Now, if you were in the Birolart awning, you're grinning from ear to ear this weekend. There's no two ways about it, because yesterday night could not have gone any better for the Birolart group if they tried. Because in the first race of the weekend, it was a fabulous performance on the first battle, which was in qualifying heat E versus F. That race was won in some style and some flair, actually, by the very talented Birolart driver Moritz Ebner, who came through for the win in front of David Trevelov. Thomas Imborg was third in that one, ahead of Alessio Pacini, Artok Carbonell and Jorge Pescador, with the wildcard Alessio Baldi finishing up in the top 10. Chris Harnan, Flint Schuring and the Ukrainian Ivan Klimenko coming home in the top 10. That was the first qualifying heat. The second qualifying heat was then won in fantastic style by Christian Bratuka. He came through to win in the Birolart. Once again, a fabulous job from him, and I'm fairly sure that's his first win in FIA Karting in KZ2. A very impressive performance from him. He was ahead of Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, in the Lenzo kart, Michael Paparo in the Praga in third, then Leonardo Marsiglia, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Jenis Savico and Paul Ribera. All four of those, by the way, in a Birolart. Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Andrea Boseto and Tim Gerhardt, who's having a really solid weekend. He had a bit of a problem on the start line yesterday, dropped down to the back of the grid and then had to fight his way back through the field, but he brought it all the way back to 10th place. So very impressive from Tim Gerhardt in terms of a recovery drive. Then we had qualifying heat A versus B. The top two drivers in the battle for qualifying, Arvid Lindblad in the Standpex Motorsport machine and Tom Lulette in the Leclerc by Lennox. They both jumped the start unbelievably. So they ended up having 5-second penalties for moving while the start was still under red light procedure. So they both got a 5-second penalty for that. Then Tom Lulette, the championship leader, got an additional 5-second penalty for a loose front fairing. So Lindblad dropped to 5th and Tom Lulette dropped to 13th. So that's a big one in terms of the European Championship title fight. Here is the schedule. It's a little bit behind schedule now, but you do get the sort of the flavour of what will happen after the Academy Trophy races. We'll have 3 KZ2 races, then the KZ qualifying heat 2. Because obviously we had the first race yesterday. That was won by Pedro Hiltbrand in you guessed it, a Birolard. So they've had an absolutely amazing weekend so far. I was about to tell you that with Lindblad and Lulette both getting penalties, the man who should have won qualifying Heat A versus B in KZ2 was Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver for the DR squad. But he also had a front-fairing penalty, so he dropped down. So the winner of that race was the man who crossed the line in fourth, which was Giuseppe Palomba in a Birolard. It really couldn't have gone any better. Michael Rossiner was second in his TB, then Jean Nomblot and Danilo Albanese in tow. Lindblad dropping to fifth, although he crossed the line in first. Paavo Tonteri ahead of Oscar Target, who was a little bit frustrated because on the original start, if they had let that race carry on, he was rather ruining the fact that the 10 drivers in front jumped the start on the first start because they obviously thought it was a false start procedure, so he could have won the race. So Target was 7th in the end. Andrea Dalle, the legendary former European champion, 8th place. Daniel Vasile dropping to 9th, and Corentin Russo 10th, with Max Paul and Christian Hebulin both managing to overtake Tom Lulette in the final rankings after his double penalty. Very, very tough situation for Tom Lulette, and a 13th place finish for the man who leads the European Championship. That's really, really tough. So he's going to have a lot of work to do over the course of today to try and get himself back into a competitive position. Mind you, in the KZ battle, the title fight has been blown wide open because the 3 drivers that were in the podium positions last time out at Genk were the race winner, Emilion Denner, for the Sodi Kart factory team, and then podium finishers, the Italians Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano. But it's definitely going to be a tough one for them after their race victory. After the first race of the weekend yesterday, the man who actually took the pole position was Noah Millel. The man who took the win was Pedro Hilbrand in a Birolard, ahead of Senna van Waalstein and Noah Millel. Simo Pohaka was 4th, took a Tarpanen 5th ahead of Lorenzo Camplese, Juho Valtonen, and then the title contenders Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano ahead of Francesco Celenta. But way down in 15th was the Frenchman Emilion Denner. So the title fight really is on. Senna van Waalstein finishing 2nd place in yesterday's heat. I said to him after qualifying, you've got a chance of winning the European title fight now, haven't you? The way things have gone. He said, I'm going to need a miracle. Well, that miracle may just be brewing. But Pedro Hilbrand, who is 5th in the standings coming into this weekend, now finds himself with a heat win under his belt. Anything is possible for the Spanish driver, who could add the European title to his vast collection of silverware over the course of tomorrow. So the 3-minute board has just gone up in the Academy Trophy, so we are going to return back to the scheduled program. Fantastic. Mathias Orweller, the Colombian, is going to be there on the front row of the grid alongside the Slovenian Alexander Bogunovic, who has done a fantastic job to get himself onto the front row of the starting grid. Great progress being made there by Bogunovic. 3rd place on the grid is going to be Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, who will be there on the 2nd row of the starting grid alongside the Argentine talent, Santino Panetta. What a great progress he's made since Genk. He was there or thereabouts in the lower end of the top 10. Now he's right up in the sharp face of it, so excellent stuff. Another driver who's been absolutely furorous over the course of the weekend is Kiara Batik, the young Swiss lady who is obviously leading her home category back home in Switzerland. She's 5th on the grid for all of these, but I spoke to her afterwards. I said, that was pretty good, wasn't it? She said, well, I could have been pole. I had a better lap underneath me, so I hope that there's a chance to fight back. And she said this morning when I spoke to her, I really, really want the podium. I can feel there's a good chance of it, so I really want to get in and go for it this time. So there's a great opportunity potentially for that to happen. We'll have to see if it turns into something, because there's definitely an opportunity. Let's put it that way. So alongside Kiara Batik on the grid is going to be Guillaume Bouzard, the Luxembourger, will be there on the 3rd row. Then Caleb Gafrara, the young man from the United States. He's going to be there alongside the Chilean Augustin Sepulveda. Then we'll have Oliver Kinmark alongside Luca Horton, the Bahraini. So those two are going to be on the 5th row of the starting grid together. Then Markus Silkunas, the Lithuanian, the 1-minute board going up there, you can see. And then alongside Silkunas is the Dutch driver, Mies Huben. Then Kyoho Lee, the Korean. He's going to be lining up alongside Armenia's strong talent, Daniel Dalakian. And then behind them on the starting grid, you've got the Spanish talent, Adrian Ferra. He lines up alongside Japan's Megumu Suzuki. And then the Indonesian, Adi Wibowo, he'll be there on the 9th row of the starting grid alongside Ethan Thorne of Peru. And then Hamza Al-Fayez, the young Jordanian, he's going to be there on the 10th row of the starting grid on the inside line alongside the Latvian Robert Pamales, who is going to be there on the 10th row of the grid in P20. Saul de Colombres, the Mexican, he'll line up alongside Luis Sereno, the young man from the Dominican Republic. The first time that country has ever submitted a driver for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Then it is Gabriel Sarno, the Brazilian. He had a really tough time in qualifying, but he'll line up alongside the Indian talent Ishan Madesh. And then the last driver on the grid is the young lady from the United Arab Emirates, Mira Al-Zabi. So they will continue on their way. Now we get the green light. We're finally going to get underway for qualifying heat A versus C. Thank you all very much for your patience. You're going to get what you signed up for now, a bit of racing from the Academy Trophy. Qualifying heat A versus C. The drivers will do their 1.5 exploration laps. And so it's Mathias Orweller on the front of the grid, Alexander Bogunovic alongside. Then Mark Dubnitsky and Santino Panetta, Kiara Batik and Guillaume Bouzard from Caleb Gafrara and Augustin Sepulveda, Oliver Kinmark and Luca Horton from Marcus Selkunas and Mies Huben, Kyoho Lee and Dan Dalakian from Adrian Ferrer and Megamo Suzuki, Adi Rubio and Ethan Thorne, Hamza Alfayez and Robert Pamalis, Saul de Colombres, Luis Sereno, Gabriel Sarno, Ishan Madesh, and the last driver in is Mira Al-Zabi. So the competitors all dialing themselves in, getting themselves ready. There's only a handful of drivers from the Academy Trophy that have not been able to make it for this one. I think we only have 4 absences from what we were originally going to have. Because obviously we signed up for the season with 54, and I believe that only 50 of them have been able to turn up. I say only 50, that's still an incredible amount of drivers in the Academy Trophy, and better than we were able to do through the raft of COVID. So well done to everybody for being able to make a presence here. But there are only 4 drivers from the Academy Trophy that were unable to attend this second round of the championship. Hopefully they will be back in time for the next one. And that, of course, is going to be on the beautiful city of Le Mans in France, the capital city of world motorsport as far as I'm concerned. But here in Cremona, it is time to get the second ever Academy Trophy race to take place on this illustrious new circuit to the world of karting. So the competitors are coming through, and it's going to be a really strong battle. Are we going to see a good start from Orweller, Bogunovic? And we are away up to the first corner. Perfect textbook start from Orweller. A couple of drivers going loose into the first corner. Is everybody going to get through? It's a little bit of a squabble as they come through. In the middle of the field, the gaggle tightens up, but everybody is just about through safe. So they all just about make their way through, and for the lead of the race, Orweller has a good start. It's the 5:23 that runs in second. That's Dubnitsky. So Dubnitsky has managed to get through into second place as they go down the back straight for the first time. Dubnitsky's already under pressure as they come into the hairpin. A couple of drivers going to try and make an overtaking move nice and early. So already some good battles, but up though, there's been a problem. 2 carts have come off in front of me. So that's the 5:19 and the 5:41. That's Ethan Thorne tangling there with Mira Al-Zabi, I'm afraid. So 2 drivers that have gone off the road just in front of my position on the 5th corner, I think it is. So Al-Zabi not particularly happy. There's an investigation going on into the start. Is that Kiara Batik into second? That's Panetta, actually. So it's Panetta through to second. So we've got Panetta, Dubnitsky, Bouzard, Bogunovic, Selkunas, Sepulveda, and Kiara Batik ahead of Gafrara and Lee. But there are 2 retirements already. Robert Pamalis is the one under investigation. That's got to be something to have happened at the start. There's a yellow flag out on the course at turn 4, I should say. But it looks like Mira Al-Zabi and also out of the race, Ethan Thorne. Those 2 drivers, unfortunately, coming to a stop. But the battle goes on further back as the drivers are obviously questing for position. This is the run for 5th position. This is Bogunovic in front of Selkunas. Slovenia versus Lithuania. Battling away for position. Lithuania has, of course, crowned an Academy Trophy title winner in the past, namely that of Kaios Sixnelis. So through into the first couple of apexes on the lap. Very tricky to get right, easy to get wrong. And everybody has got themselves into a good rhythm now in the first couple of laps. A couple of drivers already trying to have a look at an overtaking move or 2. Almost impossible, every driver says. However, there do seem to have been a fair few overtakes this weekend. It just takes a lot of guts. And Guillaume Bouzard has managed to do that in the last couple of laps. He's got himself up at a 3rd place now. So Bouzard trying to close up on Santino Panetta. But this is great news for Mathias Orweller, the Colombian. He's loving life out in the lead of the race. Look at Bouzard. He really is trying to close up now on Santino Panetta. He has sensed, he managed to finish 3rd place last time out. So at Genk, he was 3rd position. So he really knows now that with the problems for William Go, with the problems for Arthur Dorisson, he's got a great opportunity to get himself into the lead of the Academy Trophy, and he would be the first man from Luxembourg ever to do so. So So he has sensed that there's a good opportunity to move forward. Luis Cedeno, unfortunately, has had a problem on the last tour, so he's dropped his way down to the back of the field, unfortunately. Didn't entirely see what the situation was for that. But here's the battle for second. Panetta versus Buzar. Then Bogdanovic, Dubnitsky, Serkunas, Kiara Batik and Caleb Gafrara have both managed to get past Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean. So Chile has got their man in 8th place. Oh, hang on, what's happened to Kiara Batik? She seems to have dropped back to about 13th place now, so that's unfortunate. Couple of moves too many by the look of it. Now side by side down to the first corner. That is the 507 coming through. That's Gafrara going wheel to wheel with Serkunas. And Gafrara, the American, gets through. Nicely done. So Caleb Gafrara in his 2nd year representing the United States. Doing a great job in the Academy Trophy. There's a great battle going on for, I think that's 8th place, because we've got all sorts of scraps going on for 8th. That's 551 in the mix there, battling away for position right up at the sharp end. That's Luca Horton having a great tussle with the likes of Sepulveda, Kinmark and Kyohu Lee. So a lot of drivers warring away for position. Oh, we've had contact of the hairpin. Now that is the 517. That is Oliver Kinmark along with Kyohu Lee. So Kinmark, oh, he looks as if he's in some kind of discomfort there. So hopefully he's just winded. But unfortunately, Kinmark and Lee appear to be out of the race. So the Korean, he tries to push start his kart, but I don't think that's going to be too possible for Kyoho Lee. He's going to try his best. But that's very much him out of the race, I'm afraid. So too is the Swede Oliver Kinmark. Yellow flags are waving. So no overtaking at that part of the circuit. So that's definitely going to help Buzar close up a little on Panetta. But he's got pressure of his own because Bogdanovic is not far away from him either. So a couple of drivers doing their best to maneuver their way around the course. Trying to make up a couple of positions if they get an opportunity to. It's definitely tough racing. Oh, it's round far side. That is a run wide from Panetta. Panetta got it wrong on the far side, and that has dropped him to 3rd place. What a catch, because that could easily have put him in the barriers there. He manages to save it, but he has lost the position. But fair play to Santino Panetta. That was a scary moment for the Argentine. He manages to rejoin just in front of Bogdanovic, but that has ruined his chances of 2nd place. So Santino Panetta was very lucky indeed there to catch the car. He actually now drops in behind Bogdanovic, so Bogdanovic has come through in 3rd. But, well, that was scary stuff for Santino Panetta. Guillaume Buzar now into 2nd. I think that was Buzar actually making the overtaking move and then just running out wide. There wasn't a lot of things that Panetta could do to curtail the opportunity. So a big slide. This is Dubnitsky versus Gafrara. Just getting slightly offline. That's all it takes. A couple of centimetres is all it takes to come off the racing line here and lose the back end of the car. 2 laps to go. Good racing so far. Dubnitsky with Gafrara, and that is Serkunas behind them all over the back. So some very tough racing still going on here out of the course. A lot of tough battles continuing on as we battle away for position. It's going to be a very interesting challenge for these Academy drivers to continue. But out in front, no problems at all for the Colombian Mathias Orweller. This place really is turning into the Monaco of FIA karting because there's very little opportunity to overtake. And Orweller has just been able to get himself into exactly the right position to take full advantage of his lead. Last lap, and Mathias Orweller of Colombia is out in front, looking very good indeed for his first FIA karting win. Guillaume Buzar, the Luxembourger, 2nd place from Alexander Bogdanovic of Slovenia. Then Santino Panetta of Argentina is 4th. And then it is Caleb Gafrara for the United States, who has now got past Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian. So he's managed to get through into 5th place. Then it's Serkunas, Sepulveda, Wibowo, and Mies Huben, who has come up to 10th place in front of Sol de Colombres, who has made up 10 places. Great work from the Mexican. You can't overtake at Cremona. Yeah, don't tell that to Sol de Colombres. He's written a completely different script of his own. So Mathias Orweller doing a fabulous job out front. The battles are going to conclude here at the Academy Trophy in this first rotation of heats. They'll get the 2nd one this afternoon. The 3rd one will be tomorrow morning, and then we'll have the final. But Mathias Orweller opens his account with a victory, and a very strong one. Buzar in 2nd place. Bogdanovic in 3rd ahead of Panetta, Gafrara and Dubnitsky. Well, Mathias Orweller, dominant pole position, and he knew that going into this race, if he just managed to get through the first lap without too many difficulties, then the win was very likely from there on out. Guillaume Buzar, though, in terms of the title fight, he can be very satisfied indeed with second place. That will do him the power of good. So very good work indeed from the Luxembourger. And that really does change things massively in terms of the title fight, because obviously if he comes up with decent points for the starting grid for the final, and his close rivals Arthur Dorisson and William Go are going to struggle, then there's every chance that Guillaume Bouzard could not only get a decent grid position for the final, but the championship points that come with it. And all of a sudden, the tide will turn. So fascinating stuff in the Academy Trophy once again as all the drivers leave the circuit. And it's going to be the Colombian, Mathias Orweller, that comes through as our race winner. So there we are, Mathias Orweller. Victory for the Colombian in front of Guillaume Bouzard. Alexander Bogunovic is third ahead of Santino Panetta and Caleb Gafrara. Mark Dubnitsky in sixth ahead of Marcus Silkunas, Augustin Sepulveda, Aditya Wibowo and Mies Huben. Adrian Federer in 11th in front of Sol de Colombres, Daniel Dalakian and Hamza Al-Fayez from Megamu Suzuki and Robert Pamales. Very disappointing in the end for both Kiara Batik and Luca Horton. Great qualifying from both of them. Unfortunately, the race doesn't quite end up going either driver's way. 19th place for Gabriel Sano in front of Ishan Madesh and Luis Sedeno. The retirements, well, we had Oliver Kinmark and Kyoho Lee. And even before that, we had Ethan Thorne and Mira Alzabi, who retired on the very first lap. So very unfortunate. And that really does cause a bit of a hammer blow to both drivers' race preparations as we get ourselves ready for the race weekend to continue. So some good battles around the course in the Academy Trophy. The first race heats of the weekend as far as they're concerned. And you can see the Academy drivers all finished up. They're obviously now going to disappear because they have a very interesting program coming up, which is the mental training program from Formula Medicine. So they're all going to get out of the karts and they will head for that program. And we'll see them back out on track roughly about 16:05 this evening for the first of their second races. Now, though, the attention will turn to KZ2, and things have been turned on their head a little bit in the KZ2 category. For Tom Lulette, the man who starts from pole position, yes, it looks as good as it did at Genk, but he's definitely got a tall order. Second fastest in qualifying, 13th in his first heat yesterday. I caught up with him when he was sounding pretty confident.
Yeah, it's a good lap, but I have one problem with my one tire, so I think the second lap was much faster, so now we will see. We need to see during the heat, but it's a good start for the weekend.
Now, obviously, the decision last night to increase the tyre allocation from 6 to 8, how big a difference is that going to make this weekend for you?
Yeah, it's better. Help me now. So I think it's perfect. With the temperature, it's more easy for everybody.
Now, just try and describe what it's actually like on the circuit with the increased amount of grip that you guys have out there.
Yeah, it's completely different compared to Genk. Now we have a lot of rubber. It's difficult. Physically, it's really hard. It's completely different to drive. We need to improve every session. Every session is completely different, so we need to work every time.
I think you need a drink. Good job. Well done.
Thank you.
It was absolutely sweltering after qualifying yesterday. I think Tom Lulette lost about 1 kilo in sweat, as did all the other drivers. Goodness me, but it's going to be an interesting one for Tom Lulette today. After a 13th place finish in yesterday's race, he was second on the road, but he took 2 penalties, one for jumping the start and another one for a front fairing penalty. We're just seeing Mira Alzabi and Ethan Thorne's karts being recovered back to the pits. Mira Alzabi, I gather, is receiving some medical attention at the side of the road, and hopefully she will be able to return to the races a little later, but she did suffer some discomfort in her little moment out on the circuit with Ethan Thorne. But let's talk about the KZ2s, because I'm sure that's what many of you have signed up to come and have a look at. For those of you who are watching on motorsport.tv, hello to you, and hello, of course, to everybody watching on the FIA Karting YouTube and Facebook pages. If you're watching via Facebook, then this is where you are going to have an absolutely fantastic battle coming forward. And we're going to get a little bit of the community gathered onto the circuit, onto the world of karting here as well. If you are watching via the FIA Karting page, you're very welcome to on Facebook, and you can send us messages, you can send us comments, and we'll try and get them distributed over the airwaves. But obviously, here on motorsport.tv, continuing our great partnership with them, and obviously on the YouTube and Facebook pages as well. So great to see such a fantastic enthusiasm and presence for international karting at this level. And we're going to get to see some great battles in front. Now, we're just being informed that there is just going to be a slight pause because there is some medical attention needed for Mira Alzabi. I can see her from my position. She is awake. She is okay. She just needs a little bit of extra attention from the medical team here. So amazing work from everybody here at the ACI and obviously the marshals and officials around the course to obviously it means a little bit more of a delay, but I would rather that, and I'm sure you would rather that than the possible jeopardy of a driver in desperate need of medical attention. So just another slight pause is needed, and then obviously we will be able to get ourselves back underway again. But fabulous racing so far from the competitors in the Academy Trophy, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more where that came from. So good racing so far and good battles, and we will obviously have more fantastic opportunities for great racing as the day goes on here in the Academy Trophy. Just making sure everybody is above board and everybody's okay. Just the last couple of carts being cleared. And now we will be in a strong position to go racing once again. Now, let's talk about the KZ2 drivers, because the front row of the grid, it's fairly typical from what we saw at Genk on one side of the grid, Tom Lulette, starting from pole position. On the other side of the grid is Tim Gerhards, the Sodi kart driver, and he's delighted to be there. We managed to catch up with him after the performance yesterday, and he was absolutely ecstatic, actually, Tim Gerhards. If you want to go and watch that interview, it's on the Facebook Live coverage of qualifying that we did yesterday, so you can find it on the FIA Karting Championship Facebook page. It was a really good opportunity to get closer to the world of qualifying, because in the world of karting, qualifying means so much to the space of the weekend. It's a really important and really exciting factor of the weekend. So you can go and watch that back and get the raw reactions of the drivers after qualifying. Was really interesting, some of the content that we got from that. Daniel Vasile is going to be starting from third position, the DR chassis, the Romanian driver running in P3 on the grid on the second row. Then Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, he'll be lining up in fourth place. He got a second place finish yesterday in the Lenzo kart. He is having an amazing weekend so far. There's every chance for Giorgio Carrara that the young man from Argentina could find himself in a fight for the podium. There's every chance of that. So we'll have to see if that continues over the course of today. Then Paavo Tonteri, the young man from Finland. He is going to be there in fifth position on the starting grid. The 3-minute board goes up, so now we know we're going to get the next race underway very shortly. Robert Kindervaarter in the Birolart for the KSW Satellite Squad. He's going to be there in sixth position on the grid. Michael Rossiner, who came up with a second place finish in his heat yesterday for the TB squad. Very impressive from them. He lines up seventh on the grid. Luigi De Lorenzo, the Italian, he is going to be there in eighth place on the grid. Ninth is Corentin Russo, the Frenchman, on the Sodi kart. And then Michael Paparo in the Praga, who came up with a top 3 finish in his heat yesterday. He lines up 10th on the grid for this one. Then it is Andrea Dale, the former European champion. He lines up 6th row of the grid alongside Yannick Julius Bernhardt, the German talent for the Maranello SRP team. And he's obviously out there with his teammates Tim Troga and David Trevelov through the course of the weekend. Then you have David Lewinsky, the Polish driver in the Sodi kart for CBB Sport. He lines up alongside Marek Skriven, who is one of the top wildcards here this weekend. The young man from the Czech Republic, going very well indeed. Karl Lukaszewski, another of the German talents within the Maranello SRP squad. He's there on the 8th row of the starting grid, alongside Jeremy Potain, the Frenchman on the Birolart. And then on the 9th row of the grid, it is the ever-impressive Italian Natalia Balboa for the CRG factory team, really struggling to find a decent balance for the kart in qualifying, but she always seems to find a way to charge her way back through the field in races. I spoke to her this morning. She was very frustrated, but she said, well, what else can I do but have fun? So that's what I'm going to go do. Alongside her on the grid is the returning Kirill Smal. It's been quite a while since we last saw him in the world of FIA karting, but this season he is elected to return in KZ2. First time he's ever raced in KZ2, I think, in 2022, because the last time we saw him, he was in direct drive. He was in the OK senior category, but he has returned on the Ricardo kart chassis. Then 10th row of the grid, it is Matteo Mazzucchelli in the top kart. Good to see him up in the higher rankings. of the European Championship. And then Andrea Boseto, the CRG driver, is going to be on 20th on the starting grid. Then it is Carles Martinez, the Praga driver, 11th row of the grid for him, alongside Kasper Nadolski, the Polish driver, who really struggled in qualifying yesterday. So obviously they're going to be hoping that he gets a better run of it this time. Then it is Lonzo Scatter. He is in the Formula K, I do believe, running in 12th row of the grid, alongside Maciej Kikowski, who is on the IPK group kart. I think that's the Schumacher chassis that he's on. He made massive progress yesterday in the red and white colours. Then we had Jakob Wojcik. He's there on the Cosmic in the 13th row of the starting grid. You don't get to see many Cosmics in FIA Karting nowadays, since the Tony Kart factory team decided to amalgamate the Expert Racing and Cosmic Racing departments into the Tony Kart factory team. So they just had one race team department in European Championship Racing. But Jakob Wojcik, the Polish driver, is there, alongside Matej Prus, who is in the 402, another of the Praga group drivers. Then we have Albin Carlson, the Swedish driver, will line up on the 14th row of the starting grid in his Birolart. Disastrous qualifying. Couldn't have gone any worse if it tried. But he's got to try and make up progress now from the back of the grid in every single heat. And alongside him on the grid is Josef Valente, another of the Czech drivers who makes their way to the European Championship. So Tom Lulette and Tim Gerhards are going to have a very interesting race battle now as they go to the front of the grid. Gerhards had a disaster on his start yesterday. He had a problem getting the kart away. He brought it to the front row of the starting grid yesterday and stalled the engine. So they had to go around for another time. And then Gerhards essentially felt, well, I can get my place back on the grid. Didn't manage to in time and ended up lining up 6th on the starting grid rather than 2nd. It caused confusion, so they sent them round again. And then Gerhards had to start the race from the back of the grid. He fought his way back to 10th, but he would quite like today to start qualifying heat B versus D from the front row of the grid as he was supposed to. So we'll see what Gerhards can do. But Tom Lulette on pole position, he probably feels very low pressure coming into this one. Lulette and Gerhards from Daniel Vasile and Giorgio Carrara from Paavo Tonteri and Robert Kindervater. Michael Rossiner and Luigi De Lorenzo from Corentin Rousseau and Michael Paparo. Andrea Dale and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from David Lewinsky and Marek Skriven. Karl Lukaszewski and Jeremy Potain from Natalia Balboa and Kirill Schmal. Matteo Mazzucchelli and Andrea Boseto from Carlos Martinez and Kasper Nadolski. Lorenzo Scatter and Maciej Kikowski. Then Jakob Wojcik, Matej Prus, Albin Carlson and Josef Valente. So obviously they get the 1.5 laps around the course. And for all those of you who have tuned in wanting to see something spectacular from FIA Karting, get ready. Because the starting positions on the grid, it's a standing start in FIA Karting's KZ2 and KZ categories. These are the big boys and girls in the sport. These are the kings and queens of their craft. And I tell you what, this is where any kart racer worth their salt wants to be. If you can handle gearbox, you can handle anything, not just in the world of karting, in any form of motorsport. If you can hack this, the world is your oyster. So Tom Lulette making his way to the starting grid. Tim Gerhards will ride alongside him in the CBB Sports Audi kart. The way they reacted after Tim Gerhards ended up 2nd in group yesterday, I'm not joking, they were so jubilant. Sorry, he was fastest in group, I do apologise. Fastest in the D group yesterday. And I'm not kidding, the way they celebrated, you'd be forgiven for thinking he'd just won the championship. So they were absolutely ecstatic with Tim Gerhards yesterday after qualifying. His first ever appearance at the top of any timesheet in FIA Karting, so he's really riding the crest of the wave. And it's always a big confidence booster when you finally put all that hard work to good use on the timesheets. It's one thing to start going quickly, but to get the fastest lap of the session, that's always a very satisfying moment. So Tim Gerhards hoping that today goes better than yesterday evening, and hope that it goes about as well as it did at lunchtime. So to the front of the grid comes Tom Lulette. He jumped the start yesterday. He didn't have the best of getaways. I wonder if the pressure just got to him a little bit. Daniel Vasile and Giorgio Carrara coming to the grid in the 2nd row. And everybody in position. It's always a spectacular show when the standing start awaits. And everybody now trying to get themselves into position. They move the tyres. They roll the kart out of its position. That's to stop the tyres sticking to the road, because if you stand there idle, you can get a little bit of a problem off the lights. So here we go. The lights will come on. When they go out, we'll be racing at Cremona in KZ2. Let's do it! Much better start from Tom Lulette this time. He pulls across and holds the line from Tim Gerhards. No problems at all as they launch through the first couple of corners. Much more textbook this time from the Frenchman who leads Gerhards. Bit of a wobble through the first couple of apexes as they're trying to get the kart up to temperature. Only a lap and a half around the course to get them to the starting grid, so not a lot of time to get heat into the tyres and brakes. So they definitely had to work hard this time. But already the top three are as they started. So it's Lulette, Gerhardt and Vasile into the hairpin for the first time. Is everybody going to get through? Just about in the middle of the field. I think they have decided that the race can't be won on the first lap, but can definitely be lost. So they keep it nice and tidy. So out in front, Tom Lulette in the Leclerc by Lennox. No problems at all for him. Gerhardt second, Vasile third. There is Pavo Tonteri. Having made a good start, the Finn is now into fourth position as they come across the line. Then it's Carrara, Kindervater, De Lorenzo, Paparo, Levinsky, Rossina and Julius Bernhardt ahead of Andrea Dale side by side. That's Tonteri trying to make his bid on the inside of Vasile, and he loses ground to Carrara. So Carrara gets through instead. A little bit hungry from Pavo Tonteri, and Carrara manages to fight his way back into fourth position as a result. So the Lenzo kart moves up a place, and now the next man in is going to be Kindervater. Kindervater in the KSW Birolart trying to make the move, but that was big defense from Pavo Tonteri. He did not want to lose another place. So Kindervater trying his best to make progress and move his way up the field. Very easy to lose traction, easy to lose ground, but so far so good. As Tom Lulette leads the field around at the end of the first couple of laps. Lap 3, Gerhardt, Vasile, Carrara, Tonteri and Kindervater. Then Luigi De Lorenzo in front of Michael Paparo, Michael Rossina and David Levinsky in the top 10. Some good battles all the way through the field as drivers are trying to make up steady progress. Who is on the charge? Well, there's quite a few competitors trying to make up steady progress and make some gains. Quite a few drivers that have struggled off the start. Some big moves all the way through this field at the moment, because we've had places gained by David Levinsky. He's made up 3. Mazzucchelli's made up 4. Oh, and that's a problem for one of the Maranellos. I'm afraid that is the German. The 350 going off the road there. I'm afraid that's Julius Bernhardt. So Yannick Julius Bernhardt has gone off the road at the hairpin, so he has recovered, got back on the road again, but he has now dropped to 28th. So big problems for Julius Yannick Bernhardt. I was going to say, places made up all the way through the field. Andrea Boseto has made up 8 places. Oh, and there's a move from Tonteri. He gets back through on Carrara. So Pavo Tonteri dives up the inside, gets the move there on Giorgio Carrara. And now Carrara is going to be vulnerable to Kindervater down the straight. He moves across. He's not going to let the German get a run on the inside. So Kindervater is not going to get through. They continue to quest the way. Some good battles here between the drivers in the mid of the pack. And up the inside, there's the move. That is Kindervater getting up alongside Carrara. Carrara trying to resist. Kindervater hops over the curbs and has to back out. Oh, he was lucky there. But now Michael Rossina is closing up on Michael Paparo as they come through this gaggle of karts of 5. Carrara, Kindervater, De Lorenzo, Paparo and Rossina. They all run together. Let's see if Luigi De Lorenzo in the Modena chassis, well, I say the Modena chassis, it's the Modena team, Birolart chassis, continuing their way through. Oh, a little bit of a puff of grass has come up there on the back straight as Paparo's going to dive in on De Lorenzo. He doesn't get through. He's going to try and come back on the switch, but it's too late. And now we're going to see a little further up the road. This is Tim Gerhardt trying to shake off Daniel Vasile. So Daniel Vasile, the Romanian in the DR, is behind Tim Gerhardt at the moment. But he's definitely giving him plenty of pressure. The battles continue. Lulette is commanding his troops out front. Gerhardt, Vasile, Tonteri, and there's the move on the inside from Kindervater. So Kindervater dives in and Carrara gets the overtaking move done. Carrara trying to tighten up again. And that's backed up De Lorenzo, Paparo and Rossina. Rossina's actually backed off a couple of kart lengths in the hope that he can get another move on. So there's Kindervater and Carrara. Look in the background because you're going to see De Lorenzo now at the front of the next queue. And there's Paparo diving in. Is he going to get through? Yes, lovely move from Michael Paparo. Squeezes De Lorenzo to the apex exit. And that's really nicely handled from the Praga driver. He gets another place made up. So Michael Paparo now moving up into 7th place past De Lorenzo in the Modena Birolart. There is the 364 of the TB of Michael Rossina. He's in front of Corentin Rousseau, I believe, now in 10th place. Boseto is 11th, so that's 9 places made up. Oh, and that's a problem again for Yannick Julius Bernhardt. He's decided to finish the race. He's parked it up. So it's very unfortunate. Starting from 12th, he was not really able to make the progress he wanted to in this race. And it's game over for the German. Now, you've got to remember, with 83 drivers in the field, There are only 72 places available in the superheats on Sunday morning. So you've got to make sure that you're not one of those 11 drivers left plumb out of luck and out of the rankings. So retirements, not acceptable. Disqualifications, not acceptable. You've got to make sure you keep it nice and clean and tidy. Out of the final turn, Lulette, quick check over his shoulder just to make sure that the gap is still steady to Gerhard's, which it is, 1.2. Vassile in third from Tonteri, Kindervata, Carrara, Paparo, De Lorenzo, Rossina and Russo. 11th place for Andrea Boseto, 9 places made up, 7 places made up by 3 drivers in the field. Matteo Mazzucchelli is now the leading wildcard in 12th. 7 places also made up by Carlos Martinez and Maciej Kikowski in the Schumacher chassis, so very good work indeed there. Daniel Vassile right up behind Tim Gerhards. So there is going to be a bit of a challenge now into the hairpin and into the race retirement bay, I'm afraid. That is Andrea Boseto. So Boseto, who had made his way up 9 places, he'd come up to 11th, but there was clearly a mechanical problem. So I'm afraid Andrea Boseto is now out of the race. That's a real shame. So that means that the driver that's made up the most progress, well, there's 3 of them who have made up 8 places now. That's Matteo Mazzucchelli, Carlos Martinez and Maciej Kikowski. They've all made up 8 places apiece. Just the 2 retirements then, Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Andrea Boseto. Back straight and into the hairpin. Gerhards looks like he's got a solid bit of gap now between himself and Daniel Vassile. De Lorenzo in the Modena Birla gets himself a fastest lap, and we've got a crash off the road at turn 5, I think that is. Yep, that is the Leclerc by Lennox kart, I'm afraid. That's turn 4, actually. It's the 347, so I'm afraid that's game over for Kasper Nadolski for the 2nd time this weekend. So Nadolski had a big off yesterday in the 3rd sector. He's now had a problem in the 1st sector on the 2nd race, so definitely not going so well for Kasper Nadolski so far. Mind you, from here on in, the only way is up, I guess. So there's Carrara still battling away, this time with Michael Paparo in the Praga. So the Praga, which is obviously running the Prague Academy, work that one out because that's very confusing. But they have the Prague Academy here, a lot of their young talents from the Czech Republic racing in KZ2. A lot of them wildcards, of course, this weekend. They really want to push on for a competitive season in 2023. So the best way to get them training is to throw them in the big fish pond and hope that they float. So down the main straight, Lulette, Gerhards and Vassile. Tonteri, Kindervata and Carrara. Michael Paparo, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Corentin Russo, and now in 10th place, that's Michael Rossina. So Rossina has had a bit of an issue there with the TB kart, getting it up to speed or whatever it might be. And certainly finding it difficult. Matteo Mazzucchelli is having a great race, up to 11th from 19th on the grid. So definitely good progress made up by the wild card. And several drivers in the field proving, well, a lot of them saying, I can't make an overtaking move around this circuit. Well, it can be done. If Matteo Mazzucchelli can do it, I'm sure anybody can. Joseph Valente still pounding around there at the back, but having a bit of a moment trying to work his way up through the field. Just 25 of the 28 drivers remain. 3 retirements with 2 laps to go. Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Andrea Boseto and Kasper Nadolski that we saw just a few moments ago. But Tim Gerhards has managed to stretch away from Daniel Vassile. You've got to remember that this race weekend is about tyre management. They've been given 2 additional tyres in the gearbox classes. Normally they'd only have 6 tyres over the course of a weekend to race with. Now they've got 8, and that is 8 total, not 8 sets. So they've obviously got to manage the tyres over the course of the weekend very carefully, and you can see that there are big chunks, big strips where rubber should be on the tyre, and they are not in some cases. These guys really are working very hard indeed to combat the tyre degradation, to hold on to the kart. There is one perfect racing line. If you come off that even by 2 to 3 inches, 2 to 3 centimeters in some cases, it really can produce some very crazy results. But the final lap for this man, Tom Lulette, on the Charles Leclerc chassis, which has seen so much success since it was launched in 2020. It really has been absolutely extraordinary to see just how much they have already had come their way. Multiple titles in multiple categories, national, domestic and regional. But they won an international title. They feel there's a chance of it in 2022. And certainly for this man, Tom Lulette in KZ2, he might become the first one to do it. Out through the stretches they come, and Tom Lulette going beautifully here at Cremona. Into the final turn he will come, and the bounce back to victory for Tom Lulette keeps him in touch for the European title. There he goes. Lovely run from Tom Lulette. Gerhard's getting his best ever result in an FIA karting race weekend. Second place for Tim Gerhard. Third place for the Romanian Daniel Vasile. So a great performance, a great run, and it is wonderful to see Tom Lulette back where he belongs at the front end of a field, getting himself straight to the pit lane. They don't do a full cool-down lap because obviously the pit lane is just after the back straight, so they peel in at that point. Very new circuit, a very unusual layout because the layout, essentially the pit lane entry and exit, is on the final hairpin of the second sector rather than on the main starting straight. So it's a rather unusual location. But in karting, you do sometimes get these differing variations of paddock and track layout. But what a phenomenal race circuit this is turning into, and providing some very interesting battles and interesting races, considering they only had a 2-month turnaround after the cancellation of Adria due to the circuit having to rather sadly close. But what a fantastic race battle it's been so far here at Cremona. Tom Lulette opens his KZ2 account on Saturday with a win ahead of Tim Gerhardt and Daniel Vasile. Paavo Tonteri ahead of Robert Kindervater and Giorgio Carrara. 7th place for Michael Paparo, and then Luigi De Lorenzo in front of Corentin Russo and Michael Rossena. Matteo Mazzucchelli in front of Andrea Dale from Carlos Martinez and Jeremy Potain. Then Marek Skriven and Maciej Kikowski, or both for the Sumarco Praga team. Then David Lewinsky in the CBB Sport in front of Karl Lukaszewski for the Maranello SRP factory team. 19th place for Natalia Balboa in front of Kirill Smal and Matisz Prus. Then Lonzo Scatter and Jacob Wojcik from Joseph Valente and Albin Carlson, who had a moment on the very last lap. Retirements, I'm afraid, there were 3. Kasper Nadolski, Andrea Boseto and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. So that is KZ2 qualifying heat B versus D done and dusted. Going to be fighting their way to get back onto schedule, I have no doubt. But obviously, the big story from the weekend so far is the man who managed to grab pole position in yesterday's time qualifying sessions for KZ2. And what an opportunity for the British driver in the Red Bull Junior program, who was so spectacular in Genk in Belgium. 2 race wins out of 5 and a challenge for the top spot in the KZ2 final as well. Now he's going to be starting his races from pole position. A slight blip yesterday, but that's ancient history as far as Arvid Lindblad is concerned. He was absolutely elated after qualifying. I managed to catch up with him after his pole position run.
Now, you said to me earlier that you were a little bit nervous as to what the kart could actually do in time qualifying, but you had high hopes. Coming in and in the first lap, you really pushed it. You came up with a 46 flat. That's amazing.
Yeah, yeah, the kart felt really good. We've had really good speed all week. I feel it's been kind of me and Tom have been kind of a step above everyone else all week. And yeah, I don't know what he did. I saw he did a few laps than everyone else, and I don't think he probably maximised 100% what he could do. I think he almost lowered the benchmark for me. But anyway, I was really focused on just making sure I knew what time he did, and I was really focused on trying to beat in that. And I did that, so I'm really happy with pole overall, and I think that's a really good way to sort of go into the week now. Yeah.
You showed at Genk that there was amazing potential to win races regularly. You won 2 out of the 5, but there were still a few things that you needed to work on. There were still a few kinks to iron out. Do you feel that coming to Cremona, you guys have done that?
Yeah, I mean, we've put in a lot of work and effort to try to improve that, especially I have to try and improve my weak areas. But I mean, I think we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm feeling really confident now going into the race. I feel like we're in a really good position. We've got really good speed, and that's the most important thing. And then I've just got to make sure I do my job in the race. And I think we're in a really good position to take a good result this week.
Now, one of the toughest elements that any driver going from direct drive to gearbox is obviously going to face is the start. We saw there were a couple of moments at Genk where it didn't quite go to plan. How intensively have you been working on that to sort of get rid of that deficiency?
Yeah, we've been working on it. We've been trying to improve. I was racing last week in Genk to try to experience the racing as well, to help improve with that. I think I'm better now than I was in Genk. I think I'm more consistent with my starts. I think that was more the biggest problem in Genk. I could do a few good ones, but it was where I made 1 or 2 mistakes where it cost a lot. So I think I've sort of improved the consistency of my starts, and I think that's the most important thing. And I think I've also just improved them as such as well. So I feel really confident with everything, and I'm excited for the race now to try and bring home some good points and a good result.
Well, there's a really good chance that could have been the pole position lap. I don't know if we're getting another one better than that in 3 and 4, but good luck. And now it looks like it's going to be a good weekend. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
And it turned out there wasn't a better qualifying lap from anybody in KZ2, so Arvid Lindblad did hold on to the pole position with a fabulous lap time in the end. Really managed to get it all together. But, of course, the racing is different. And yesterday, in the first heat that he did, there was a slight blip on the start, and that meant that he obviously had to take a penalty. But he only dropped to 5th, so it's not a big chaos and not a big problem at all, really, for Arvid Lindblad in the grand scheme of things. He won the race on the road. All he has to do is tidy things up in the races today, and he still has every chance of starting the superheat tomorrow from pole position. So there's a lot still to come from Arvid Lindblad. He lines up on the front row of the grid for this one alongside Thomas Imborg, who's definitely shown his flair over the course of the weekend so far here at Cremona. Danilo Albanese will line up alongside David Trevelov. Two drivers that really could storm to the top spot on the podium. If Trevelov gets there, well, he has every chance of winning the European Championship. He just needs to stay consistent. He got a second place finish yesterday. Very, very impressive indeed. And still very much in title winning contention if he keeps it together. Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Lulette are going to be there on the third row. And then Oscar Target, the ever-impressive Australian, lining up 7th on the grid alongside Jorge Pescador, the Spaniard. So a lot of interest in this one because there's a lot of opportunities for drivers to put on a bit of a display. So the drivers are helped out by their mechanics for qualifying E-Day versus E. They will do a lap and a half for the circuit, and it's Arvid Lindblad and Thomas Imborg on the front row. Then Danilo Albanese and David Trevelov, Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Lulette from Oscar Target and Jorge Pescador. John Numblo and Alessio Baldi from Max Paul and Ivan Klimenko, Marcus Kayak and Chris Harnan from Henry Johnstone and Tim Troga, Christian Habulin and Sam Lulette from Mark Negruzza and Alexandro Iancu. Antoine Babarou and Marco Torman from Salvatore Toscano and Jesper Sjoberg, then Nathan Schaap, Alex Rothschopf, Jaime Cortez and Nicky Taylor of Canada. So the drivers getting themselves geared up and ready for the start of the battles. A couple of the drivers from North American motorsport here on the grid this weekend. Rather sad news that filtered through from the world of American karting. Rather sadly, we lost a very cherished member of the American karting community yesterday, Nick Bruckner, very talented racing driver who sadly finally lost his battle with ongoing cancer. We would like to send our very best wishes to the North American karting community, who are good friends and good supporters. We very much feel the sorrow and feel the pain of a situation when one of the members of our international karting community leaves us, so we want to pay our respects and send best wishes to the family and to the entire North American karting community, who are probably feeling the pain of one of their beloved and cherished members of the motor racing community. So the drivers getting themselves ready for the start of this one here. Qualifying heat B versus D is well and truly done, and now we're going to get ourselves ready for A versus E. Going to be fabulous to see what Arvid Lindblad can do from the front of the starting grid. The start is still a little bit of a black spot for the SP Motorsport driver. He's good at everything else. He's exceptional at everything else by all accounts in KZ2. And he is a race winner in KZ2. That was a very fast stop for Thomas Imborg. He clearly feels motivated coming into this one. But it's the start that really gets Arvid Lindblad prepared. He actually does the sign of the cross as he comes to the starting grid there. Arvid Lindblad wanting to stay safe, wanting to keep himself ready for the start. The Red Bull Junior talent really starting to take names. We know that the mods at Standpex Motorsport really love this boy. Let's see what he can do from the pole position. Thomas Imborg with a chance to steal. And watch out for Albanese and Trevelov from the start. They're both going to be motivated and hungry. Here we go. Lights coming on. And we're ready in KZ2. And it's a good start from him. Albanese spins. And Target nearly clats with him. Albanese had to avoid a slow starting Lindblad, and Target and Albanese down the straight. So Lindblad has managed to get going again, but he's lost a lot of places. So big problems for Arvid Lindblad. He's down to 6th position. He still hasn't quite been able to nail the start. So that's Thomas Imborg through to the lead in front of David Trevelov. Trevelov's not going to want to wait around forever here. But Albanese and Target spinning off the road to try and avoid him. Albanese tried to go around Arvid Lindblad and ended up pirouetting. How he's still going, I don't know, but he is down at the back of the field as a result. So Albanese, unfortunately, very severely compromised. And he ends up now down the order. There's Jean Lulette battling for 3rd position as we come through to complete the lap. Thomas Imborg leads, Trevelov in 2nd. Then it is Jean Lulette in front of Jorge Pescador and Alessio Baldi. Lindblad and then Palomba. Chris Harnan, his teammate, Lindblad's teammate, I should say. Then Nomblo, Klimenko and Max Paul, who is the leading wildcard at the moment, other than Alessio Baldi. So we've got a wild card in the top 5. Alessio Baldi going very well in the CRG. Didn't do the full season. And obviously that's when you do one of the 2 races, but not the full season, and you enter late as a partial entry, then you end up as a wild card. And that's Treveloff! That is David Treveloff off the road! Oh my goodness, David Treveloff, championship contender, flies off the road, manages to recover, but that's his title campaign very much taking a huge hammer blow. Oh, and there's problems on the straight. The SP Motorsport teammates bang wheels. That's Lindblad and Hartman. Oh my goodness. The racing is getting fever pitch here at Cremona. Imborg is your leader. He's well clear now of Jean Lulette in second, Pescador and Baldi in third and fourth. Now, what happened to put Treveloff off the road? I didn't actually see the start of it. I only saw the aftermath. Oh, goodness me. David Treveloff dropping way down the order. He manages to recover, but he's now in 19th. Oh, the European Championship really is going to be exciting to the last now. Oh, and there's problems there on the back straight. That is one of the Leclercs. That is Nathan Schaap. And there's been a little bit of contact in the third sector as well. We've got another spinner. We've got a spinner. That's one of the Maranello carts. Don't tell me that's David Treveloff again. It is! It's David Treveloff again! Oh my goodness! Lap 3 and David Treveloff is out! What is going on at Cremona for the German? David Treveloff, a golden opportunity in second place, spun the kart, dropped to 19th, and then he is ending up off the racetrack after big drama. Oh, and that's 2 more gone. That's Sam Lulette. That's Sam Lulette that's gone there, and he's also gone off with the 305. That's Jesper Sjolberg. So Sjolberg and Lulette are off at the hairpin at the bottom of the back straight. My goodness, it's chaos as through comes Marcus Kayak to get through on the inside of Tim Troger. Yellow flags on the way to the hairpin. It's absolute chaos at Cremona. Right from the start of this race, it has been flotsam and jetsam everywhere you look. And Thomas Imborg in front of Jean Lulette. The only person that's not going to have a difficult race of it now is Thomas Imborg in the CPP Sports Sodi card out front. Everybody else can have dire straits, but he is on the road to victory. Out of the final turn, and at the end of lap 5, Thomas Imborg has the entire length of the straight. Oh, that's Lindblad! Lindblad collides and is off with Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba and Lindblad tangle. Oh my goodness, Palomba and Lindblad are out. Well, Palomba's going to try and get going. Lindblad walks away, frustrated, furious. Oh, what is going on at Cremona? Just incident after incident after incident at KZ2. Wow, just drama at every turn at the moment. There's enough drama in this one heat to be enough for a final. There is the card of Nathan Schaap on the back straight. That's obviously parked up and done. David Treveloff is out. Lindblad is out. Albanese is down at the back. Giuseppe Palomba is back going again. He has managed to restart. But Palomba and Albanese are down at the back of the field. I think Albanese is actually going to peel into the pits to retire. Indeed he is. So Albanese has retired from the race in the Kart Republic. He's coming into the pits to pull it off. There's Chris Harnan still trying to make up progress. He's now in 5th place behind Alessio Baldi. Jean Nomblo has set the fastest lap of the race. I can't keep up with this. This is absolutely crazy. Sam Lulette out, Albanese out, Lindblad out, Sjolberg out, Treveloff out. Just absolutely crazy at the moment. Lap 7, and it's going to be led by Thomas Imborg. Yellow flags are still out. And this time it's for Arvid Lindblad's kart that is being recovered by the marshals. He left it there in its position. Jean Lulette going well in second in front of Jorge Pescador. Pescador trying to close up. This is Harnan versus Nomblo for 5th position. Nomblo really getting close to the back of the Dutchman. And it's Ivan Klimenko who sets the fastest lap of the race now, the Ukrainian for the Maranello SRP team. Had a really interesting chat with him this morning about how things are likely to play out here this weekend. He said this is going to be the survival of not just the fittest, but the wisest. And he's proving to be absolutely right. 7th place for him at the moment, staying out of trouble. keeping yourself to yourself. He's just letting all of the incidents pile up around him and getting a decent top 10 finish as a result. Thomas Imborg, look at the lead that Imborg has got. It's extraordinary, 4 seconds clear of Jean Lulette, just allowing everybody else to have disasters. I have a feeling that the highlights reel for today is pretty much going to almost nearly totally consist of qualifying heat A versus E, because there's enough in this. And that's another one. That is the Lenzo kart. That's Salvatore Toscano. So Salvatore Toscano is out of the race now, and he's off in the final sector. And the kart is almost on the racing line. Oh, and that's another problem. That's Klimenko. Klimenko in big problems there on the back straight. Oh, goodness me. It doesn't just rain at Maranello, it pours. So big problems there, as Ivan Klimenko now drops to 15th place behind the Australian talent, Henry Johnstone. Johnstone's going beautifully at the moment, working his way in the midfield. Marco Torman has made up massive ground. He's now up 11 places to 11th position. So absolute drama and pandemonium here at Cremona in KZ2. I thought yesterday's races were exciting enough. This one is absolutely balmy. So Thomas Imborg on the back straight. Jean Lulette in second, 4.3 seconds clear of Jorge Pescador and Alessio Baldi. We're watching the DR of Max Paul, the wild card, battling away with Marcus Kayak, who got himself on the podium, of course, don't forget, last time out at Genk. Trying to get himself through. Oh, trying to make his move on Max Paul. Desperately trying to get his way on the inside line. He got himself in the pole position in one of the groups, I should say. He didn't quite manage to make it to the overall podium, but certainly had flashes of great speed at Genk in Belgium, did Marcus Kayak. He's hustling Max Paul in the DR. Looks as though we've got a problem on the main straight for the 370. That is Antoine Barberou. I think Antoine Barberou is coming to a stop, and we got a problem then for the Frenchman in the Sodi car. So mechanical problems, I'm afraid, for Antoine Barberou. Just about might have seen that in the background. But the Sodi kart is slowing down to a crawl as his race is going to end, unfortunately. So he's going to join this incredibly long list of retirements. But out in front, Imborg is 4 seconds clear. He goes into lap 12 of 13. 11 laps completed. Here's the battle further back. And that is the CRG of Alessio Baldi. Oh, and that's the reason why. Tyres have gone. You can see there a big puncture on the left front. For Antoine Barberou, he obviously stressed the tyre too much there, so he's going to have to go for one of his spares in the next heat. Imborg, Lulette, Pescador, Baldi, Nomblo and Chris Harden from Max Paul, Marcus Kayak, Tim Troga and Christian Abulin. And Oscar Target in 11th place. 12th position for Marco Torman, who is up 10 places. Then Henry Johnstone and Ivan Klimenko, Alexander Iancu and Alexander Rothschop, who has come up from down in 26th on the grid. He's now in 10 places gained, 16th place for him. Mark Negruzza, Jaime Cortez and Nicky Taylor in front of Giuseppe Balomba. But here is the last lap now for Thomas Imborg. He must think Christmas has come early. What a dominant drive from Thomas Imborg in the Sodi. Just the perfect race. And of course, it's going to be the first time all weekend that a non-Birolart has taken a victory in KZ or KZ2 so far this weekend. It's been a weekend entirely dominated by Ronnie Salazorning, but not this time. Thomas Imborg is going to get the job done instead. 3.9 seconds now clear of Jean Lulette. He's clearly backing off in the final lap. He doesn't need to stress it. Thomas Imborg breaks the deadlock of the Birolart factory team, and Sodi Kart and CPB Sport take the victory. Great job. Second place for Jean Lulette in front of Jorge Pescador and Alessio Baldi. The highest wildcard so far this weekend. A 4th place finish for Baldi. Excellent work. Oh, that was stressful to commentate on. All sorts of things going on. And not everybody came out of that one in good position, but Thomas Imborg certainly did. The most phenomenal job from Thomas Imborg. But everywhere else, carnage, mayhem. And Thomas Imborg really taking the rewards from that one. I think we're going to remember qualifying heat A versus E KZ2 at Cremona for quite a long time, because that race had everything. But for Thomas Imborg, it was probably the most boring race in history. He had 3.9 seconds over everybody else. It was a stroll in the park as far as the Frenchman was concerned. But so many other drivers came to blows. So many other drivers had difficulties. And that, again, completely transforms the form here at Cremona. Thomas Imborg with the win from Jean Lulette and Jorge Pescador. Alessio Baldi in 4th place from Jean Nomblo and Chris Harnan. Then Maximilian Paul, Marcus Kayak in front of Tim Troga and Christian Habulin. From Oscar Target in 11th place ahead of Marco Torman and Henry Johnstone. Ivan Klemenko, so unfortunate, was running in the top 10 at one point. Alexander Iancu in front of Alexander Rothschoff. And then Mark Negruzza and Jaime Cortez, the Spanish driver. 19th place, the Canadian Nicky Taylor. And he finished in front of a very angry and very frustrated Giuseppe Palomba. Look at the list of retirements. Antoine Babarou, Salvatore Toscano, Danilo Albanese, Arvid Lindblad, Jesper Sjöberg, Sam Lulette, David Treveloff and Nathan Sharp. Absolute chaos here at Cremona. And for David Treveloff and Arvid Lindblad, that's a chance of the European title fight. Definitely given a sucker punch. So this is a big, big problem now for several drivers in the field. Looks like it's going to be title fight wide open once again here in KZ2 as the drivers have come in. Ivan Klemenko there looking quite frustrated in the middle of the line. I think he's got every reason to be. Great work from the officials there, just trying to make sure that everybody is above board. And obviously they've got to make sure they run through their protocol and procedure. That's Jean Nomblo's kart. And the officials here, they really have been exceptional all the way through the weekend, considering just how hot the conditions are for them down there as well. They're out there all day in that sunshine, and it's very hard to find shade. So a full commendment to the team here at Cremona, who are at international level for the first time. And a great bunch of people who really have stepped up to the occasion with only 2 months warning that they were going to go racing at international level. Excellent stuff. Right, time for the 3rd KZ2 qualifying heat of the morning. And pole position is going to go to the very impressive young Italian Christian Bratuka of the Birolart Group. I caught up with him after his qualifying run.
Christian, a fabulous job in qualifying. That's 2nd position in group, and that puts you right up at the sharp end for all the heats. You've always struggled in qualifying before, so how satisfying is this one?
Yeah, it's really satisfying, and I want to say thanks to my team, VT, to give me engine, and my mechanics, my parents, everyone was supporting me.
Now, this is a real game changer for you this weekend, because obviously last time out, when you were in the traffic, you ended up getting collected by the drivers. There were problems, there was bad luck. This time, you're going to be starting from the front, so you can kind of take control of your own races from here.
Yes, I will try my best and try to win this race.
Perfect. So obviously the circuit here, it's very, very hot. It's very technical. What's been the biggest challenge for you guys over the course of the week to build up to it?
For me, the hot that there is here, even the air 35 degrees all the weekend, and it's a lot more physical issue. So we try our best.
You've done a very good job. Well done, buddy. Excellent stuff.
Thank you.
Well, I'll obviously correct myself based on what I said in the build-up to that interview. At the time, my timing screen in my iPad had frozen in the heat, so it had shown up that Bratuka was 2nd in group. He wasn't. He was pole position in group, getting 9,000ths of a second better than his colleagues out there on the course. Yeah, but very interesting to hear his comments about the tricky natures of the temperatures. It's a lot hotter here than we expected it was going to be. And it doesn't matter how many times these Italian drivers and Italian teams go racing in Italy, it's still very hard to figure out how it's going to go. And it's still difficult to predict how things are going to go. Look how much of a temperature gain we have had since the start of the program. The humidity's dropped slightly, 30 degrees Celsius now. And we are not even in the hottest part of the day. That tends to be around sort of 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when it's going to get to its hottest. So we're still a long way away from the top temperature that we're going to reach today. So it's obviously going to be very tricky for the competitors out there. There are broken clouds as well, which obviously keeps the high amount of pressure in and around the course. Directly over the circuit at the moment, there's not a cloud to be seen, but there are a couple of sort of wispy clouds in the distance. So obviously we're going to see some really interesting challenges for the drivers as the race weekend goes on. But it's the 2 teammates that will line up on the front row of the starting grid together, Christian Bratuka and Moritz Ebner, the younger generation of the Birolart factory team, really starting to make progress. It would not surprise me at all in the years to come when you start to see the final races of some of the legends of the sport in KZ, such as Riccardo Longhi. Maybe one day he will decide eventually that he's going to just focus on being the team manager. you'll see competitors like Christian Bratuka and Moritz Ebner choosing to step up, or given the chance to step up, I should say, to then become part of the factory operation in KZ. And that's a big, big honour for any kart racing driver. Alex Marigliano is going to be there in third position on the grid for this one, on the Drago Core chassis, right up there in third position on the starting grid. And you've got to say that is fantastic work from the Drago Course team there with their independent chassis, of course, and great to see Marigliano really putting on an excellent display here in third position on the grid for his heats. Alessio Pacini, he's going to line up in fourth position to keep the Birolot team very much dominant in KZ2 at this precise moment in time. Matthias Spergel puts the Sodi alongside his teammate, the Dutchman Flint Schuring. They are together on the third row of the grid. Then we're going to see Norton Andreasen, the Swedish talent. He lines up on the fourth row of the starting grid for the Tony Kart factory operation alongside Arthur Carbonell. And then on the fifth row of the starting grid, we have Leonardo Marcellia, who lines up alongside Gabin Lulette. Now, Gabin Lulette is, of course, Tom's twin brother. He's made the switch this weekend from KZ2 to KZ because he entered as a wild card last time out at Genk in the KZ. And he obviously can't run as a wild card twice. So he's had to come and drop back to KZ2, add the extra 5 kilos to the kart, and then obviously compete in KZ2 rather than in KZ. So the drivers make their way out onto the course. Here is the grid in full. Christian Bratuka and Moritz Ebner from Alex Marigliano and Alessio Pacini. Matthias Spergel and Flint Schuring from Norton Andreasen and Arthur Carbonell. Leonardo Marcellia and Gabin Lulette from Genis Civico and Filippo Nuccioni. Then Sim Liedmar and Brandon Nilsson, Paul Ribera and Selen Gelasin. Then Ken Algra and Jacob Bergmeister, Paul Lucier and Lucas Raybock, Clement Pierrat and Karol Pazovic, Adrian Janicki and Matthias Tologiani, Alessio Foresto, Paolo Castagnetti, and at the back of the grid, it is Fotis Soteropoulos of Greece. So the competitors gearing themselves up once again. The way things currently stand, neither Bratuka or Ebner have lost the race. Everybody else has managed to do so. So nobody has been dominant other than Bratuka and Ebner. And that's only because they both took a win apiece yesterday. So now they're going to be on the front row of the grid together. It looks like, the way things are currently going, unless Bratuka and Ebner remain dominant, or one of them does, because only one of them can, nobody could end up with a clean weekend. Now that's going to make things very interesting. It means that consistency becomes the most important objective of the weekend. Winning races, obviously a very important factor of it, but the more consistent you are over the 5 heats, the more likely you are to start in a decent position for the super heats. So they've got to be so careful for the course of racing from here on out. There is the 407 machine. Paolo Castagnetti at the back of the grid. I ended up nicknaming that kart La Perla Nera yesterday, the Black Pearl, because it's got absolutely no stickers on the kart. I wonder if that's actually to save weight, you know, because apparently a couple of people have been telling me that once you put all the graphics on the kart, you end up actually, those graphics, they weigh about 1 kilo on their own, which I'm baffled to believe that. So apparently that's exactly what they weigh. If you put all the graphics on the kart together, that's 1 kilo on its own. So obviously that particular crew, they're trying to save weight. So it's just an all black machine on this occasion. No sponsorship by the look of it, or certainly none to display on the kart itself. But certainly very exciting race battles all the way through KZ2. This is fascinating, these two. Both young pretenders to the crowd. Christian Bratuka and Moritz Ebner, they both want to showcase that they're the future for Birolat's factory operation. What they do in these sort of races when they're up against it and when they're up against each other, it's going to be very telling. And what about the guy in fourth place as well, Alessio Pacini, who's been eager to get into the factory team for a while now. Here we go. The lights are going to come on. On the inside line, Bratuka. On the outside line, Ebner. Let's do it! Ebner gets the best start. Moritz Ebner charges forward and gets ahead of Bratuka, with Pacini coming around the outside to get into third place. Marigliano is fourth. Not so bad as the conflagration behind tucks its way through the first couple of corners. Is everybody going to make it through? Couple of drivers bouncing around as they try to get themselves into a good position. Sim Liedmar gets a little bit too close in the middle of the pack. As everybody else is trying to make progress, looks like big drama for the 415. I think there's problems, big problems out of the race for the 415. That is Alessio Foresto. And there's, that's one of the Leclerc by Lennox side pods that's come off the kart there. I think that's Clement Pierrat. So I think Clement Pierrat has lost the side pod. Alessio Foresto has come off the kart completely. He's out of the race. Well, as we come off the final turn, that's a wonderful picture if you're a Birolat fan. Yep, it is Clement Pierrat. So Clement Pierrat has got a mechanical flag. There is Alessio Foresto. He's walked away on the first lap. not injured, but certainly his pride is dented. But here we go, Ebner, Bratuka and Pacini, the 3 Birol Art youngsters, all trying to prove that they deserve to be in the factory team in KZ. And now they're going to race with each other. And we all know there's no team orders in this sport. Up on the inside, Bratuka comes through, Pacini's going to get through on Ebner as well. So they swap positions. And so Christian Bratuka gets himself up into the lead ahead of Pacini and Ebner. And that really has tangled things up. There is Clément Pierrat. He pulls into the pits to retire. He obviously lost his side pod, so he had a technical problem out of the final turn. And there's an investigation going on for the 369. That's Flint Shorting. So Flint Shorting, that finds himself currently down in 6th place behind Mathias Orweller. He's now under investigation for something. Not quite sure what it is. But being so early in the race, maybe it's something to do with the start procedure. Not entirely sure. We'll have to come back to that one later. So Flint Shorting under investigation in P6. Bratuka, Pacini, Ebner. Then it is Marigliano. Marigliano going a little bit late into the apex as he tucks across. I think he was trying to hold up Spergel and Shorting because they're getting quite racy behind him. And Marigliano was really kind of hoping to crack into the top 3 rather than drop back to 4th. Here we go, a bit of a tussle as Spergel tries to go one way, then the other, gets held up. And now his teammate, Flint Shorting, is going to try and come through himself. So a fascinating spectacle. It keeps going strong. Bratuka leads from Pacini and Moritz Ebner. Marigliano is kind of backing up the 2 Sodis now. He's lost a little bit of ground to Moritz Ebner. Still a long way to go in this race, 10 laps remaining. A very tricky situation for everybody. This is looking very confident from Mathias Orweller. Will he dive in on the inside? He's committed, but Marigliano's defending already. That got very close for comfort. So a fascinating battle. We're going to have a really interesting tussle for the competitors as they continue to make progress through. Marigliano there in 4th position in front of Spergel and Shorting. They continue to make the progress they are currently making. Still a lot still to happen here. What can Spergel do on the inside of Marigliano? Marigliano really is keeping the Drago course as wide as possible. And that is backing up the pack. You can see Andreasen closing up, Carbonell closing up, Gavin Lulette, the leading wildcard, he's closing up now as well. And then Leonardo Marcellia. So a lot of progress being made. Oh, drivers trying to get for that inside line. But you have to come off the racing line to make the overtake. And there's no grip offline. There's too much grip on the racing line and there's barely any if you come off it. So very tricky. The drivers have to know that they're going to get the kart stopped and turned in and getting a good opportunity for a good exit. And even then, it's a gamble. So the competitors still going strong here, hoping for as good a run as they can get. Andreasen, I think he's bid for the inside line, can't make it through. Not a lot of racetrack to play with, that's the difficulty here. Christian Bratuka extends his lead to half a second over Alessio Pacini. Not much between them at all. So far so good for Marigliano in front of Spergel and Shorting. So still they continue to battle. Alex Marigliano in the Drago course, 4th position at the moment. And Spergel and Shorting, now they're going to get side by side, and there's the move from Spergel. Spergel gets the move. That was well timed to get through Alex Marigliano there. Had to make it work, but it was very nicely connected. So some good battles all the way through and a really solid effort. Up the inside now, it's Schuring's turn. So Schuring gets through now, and that puts him into 5th place. So an excellent bit of battling going on between the drivers there. Good opposition, good technical moves. Still making some good racetrack of it now as Marigliano is trying desperately not to fall back into the clutches of Artur Carbonell. Just the 2 retirements, from the race so far. Alessio Foresto and Clément Pierrat. Everybody keeping it nice and calm this time in KZ2. Christian Bratuka ahead of his teammate Alessio Pacini and Moritz Ebner. Moritz Ebner goes fastest of anybody in the 2nd split. So there come the Sodis. Spergel and Schuring, and on the inside there's Carbonell, and he makes it an inevitable move on the inside of Marigliano. Gets through into P6. There's your leading battle. Was Bratuka, Pacini and Ebner, and here is the battle behind. Marigliano now falling into the clutches of Norton Andreasen. And Andreasen could really use a decent result after having an off in the first race yesterday. So the Saudis are now 4, 5 and 6 behind the Birolats, who are 1, 2 and 3. They are the two best teams here this weekend so far in terms of the race wins. They are the only two chassis providers that have actually taken a win so far this weekend in Gearbox, Birolat or Saudi. So that is a very strong weekend for those two teams, the Italians and the French. And there is a warning flag for Norton Andreasen, obviously making a move that was a little bit too far over the limit as far as the officials were concerned. He gets a warning flag. Norton Andreasen, got to be careful from here on in. Got to make his bid on Marigliano. He's got the two Birolats behind of Leonardo Marcellia and Gavin Lulette. So Ebner trying to close up on Pacini. Pacini trying to close up on Bratuka. Trying to take their time of this as well, because they've got to look after the race as it plays out. But all three of them want the win. Ebner started perfectly, then got passed by Bratuka. Pacini took the same gap and decided to open it up, going to second place. Then there is Spergel, fourth place. Schudding, fifth. Sixth is Carbonell, and Marigliano desperately trying to hang on in front of Andreasen and Marcellia. Here we go. Marcellia is going to try and get alongside Andreasen. He thinks better of it. Tucks back in behind him. 9 laps completed. 4 to go. Great overtaking moves everywhere you look. Looks like a great overtaking move into the first corner from Paul Ribera on Filippo Nuccioni. So he got through and manages to make his way to 16th place. So battles everywhere you look here. Not the easiest racetrack to negotiate. The drivers are learning that the hard way. But certainly in the gaggle of karts behind the top 6, it's a really interesting spread of drivers. Bratuka, Pacini, Ebner. Then it is Spergel, Schudding and Carbonell. Here's Alex Marigliano in the Drago course, very fast in qualifying, struggling to keep the tyres at temperature in the race by the look of it. So now Andreasen and Marcellia are going to be very much trying to get their way past the Drago course, and there's no resistance at all there as Andreasen loses out to both Birolats in the end. Marcellia and Lulette both managed to come through. So big frustration for Norton Andreasen. That drops the Swede to 10th place. The Tony kart is quick, but it just doesn't seem quick enough. So a big frustration for the Swede now, as both Marcellia and Gavin Lulette manages to get through into position. So now they are going to continue. Christian Bratuka in front of Alessio Pacini and Moritz Ebner. They all three come through the line together. Now Brandon Nielsen and Gilles Savico are just outside the top 10, but they're starting to gain an impression on it. So these continue. This is Spergel versus Schudding. Oh no, sorry, this is Schudding versus Carbonell, because Spergel has managed to pull out a decent gap. Christian Bratuka, another fastest lap for him. All three Birolats on the back straight. There is Spergel, and there's Schudding versus Carbonell. 5th and 6th place, these two teammates. So an interesting battle of wits at the moment. Interestingly, that the 9 drivers out of 10 in the top 10 all have this new air hole Nassau panel that was created a couple of seasons ago, created at the end of last year, I should say. They've all got the air hole on the Nassau panel, and 10th place is the Tony kart with the new fairly traditional hot dog bun groove. The last lap has begun, and for Christian Bratuka, this is pretty much perfect. His second weekend in the European Championship as a KZ2 driver. Prolific in junior, prolific in OK. And here he is in KZ2. He is leading the way in front of his teammates Alessio Pacini and Moritz Ebner, and he is going to be unbeaten after 2 races. So Christian Bratuka setting himself up for a fantastic job here at Cremona. And if he continues there in the top positions, then it could completely transform the European Championship title fight. Here is Christian Bratuka out of the final turn in front of Pacini and Ebner. Checkered flag, Birolat, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Christian Bratuka, Alessio Pacini and Moritz Ebner all very happy indeed with that. How about that, a formation finish as they roll through. The photographers will be snapping like crazy and sending the bill directly to Ronnie Sala. That was very nice indeed for Christian Bratuka, finally starting to prove that he does have the talent, he does have the skill. There's been so much disappointment and so much bad luck thrown his way over the years. And now finally he seems to be coming together for a very good run and a very solid effort as they continue to charge forward. So Bratuka, Pacini and Ebner It is the perfect hat-trick trio for the Birolart squad as they continue on their way forward. But obviously, there are still 3 races to go per driver in the KZ2 field. So Christian Bratuka has 3 more chances to pull the gap further, or 3 more chances to let it slip. So after the 3rd race of the rotation, qualifying heat C versus F, it's 3 Italians and 3 Birolarts. Christian Bratuka, Alessio Piccini and Moritz Ebner in the top 3. Then it is Matthias Spergel, Flint Schöring and Arthur Carbonell for CBB Sport. Alex Marigliano in the Drago course from Leonardo Marsiglia, Gavin Lulette and Norton Andreasen. Brandon Nilsson in front of Jenny Civico from Jacob Bergmeister and Siim Liedmar. Sinian Galassin and Paul Ribera in front of Filippo Nuccioni and the Birolart KSW kart of Lucas Reybok. 19th place going the way of Paul Lussier in the end, ahead of Adrian Janicki and Ken Algra. Matthias Torrigiani ahead of Karol Pazovic, Paolo Castagnetti and Fotis Soteropoulos. Just 2 retirements in the end. Clement Pierrat on lap 2, and on the very opening lap we also had Alessio Foresto. So, good battling so far in KZ2. It's been pretty frenetic and pretty exciting. But now we get the big show. The KZ European Championship. This is the weekend that obviously we conclude the title fight and the European champions will emerge. We are in for an amazing spectacle in KZ. After yesterday, we knew obviously that Emilian Denner was going to be the favourite coming into the weekend, but Pedro Hiltbrand was the man who won the first heat. The man who got pole position was from Tony Kart. It was the Swede and the reigning world champion, Noah Millell.
Noah Millell, world champion last year and a pole position here at Cremona. That was pretty special out there as qualifying laps go.
Yeah, it was nice. A lot of grip, a lot of rubber, so it's nice to drive here. Yeah.
The Tony Kart seems to have really nailed the setup in terms of getting good traction out of the bends, good top end speed, and it seems that you've been looking after tyres quite well in practice as well.
Yeah, I mean the whole yesterday, all the sessions and today has been good. And the material, the engine, the chassis feels really good at the moment, so we hope for to continue like this, and we will see.
And what a way to continue after the misery of Genk. It didn't go your way at all while trying to come back and defend another title and take a European. So to come here and put it on the top spot, it's nice to know you're going to be trying to bow out of the European Championship your way.
Yeah, I will try my best to achieve a great result here. And like it's track to track, it's a bit different. And like here we experienced the hot weather with a lot of rubber on the track. Like it's a bit of different style of driving, and yeah, it suits me quite nice.
Now the points didn't come for you in Belgium, obviously, but now that they've got a good chance of it at Cremona, this is a good setup surely for Le Mans. I mean, you won the World Championship last year. What if you could do it back to back?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. It would be, I think every driver wants to do something like this because it goes down to the history, but we will try our best and continue this way, and yeah. Thank you.
It's good to see you back at the front, Noah. You really deserve it. Well done.
Thank you, Jake.
So Noah Millell going off pole position for each of the KZ heats this weekend. We had one of them, of course, yesterday in the evening, and what a battle it was. And it saw Pedro Hiltbrand come through for the race victory. He lines up 4th position just to consolidate how strong the Birolart materials are here in Cremona. But Noah Millell got the pole position. The man alongside him on the front row of the grid is Senna van Walstein, the other Sodi kart driver who's been incredibly strong over the weekend thus far. So will be very interesting to see what Senna van Walstein can do. And he was second to Hiltbrand yesterday. So he's got every chance of continuing that sort of mode and giving us plenty of suspense and excitement as the battle continues. But obviously, a lot of things still to play out for here at Cremona, and definitely a very intense competition still incoming as the drivers quest for position. There are 32 drivers here this weekend, or 31 drivers I should say, sorry, here this weekend in the KZ European Championship. It's a great continuation of things. In the warm-up this morning as well, you'll never guess who was quickest. Oh well, you might. Pedro Hiltbrand, the Birolart, so quick at Cremona at the moment. But the second quickest chassis in KZ appears to be Tony Kart, because they managed to get a couple of their drivers towards the sharp end. Certainly in time qualifying, Millell came up with the goods. But in the race yesterday, it was Pedro Hiltbrand that took the win in front of Senna van Walstein and Noah Millell, ahead of his teammates Puhaka, Tarpanen, Kamplese and Valtonen. Paolo Ippolito, who is fighting for the European Championship along with Matteo Vigano. Those two actually ended up 8th and 9th in the first heat yesterday in front of Francesco Salenta. Jeremy Iglesias and Maran Kramers, former world champions, were just outside the top 10. Stan Pex, Michele Fontana and Emilion Denner completing the top 15, which are, of course, point-scoring positions in the final. 1 minute to go. So an interesting one. And there's quite a few drivers that ended up really struggling over the course of yesterday. We had retirements from Riccardo Longhi and Valerio Giambattista, but Jorid Pex was only able to come home 27th in the end. Lorenzo Travasanuto struggled after a tough race and then a penalty which dropped him to 23rd. Alex Orlando looked like he had no pace at all in the first heat yesterday. Hopefully that's been cured in the CRG, because he's now looking at 21 points from the first race. And even Adrien Renaudin in his Tony Kart was not able to maximise the same sort of speed that his teammates got. He was 17th, so a lot of big names further down the order than ever expected to be seen. So qualifying heat 2 then for KZ is definitely going to be an interesting one. Is this going to be a reset button for some of the teams to try and get themselves back into a competitive position? Certainly a few of the drivers will be hoping so, because it's definitely been a challenge up to this point. But here we go. The second ever KZ race around Cremona. And that's in any discipline, anywhere around the world. So that's a very big challenge for the drivers. And they're ready for an exciting battle. Here we go. Noah Millell and Senna van Walstein from Tuka Tarpanen and Pedro Hilbrand. Juho Valtonen and Simo Pohaka from Paolo Ippolito and Riccardo Longhi. Then Emilion Denner and Lorenzo Camplese from Francesco Salenta and Jeremy Iglesias. Stan Pex and Matteo Vigano from Maran Kramers and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Davide Fore and Michele Fontana from Jorid Pex and Victor Gustafsson. Louis Speck and Johan Sogel. Adrien Renaudin and Quentin Borja from Alex Orlando, Mario Lubic, Joshua Fife, Matteo Segre, Luis Ponsauro, Nicola Cogato and Valerio Giambattista. 31 drivers, all under pressure to perform. They all want to make sure they get the best of it. But it's a very tricky situation now for the competitors. They all want to be up at the sharp end. They all want to get the most out of their package. But obviously there's a lot of pressure in KZ. This is the pinnacle. This is the Formula One of karting. And these guys all want to put on a really spectacular show. With Noah Millell on pole position, Senna van Walstein second. Dutchman hoping for a really strong start from the front row of the grid. It's actually a little bit of an advantage in gearbox racing to be on the racing line and getting the good start, although on the main straight you can be a little bit more flexible than usual. At the end of the day, it all comes down to the launch, and you've got to make sure you're in a very good position from the get-go. Not easy to position this kart in the right parts of the circuit throughout, but certainly Pedro Hilbrand in front of Senna van Walstein and Noah Millell in the interim rankings standings after the win yesterday. For Pohaka, Tarpanen, Camplese, Valtonen and Ippolito. So of the title contenders, certainly Paolo Ippolito looks best placed, although in actuality it could end up being Pedro Hilbrand if he continues to keep his form. That will suddenly become a shoe-in to challenge for the European Championship, and that's why he wants to get another win under his belt. Because the top three drivers in Genk may well not have anything to do with this title fight if Pedro Hilbrand has any say in the matter. Tuka Tarpanen, though, third position on the grid for the young Finn, the reigning OK world champion. There is Valtonen alongside his teammate Simo Pohaka. Paolo Ippolito, title contender, alongside Riccardo Longhi. And then you've got the number 7, Emilion Denner, the man who won last time out in Genk. But can he keep this together? Alongside Camplese, then Salenta and Iglesias, Pex and Vigano. Is this finally going to be the year for Matteo Vigano? Well, he's got a little bad luck up to this point. Here we go, lights on. We are ready to go racing now. Perfect start from Van Walstein. He charges ahead of Noah Millell and Hilbrand through into third place. On a spin from Pohaka. Pohaka spins into turn 1. Now, I didn't see if there was any contact. I don't think there was. I think Pohaka just lost it into the first corner. So Simo Pohaka drops it, and he's not the only one. That's Adrien Renaudin. Renaudin's gone at turn 3. What a disastrous start for Tony Kart. So it's all gone wrong. Tarpanen's lost a few places as well off the start. So a very tricky first lap for the Tony Kart factory team, as Van Walstein has got Noah Millell all over the back of him. There's Renaudin getting going again. But it's too late. He is now down at the back. So Van Walstein, Millell and Hilbrand, just as it was in race 1 yesterday. And Millell trying to cover Hilbrand's move. So Now Van Walstein runs in the lead of the race. The Dutchman in the Sodi kart just holding this together. Watch Hiltbrand though, he's going to get quite hungry for the movers further back. Longi is going to try and get past Valtonen. Then it's Camplese, Denner, Tarpanen, Vigano, Ippolito and Stan Pex. So Emilian Denner having a much better Saturday than he did a Friday. Millel diving for the inside to move past Van Walstein, who blocks the line and covers him off. So Millel looking very determined already on this opening couple of laps. Dives again for Van Walstein. Van Walstein keeps the car just wide enough. But it's all getting very frustrating for the Swede in second place. The man who won the World Championship at Kristianstad last season has into the pits. Comes the 90, that is Valerio Giambattista. He will retire. So Giambattista, I'm afraid, is out of the race. But meanwhile, it is still Van Walstein holding on in front of Millel and Hiltbrand. Valtonen's catching them now in fourth place. So this could become a quartet battling for the win rather than a trio. Longi and Camplese quite close to each other further back. And Emilian Denner. Millel again tries on Van Walstein. Again, the Dutchman covers him off. So aggressive in the defense from Senna Van Walstein. He does not want another victory for anybody other than a Sodi driver whose name is Senna. So Senna Van Walstein with that amazing dual helmet design. One side it's his own personal preference, the other side it is the design of the man he's named after, Ayrton Senna da Silva, a great kart racer in his own right. Senna Van Walstein still leads in the Sodi kart. Millel second, Hiltbrand third. Both of them world champions before. And Millel and Hiltbrand certainly getting quite hungry, sat there in second and third. This is the hairpin coming up where we see so many overtakes. Van Walstein knows that Millel's going to be trying. He covers the move again. Third lap in succession. Matteo Vigano now running in ninth place. He's got past Ippolito. And that's quite an important overtake because Vigano wants to take more points away from Ippolito. But certainly at the moment, Hiltbrand and Van Walstein are catching up in the points tally. Interesting, that conversation I had with Noah Millel earlier. He obviously states that he's focusing really only on Le Mans. Oh, and that's Tarpanen! Tarpanen! Took Tarpanen out of the race in the final bend. Devastating for the reigning OK World Champion. Oh, and that's the 92 off as well. That is Michele Fontana. So I think the two of them might have had a tangle together. But certainly Fontana is out of the race in the same breath as Tuukka Tarpanen. Millel trying to get through still. But I'm afraid Tuukka Tarpanen, a big accident on the final corner. I say a big accident, certainly there was a lot of damage to the left front. So Tuukka Tarpanen out of the race here at Cremona. And Michele Fontana, it's a completely different incident actually to Tuukka Tarpanen because Fontana has gone off on the barriers in the end of the second sector going into the third sector. And Tarpanen's kart is off in the background in the final bend. Fortunately, it's out of harm's way enough that the race can continue without yellow flags. So Van Walstein ahead of Millel and Hiltbrand. Then it is Valtonen. Fifth place for Longi, sixth place for Camplese. Then Vigano, Ippolito, Gustafsson and Pex. So some very interesting battles continuing on their way. Ippolito sets the fastest lap of the race, proving he's still a title contender in the Kart Republic chassis. This is a long weekend now for the KZs. They only get one qualifying heat. After this one, Millel dives into Van Walstein and they tangle! Van Walstein and Millel collide. Noah Millel's chances of victory in Cremona go up in tatters. The Swede is out. Van Walstein continues. Van Walstein was not going to give any room at all. Millel tried, Van Walstein relinquished, and they're both off the road. Pedro Hiltbrand given the gates of Valhalla to charge through to victory again. Millel is out. Devastating for the world champion. But Pedro Hiltbrand is in the lead to Valtonen and Longi. Once again, Birolart darts through to victory lane. Unless Valtonen can increase the attack and take on Pedro Hiltbrand. Well, devastating for Millel and Van Walstein. But Pedro Hiltbrand is grinning all the way to the bank. Loving it out in front. Valtonen in second, Longi in third, Camplese in fourth. So Riccardo Longi running in third position. He is, of course, the reigning European champion. But after he was excluded from the meeting at Genk, he cannot retain the title. But he can potentially assist his teammate, Pedro Hiltbrand, to get his own European Championship title won. What a fantastic opportunity. And it's worth bearing in mind that in European racing at the KZ, it's been quite an interesting battle all the way through. But considering that we've had a World Championship title won in the KZ category before by various drivers in the field, the one title that has always eluded Pedro Hiltbrand is KZ1. He's won in KZ2, he's won in OK. He has never been able to get a title under his belt in the KZ1 category. He's come close several times before. He's won races. He's never become a European or world champion in the KZ category. This could be his moment. Denied so many times before, now could be his opportunity. Van Waalstein, fair play to him, he got going again and he's in 7th place. I'm afraid he was looking for a miracle this weekend, that was the quote I got from him, but I'm afraid it's turned into a nightmare once again. It looks like we've had another off further round the course. I couldn't quite make out who that was, but I think that is that's Emilion Denner. Emilion Denner's off the road. I didn't see what happened there, but the championship leader, Emilion Denner, is off at Marshall Post 7, as up on the inside. That is the move from Vigano. Vigano charges through on Camplese. So Matteo Vigano, having seen his championship rival Emilion Denner fly off the road and retire, Vigano is on the charge, and he's up to 4th with Ippolito in 6th. This is game on for the European Championship. But Emilion Denner is out of the race, the championship leader. I didn't see what happened. We didn't have it on our screen, I don't think. But Emilion Denner is out. It's the car that's off in the background by this hairpin. So devastating for the Sodi kart driver. And the man who was looking good to become European champion. There he is. Emilion Denner out of the race in Heat 2. And that blows the championship fight wide open. Devastating for the Frenchman. He can't believe it. He had a miserable day yesterday. He was having a much better run today. But it's all come undone. And Matteo Vigano is now in 4th place, chasing down his teammate, Riccardo Longhi. I mean, I say teammate, they are in satellite and factory operations, the two of them. Matteo Vigano, of course, running in the Leclerc by Lennox awning, run by Jordan Lennox Lamb. And Riccardo Longhi in the Birolart, run by Ronnie Sala, of course. They are essentially in the same operation. Satellite team and factory team, they have the same equipment. And obviously one is under the name of the Charles Leclerc by Lennox brand. So Pedro Hiltbrand leads the way, Valtonen 2nd. And watch Longhi versus Vigano. Vigano suddenly got some fire in his belly. Having seen Denner off the road, he's gone, right, I'm never going to get a better opportunity to win the European Championship. Here I come, I'm going for it. And Paolo Ippolito there in 6th position. Also will be very grateful for the fact that he's running in the top 6 compared to his rival Emilion Denner, who's out of the race. So big drama once again here at Cremona, this time in KZ. And Riccardo Longhi hanging on in front of Matteo Vigano, but Vigano has 1 lap to get past him into 3rd place. Here we go, last lap for Hiltbrand. What a weekend the Spanish superstar is having. It's been absolutely extraordinary from him over the course of the weekend. Really has got himself into a great position. Just a stunning performance from him so far. Really has been extraordinary. And now we're going to continue to see how things continue to progress for him. You've got to remember that so far so good for Pedro Hiltbrand. He has tasted victory in pretty much every category of karting up to this point. He was the winner in the OK European Championship back in 2016, but he has not yet taken a KZ title. This could finally be the year. He's looking good. 2 wins out of 2 for Pedro Hiltbrand in the Birolart. He's won everything there is to win in the world of FIA karting except the KZ title in either Europe or the World Championship. So this could be a really important moment for Pedro Hiltbrand. While the others fell around him, Denner out, Tarpanen out. And then, of course, the collision between Noah Millel and Senna van Waalstein. The title contenders behind him. Ippolito and Vigano in the top 6, but Denner out. Vigano got 3rd on the last lap. I didn't see it, but Matteo Vigano actually got 3rd on the last lap. So Matteo Vigano did steal 3rd place from Riccardo Longhi on the final turn. And that puts him 3rd place. Amazing from Matteo Vigano. And that means he is definitely in contention for the title now. Because what that does to the overall rankings is that Hilbrand is now leading it. Van Walstein and Valtonen are now both on 9 points. Complese is on 11. Vigano is now on 12. So Pedro Hilbrand, what a start. 2 wins out of 2 for the Birolart man from Spain. Juho Valtonen second, from Matteo Vigano in third. Ricardo Longhi is fourth, from Lorenzo Complese and Paolo Ippolito. Senna Van Walstein in Victor Gustafsson, from Francesco Salenta and Stan Pex. Jeremy Iglesias and Lorenzo Travasanuto, who fought up to 12th place. Marijn Kramers and Davide Fore from Jorrit Pex and Alex Irlando. Then Johan Sogel in front of the German talent Mario Lübeck in the Tony Kart factory operation. 19th place, a bit of a struggle in the end, but Quentin Vodoria has come through as the leading wildcard. So Quentin Vodoria in front of the Australian Joshua Fife. Then Simo Pohaka down in 21st after his spin at turn 1. Nicolo Cogato, Luis Speck, Luis Ponsaudo and Matteo Segre in front of a devastated Adrien Renaudin. But look at the list of retirements. Emilion Denner, Noah Millel, Tuka Tarpanen, along with Michele Fontana and Valerio Giambattista. Big drama here in KZ at Cremona. And the drama is only going to continue to be written because now we're going to get back into the action for KZ2 once again. We saw proper fireworks and the first rotation of the day. And now we're going to get to see another in the third rotation of the weekend, the second for KZ2. A lot of speculative conversation, I'm sure, down there in the KZ lineup as the drivers have come into the weighbridge. But what a challenge, what a battle it's been. And an absolutely extraordinary situation in KZ. But it's so far so good for Pedro Hilbrand, who only needs to finish 9th or better in the race coming up today. In fact, he needs 8th or better. He needs 8th or better from the third race. And he will be pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Perfect opportunity for Pedro Hilbrand. And he will be absolutely ecstatic with the way things are currently going. He doesn't need to stress. So let's talk about this Cremona circuit. It's the first time it's ever been used for international racing. And seeing as how we've just watched him in action, let's ride on board with Paolo Ippolito as he battles for the title in Europe. So coming off the final turn, you obviously have to get good speed down towards the first corner. You're carrying an awful lot of pace through these first couple of corners, but look, that black line, you've got to stay on it all the way through these turns. Look how much rubber there actually is on the road as Paolo Ippolito getting himself knitted through each of these long flowing hairpins. The piff path, left and then right. You've got a lot of rubber down here. You've got to get the exit just right. Down the back straight and into heavy braking. Lot of rubber laid down here. You can see it as Paolo Ippolito comes through. And look what it's doing to the tyre itself as you're getting an awful lot of rubber pickup on the wheel as well. And you've got a lot of steering wheel movement as you try and get the kart nice and smooth. You've got to coax it through each apex. It requires a very delicate balance of poise. And then you come up to this final corner, which is a very fast square right-hander. Back onto the main straight. Very tricky to get this place right. And it's worth noting, of course, as well, that here at Cremona, there's an awful lot of pressure to get it wrong because obviously you've got very little room to maneuver. On the line, there is an amazing quantity of grip. Off the line, and we're talking 2 to 3 centimetres off the line, there's practically no grip at all. You've either got two options: be bolted to the racetrack like a slot car, or suddenly find yourself like a drunk dad at a wedding, blindfolded with roller skates. You've got no chance at all of trying to save the kart, and it gets very tricky when you come off the racing line. So, qualifying heat A versus D in the KZ2 category is up next, and it's their man again, Arvid Lindblad, on the front row of the starting grid. In fact, there's actually pressure on both the shoulders of the guys on the front row because Arvid Lindblad has got Tim Gerhards lining up behind him. Both of these two have struggled at the start in yesterday's races, and we saw earlier a couple of problems for Arvid Lindblad as well. But Tim Gerhards in particular, he's never been this high up in an FIA karting weekend before. He's totally deserved it, and it's great to see him up there. But the pressure is going to be immense for him to try and overtake Arvid Lindblad on the run to the first corner. The only thing he's got in terms of an advantage over Lindblad is that he has more practice with standing starts than Arvid Lindblad does. So he's got a better chance of getting to the first corner first if it all goes according to plan. But there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these two front row men. Third place on the grid, Danilo Albanese, who ended up getting caught up in the sluggish start of Lindblad last time. and ended up spinning around. So a big problem for Danilo Albanese in the previous race. Hopefully, it's going to go much better for him this time. Alongside him on the grid, Giorgio Carrara. The Lenzo kart is absolutely flying this weekend. 2 top 5 finishes so far for the Argentine. And he looks very strong indeed here at Cremona. He could well come up with a podium if he just keeps it together, keeps the consistency sky high. Third row of the grid, Giuseppe Palomba is going to be there, hoping for a much better result than he got last time. But then again, he ended up tangling through the course of the race with Arvid Lindblad, and that obviously dropped him down the order. Alongside him on the grid, Robert Kinderwarter, the German talent. He is there on the third row of the starting grid. Fourth row is Oscar Target, the Australian. He is there in 7th place on the starting grid. He got rather unfortunately held up at the start as well and ended up tangling with Albanese. Had it not been for that, he could well have finished in the top 3 in the previous heat. So that's obviously going to be on his mind. Luigi Di Lorenzo is alongside him on the grid in the Modena-based Pirelli chassis. Then Jean Nomblo will be on the 5th row of the starting grid. And alongside the Frenchman, it is Michael Paparo in the Praga. 6th row of the grid, it'll be a pair of German talents. Max Paul in the DR, the wild card, alongside Julius Bernhardt, Yannick Julius Bernhardt in the Maranello. And then on the 7th row of the grid, it is going to be the Estonian Markus Kajak. He'll line up beside Marek Skriven of the Czech Republic. And then we're also going to have Henry Johnstone, the Australian, who I know has got the Australian fan base religiously tuning in back home in the Antipodean Isles. And alongside him on the grid, it is the Frenchman Jérémy Pontaine. And then we have Christian Abulin and Kirill Smal together on the 9th row of the grid ahead of Mark Negruzza and Andrea Boseto. Here we go, qualifying heat A versus D in KZ2 once again. And the drivers will battle for supremacy. Here we go. Arvid Lindblad and Tim Gerhardt on the front row from Danilo Albanese and Giorgio Carrara. Giuseppe Palomba and Robert Kinderwarter from Oscar Target and Luigi Di Lorenzo from Jean Nomblo and Michael Paparo. Max Paul and Yannick Julius Bernhardt from Markus Kajak and Marek Skriven. Henry Johnstone and Jérémy Pontaine from Christian Abulin and Kirill Smal. Then Mark Negruzza and Andrea Boseto from Antoine Babarou and Kasper Nadolski. Salvatore Toscano and Maciej Kikowski. Nathan Schaap, Matt De Plus, Jaime Cortez and Joseph Valente. So everybody gearing themselves up for another exciting and frenetic start in KZ2. Looks like it's going to be a really interesting and intriguing battle all the way throughout. So everybody going to be putting on a bit of a show now as the drivers gearing themselves up for another great spectacle. We've got 3 races for KZ2 before our lunch break pause. And that's going to be a little over an hour. We'll have plenty of opportunities to showcase some of the highlights from previous encounters. So it's going to be really exciting to see how the battles continue to progress. So the drivers gearing themselves up once again, ready for another solid battle out there on the course. Weaving from side to side, trying to get the heat into the tyres once more. So important off the start. Drivers will want to be in position now. Salvatore Toscano appears to be absent from the grid. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there to Salvatore Toscano, but he has not taken up the start of this one. I think we're going to have to figure out what's happened there to the young man from Malta in the start of the next race, but certainly the Lenzo kart driver not present on the grid for this one. His teammate Giorgio Carrara is, but sounds like there's been some issue of some kind for Salvatore Toscano. I wonder if he's got too badly damaged to his kart to be able to continue until the next race. Either that or whether he's missed the starting gate, whether he's had a problem, we're not entirely sure. We'll try and pick up that story a little bit later on. Here we come to the grid. Lindblad and Gerhardt. A very pleasing sight on the front row of the starting grid. 2 new faces in KZ2 up on the front row of the grid. Lindblad and Gerhardt. Then you can see Albanese and Carrara. Behind is Palomba and Kinderwarter. Target and De Lorenzo. And then Nomblo and Paparo. Paul and Julius Bernhardt. Kajak and Skriven. Johnstone and Pontaine. Abulin and Smal. Waiting for the last couple of drivers. They're in position on the grid now. The green flag flies and we're going to get the lights going on. When they go out, we'll be racing here at Cremona once again. And it's a good start from Gerhardt. Oh, Albanese and Palomba have tangled. Trying to avoid Lindblad and off the road into the barriers. A big moment there for the 312. I think that's, well, it's one of the Pirellards. I think that might be Albanese gone off with him. Well, I couldn't quite see who it was that went off with him, but Kirill Smal has had a problem. He's dropped to the back. And there's a Sodi kart with no front fairing. That's the 416. So it's problems there, I'm afraid. Oh, who is that? That's Mark Negruzza. Albanese walks away. I couldn't figure out which of the Pirellards it is that's gone off there. I think it's Kinderwarter. So I think it might be it is Kindervater. So Kindervater and Albanese, I'm afraid, out of the race. So big problems for them as into the pits comes Kirill Smal. He's retiring. Arvid Lindblad, where did he drop to? 4th place, and it's Giorgio Carrara that leads the race in front of Tim Gerhards. So Carrara leads as we watch Max Paul battling away with Marcus Kayak. Kayak on the curb, trying to come through. Oh, big slide from Papado as he tries to get through on the inside. He's going to lose out to Di Lorenzo. Di Lorenzo comes through. So Luigi Di Lorenzo now comes up into position. Michael Papado is held back. And Lindblad has dropped to 6th place now behind Palomba and Target. So Palomba and Target have both managed to get through into position. I am so impressed with Oscar Target this weekend. There he is. The man who has it on his helmet as well as his name badge. So Oscar Target looking really strong. The Australian really getting on with things in KZ2 now. But Tim Gerhards runs 2nd in front of Jean Nomblo, and they're trying to close up on Carrara, and that is a retirement from Maciej Kikowski. So Maciej Kikowski in the Schumacher chassis, I'm afraid, is out. So lap 3, breathe, take a bit of a moment to assess the situation, and Arvid Lindblad finds himself P6. But once again, not a great start for the SP Motorsport driver. Amazing battles through the field as drivers are really trying to get stuck in, but Giorgio Carrara in the Lenzo car leads the race, and that is going to be such an achievement for the Argentine and the whole crew to come up with a victory. So a lot of retirements on that opening lap then, I'm afraid, because we lost Albanese, Kindervater, Smal and Mark Nagurutza. So big problems all the way through. But out in front, Giorgio Carrara leads Gerhards and Nomblo. Palomba in 4th, Target in 5th, Lindblad in 6th. Then it's Julius Bernhardt running in front of Paul. Then Kayak, Papado, Potain, Johnstone, Di Lorenzo and Habulin. Oscar Target now dropping back a little way from Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba's going after the top 3. Target under a little bit of pressure now from Lindblad. So Lindblad is going to try and get back on terms with him down the back straight. A little bit of a wobble there from Palomba. Palomba having an issue trying to get through into 3rd place. And that's backed him up into his teammate. So Jean Nomblo obviously defending valiantly from Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba, who's actually got a little bit of damage to the front end of his car, having taken a bit of a clatter into Danilo Albanese. You can see a big scuff mark on Giuseppe Palomba's card as he's come through. You can see the black mark where he's made contact with Albanese's card on the starting line. And now here comes Lindblad diving through on the inside of Target. Thank you very much. 5th place for the British driver. So he gets through, and that's the SP Motorsport Kart Republic on the charge. But Giorgio Carrara in the Lenzo kart is your leader, the young man from Argentina. Going a very good race weekend so far. Lindblad charging after Palomba. But there's your leader, Carrara, Gerhards, Nomblo, Palomba, Lindblad, Target. Then Yannick Julius Bernhardt in the Maranello. Great racing so far. Everywhere you look, there's something to keep an eye on. As Palomba now closes back up to the tail of Jean Nomblo. So Palomba's going to want to get through pretty quickly here. Up to the final turn, because the man who's going to try and take him on this time is once more Arvid Lindblad. Those two clattered into each other in the previous race and both ended up off the road. Palomba continued, Lindblad did not. So Carrara, Gerhards, Nomblo, Palomba, Lindblad. 5 carts separated by a second as they go through. Desperately trying to pick up a little bit of a tow here. Oscar Target in 6th place in the Birolard. But this is really tricky racing now as Yannick Julius Bernhardt has lost a couple of places now to Max Paul and Marcus Kayak. And Michael Papado in the Praga is trying to get through now as well past the German. So it's about timing, it's about discipline, it's about looking after the tyres, not rushing these decisions. Got to be so careful, got to be so focused. All it takes is one wrong move and your weekend is severely compromised. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be Bratuka that leads the rankings after these stints. Ahead of Imborg, Ebner, Pacini, Carrara and Pescador. That's the top 6 in the rankings at the moment. It's the overall qualifying rankings, I should point out. But Giorgio Carrara is looking to come through with a victory in a very strong position where he needs to be. So excellent work so far. The battle's continuing on their way. But Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, up on the inside. Oh, Nomblo was having a look there on Gerhards. Tried to get through, doesn't want to wait around. So Nomblo still hunting to try and make the overtaking move happen. Carrara, Gerhards, Nomblo, Palomba, Lindblad and Target. Down the straight, up towards first corner once again. 7 laps completed, 6 to go. And Giorgio Carrara having a very solid run here in front of Tim Gerhards and Jean Nomblot. 4th place for Giuseppe Palomba. And Arvid Lindblad and Oscar Target. Max Paul, Marcus Kayak, Michael Paparo, and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Back straight. Carrara is not really able to get away from Tim Gerhards. The safety car putting him under massive pressure. But once again, it's that Achilles heel for both Gerhards and Lindblad, both a little bit weak on the start. So still 22 of the drivers racing around the circuit. We've lost Toscano, who didn't start. Negurutza, Smal, Kindervater and Albanese all off on the opening lap. And Maciej Kukowski pulled off on the second lap. So on lap 9 now. And Giorgio Carrara in front of Gerhards and Nomblot. Oh, this could be an opportunity now as Palomba is under big pressure from Arvid Lindblad. Lindblad is really trying to make it count here on Giuseppe Palomba. Up to the pit path. Left, right, onto the back straight. This is going to get very interesting for somebody who's prepared to make the dive and take the risk. The problem is Lindblad has already had a DNF, so as far as he's concerned, he may as well just go for it. And how big a risk does he want to take? And he's actually lost a bit of ground there trying to keep in the position behind Palomba, and he's very much in danger of falling into the clutches of the Australian challenger, Oscar Target. There is Target, right in behind Lindblad, trying his best to come through. So let's see if he can make it happen. Carrara, 4 laps to go for the young man for the Lenzo car team. There is Tim Gerhards, the Surdy kart driver, trying to close up on Carrara before the end of the race is out. Very tricky start to proceedings for him at the moment as he continues to make steady progress. Very tricky at the moment, very tricky. So the competitors still putting on a good show. So we're going to have to see how it all plays out. We're going to have a very interesting run as the competitors continue. Giorgio Carrara, Tim Gerhards, Jean Nomblot, Giuseppe Palomba, and Arvid Lindblad in front of Oscar Target. Max Paul, Marcus Kayak, Michael Paparo, and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. So this is Arvid Lindblad. So now we are going to have an interesting race battle as we continue into the closing 3 laps. Lindblad gets the fastest lap of the race. He's got Target in tow, so he's obviously got to be very careful. But there is still a couple of interesting battles to come here, as obviously drivers are trying to get a little bit more out of the kart in the closing stages. They want to make sure they can push a little bit further on. Giorgio Carrara, Tim Gerhards, Jean Nomblot, Giuseppe Palomba, Arvid Lindblad and Oscar Target. Then Max Paul, Marcus Kayak and Michael Paparo in front of Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Big switch from Lindblad. That's going to cause a bit of an issue for him now. He's going to drop potentially further back. Got to be so careful getting the kart on the line and keeping it there. But it's this freight train of karts. Somebody's got to blink and somebody's got to go for it for everything to change up. They might just decide, you know, this is the best I can get. And certainly for Giorgio Carrara, this is definitely the best he could have hoped for. Leading in front of Gerhards and Nomblot with Palomba, Lindblad and Target in tow. Now we're going to get to see if Palomba's got the opportunity to go for it. Oh, and off the road, that is one of the Schumachers, I'm afraid, going off the circuit. That is the 402 of Matej Prus as down the straight. Palomba defending from Lindblad. He's moving to cover and diving through. Target slices in on Lindblad. Lindblad runs wide. And it's all heavens open for the drivers as it all starts to come together. But what a sensational move from Oscar Target. He now finds himself in 4th position on the last lap. Maxi Paul is in 5th, Lindblad in 6th, and it's absolute skittles further back. But Giorgio Carrara and Tim Gerhards get through without incident. Absolutely incredible what happened to Jean Nomblot. He's dropped to 9th, 3rd. Oh, he's dropped off the road completely. Jean Nomblot is nowhere to be seen. But here comes Giorgio Carrara. Giorgio Carrara will take the victory in front of Tim Gerhards as Jean Nomblot has dropped right down the field. So I'm afraid Jean Nomblot, who had a problem on the last lap, has completely ended his race. I didn't really see what happened. But certainly Jean Nomblot, I'm afraid, is out of the race. He was in 3rd position. And he has dropped to 17th on the last lap. big disappointment for the Frenchman. But for Giorgio Carrara and Tim Gerhardt, it's perfect. Giuseppe Palomba third, in front of his teammate Oscar Target. 5th place for Maxi Paul and 6th place for Arvid Lindblad. Well, great racing once again. Very tricky, very tight, as it usually is. We've definitely ended up with a very exciting battle in the closing stages once again, as more great battles continue to unfold over the course of this weekend. But certainly a few drivers. Jean Nomblo, absolutely enraged. He was looking at 3rd place, gets out of the kart and kicks it. Very frustrated. Well, it can't all go to plan for everybody. Giorgio Carrara takes the win, though, from Tim Gerhardt and Giuseppe Palomba. Oscar Target in 4th, ahead of Max Paul and Arvid Lindblad. Then Marcus Kayak, Michael Paparo, Yannick Julius Bernhardt, and Jeremy Portain. And then Jeremy Portain in front of Luigi De Lorenzo and Christian Abulin. Henry Johnstone and Marek Skriven from Kasper Nadolski and Antoine Babarou. Jean Nomblo, furious in 17th place. Andrea Boseto coming home in 18th place in front of Nathan Sharp and Joseph Valenta. And that's it. Jaime Cortez didn't make the finish, nor did Matisz Prus or Matisz Kikowski. And then Danilo Albanese, Robert Kinderwarter, Kirill Smal and Mark Nagurutsa were all out on the opening lap. Salvatore Toscano didn't even make it to the end of the formation lap because he didn't start. So very frustrating races for several drivers in the field. Robert Kinderwarter is going to be particularly fed up, as is Danilo Albanese of the Kart Republic team. Neither driver wanted to end their race in the first corner barrier. That's exactly where they have. So some frustrating races for several competitors in the field then. And certainly not where they wanted to be. So a fascinating situation as the competitors will continue to gear up. And a fascinating situation for all of the competitors out there. So it's going to be a really interesting situation and a fantastic battle for all of the competitors out there on the course. The 329 is going to now take up residency on the first position of the starting grid. Christian Bratuka, the Italian driver, doing a fantastic job alongside Thomas Imborg, the Frenchman. So Christian Bratuka and Thomas Imborg on the front row of the starting grid, and it'll be interesting to see what those two drivers can do, having already had a victory apiece at least over the course of the weekend. Christian Bratuka, though, looking for a totally unbeaten run. It's certainly looking pretty good for him at the moment, and he's looking to continue his performance at this moment in time, as he wants to continue his fantastic progress leading up to this phase. And Christian Bratuka alongside Thomas Imborg on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Marigliano running on the second row of the grid alongside David Trefelov. And then Matteo Spergel, third row of the starting grid alongside Jean Lulette, the Swiss driver. He'll be lining up there in the 302 in 6th position. Norton Andreasen will line up alongside Jorge Pescador. And then Leonardo Marcellia will be beside Alessio Baldi in the top 10 of the starting grid. So fascinating situations as the race day continues to develop. The race after this one is obviously going to be the qualifying heat, B versus F, and that will be the halfway point coming up to the day's activities. One man we need to keep an eye on, though, who will be starting up in the top 10 is the Swedish talent Norton Andreasen, who's been making good progress since he joined the Tony Kart Factory team in KZ2. I managed to catch up with him over the course of Thursday.
Well, it was quite difficult in Genk in the qualifying. We had good pace all through the practices, but in the qualifying I didn't get the lap I needed, which meant I was starting just outside the top 10 every heat. Managed to get into the top 5, except for one heat, I think, which was quite a reasonable result, I would say. It's all about the start, really, where you end up after the turn 1, and then just building it from there. Well, I think it was a positive change, really, to get to the KZ2 category, because I already done 2.5 years almost in OK, so I felt pretty done with that category. Even though it's a great category still, I enjoy it, but I thought it was time for a change, and yeah, I think it was the best. All the people around me are so helpful and great, and so much experience around me. it really feels great to be in the team. Every time you go into the tent, everybody is working with you to find more speed every time. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. Of course, there's always pressure no matter where you are, but of course there's a bit more when you're in the Tony Kart team. I would say I handle it quite well and don't think about it too much, just focus on the racing really. Well, I think it would be great to be following their path really. Winning titles is what I want to do, and I enjoy karting as much as I always have done in the past as well, so I'm here to stay and I want to win titles. I like the track a lot. It's great flow in the track when you nail the lap. I like the challenge as well with the high grip that this track produces. Of course, it makes your small mistakes even bigger now, but when you get everything right, it's awesome really. The package is really good at the Tony Kart factory team right now. I enjoy it, and the first step really is the qualifying. You need to make a good qualifying and take it from there. But I think we have good chances of a great result here.
So good battles so far then for the competitors in KZ2, and certainly for Norton Andreasen. He's had a very interesting time of it so far as the battles are going to continue. There are some really exciting challenges and some spectacular battles that will just continue to get intense as the race meetings continue. But obviously up at the front end of the field for Christian Bratuka and Thomas Imborg, they will run together at the front row of the starting grid for this one. It's definitely going to be an interesting challenge. Alex Marigliano and David Trevelov together on the second row of the grid. Matteo Spergel and Jean Lulette are together on the third row. Then Norton Andreasen and Jorge Pescador on the fourth row of the grid. Leonardo Marcellia and Alessio Baldi together on row 5. And then Jenny Savico and Ivan Klimenko together on row 6. Sim Liedmar and Chris Harnan are going to be charging their way back from row 7 of the grid. Temperatures rising, continuing to do so as they will gather in intensity over the course of the race battle. But it will be very tricky indeed to figure out how the drivers are going to cope with the increased temperatures as they elevate through the day. We're in for a really exciting challenge for all of the competitors as they gear up and try to make progress. But definitely we're in for a strong challenge and a very interesting battle as things continue to gather in intensity. So the drivers are ready. We're going to be having a very strong challenge for all of the competitors out there on the course. But as we've already seen, drivers are starting to get a little bit frustrated, a little bit tense out there on the course now. So we obviously have to try and figure out how things are going to continue, because it's been quite tricky up to this point so far. A lot of people trying to gather a little bit more pace and a little bit more speed. And obviously they're running out of opportunities to make it count as far as these final few races are concerned. The marshals working very hard indeed to clear the wreckages from the side of the road. There were quite a few in that one, of course. That's why there's a slight pause in proceedings. But we will have 2 heats still to continue as we manage to make more progress here. And so the battles will continue in close proximity. But obviously some great performances so far from everybody as we are having a great run. And everybody wanting to continue the terrific displays that we've had so far from the category. Great to have so many of you with us as the battles have continued to intensify. But it has been a really close battle on the Cremona circuit, which we've obviously come to for the very first time. It really has showcased a little bit of drama and excitement and intensity over the course of these first few races of the weekend. But the qualifying heat for C versus E in KZ2 is up next. Can Christian Bratuka continue his winning streak, or will Thomas Imborg take a win away from him? The drivers come out on course, and it's Christian Bratuka from Thomas Imborg, Alex Marigliano and David Trevelov. Then it is Matteo Spergel and Jean Lulette from Norton Andreasen and Jorge Pescador, Leonardo Marcellia and Alessio Baldi. Then Jenny Savico and Ivan Klimenko, Sim Liedmar and Chris Harnan, Paul Ribera and Tim Troga from Ken Algra and Sam Lulette. Then Paul Lucier and Alexandro Iancu, Clement Pirat and Marco Torman from Adrian Janicki, Jasper Sjoberg, Alessio Foresto, Alexander Rothschild, Fotis Soteropoulos and the Canadian Nicky Taylor. So all the drivers trying to make progress on this outlap and formation lap. They only get once around the course here at Cremona because they come out of the circuit onto the road itself in about the second sector or so. There are the mechanics just getting themselves ready. They can obviously make a little bit of assistance during the race itself, but not by much in all honesty, because the viewing gallery is not the most accessible place in the whole of the karting circuit. So it's a very interesting challenge now for the drivers as they gear themselves up and get ready. And certainly from that front end of the grid, Thomas Imborg versus Christian Bratuka to the first corner is going to be a real challenge. Bratuka is one of the few drivers who has stepped up from the world of OK Junior and OK Direct Drive classes into KZ2 and started to master the starts. So a very interesting situation for him. There's David Trevelov, who really could do with a decent starting position and a decent finishing position this time, because David Trevelov is obviously, having had a DNF, now wants to get into a good position after what has been a very tough race for him. So Bratuka really has got the balance of this Birolart KZ2 machine now as they come off the final corner. A couple of drivers just trying to accelerate quickly out of a almost stopped position so that they can gather a little bit of speed and a little bit of pace from the outset. So drivers to watch out for all the way through this field. In the top 10 in particular, Bratuka and Imborg, both race winners. Marigliano, Trefilov, we always know Trefilov is a very strong competitor. Spergel and Lulette, Andreasen and Pescador, Marcellia, and what about the leading wild card? Alessio Baldi, P10 on the grid. Could be very interesting to see what he can do as he charges his way forward. There's Trefilov alongside Marigliano. And there is Jean Lulette, currently starting up alongside Matteo Spergel. But the last couple of drivers now creeping into position on the green. The green flag flies to the back of the field. Red flag comes away. The red lights come on. And it's time to go racing again at Cremona in KZ2. Let's do it! Great start from Bratuka. Perfect launch. Not a lot that can be done there by Thomas Imborg to get alongside. He has to coattail in second place. And everybody else gets through. Trevelov with a great start. He beats Marigliano off the line. The field gaggles away together. It's a little bit of argy-bargy in the middle of the pack by the look of it. Drivers trying to make some progress. Desperately trying to go for a move or two here or there in the hope that they can make some progress. Looks like everybody's still together. Trefilov on the inside and gets past Thomas Imborg very early. So Trefilov into second place. Now he's going to try and catch up after Christian Bratuka. But certainly for David Trefilov, that is the perfect move. Oh, and that's retirement for Sam Lulette, possibly. Sam Lulette, he manages to get the kart started again as Paul Ribera takes a warning flag. So Sam Lulette has rejoined the field down at the back, but it's Bratuka a long way clear of the second place man, David Trevelov. 1.5 seconds back already. As up the inside comes the wild card. That is the 417 of Alessio Baldi. Having a terrible start this time, I'm afraid. So he's tried to make his way further forward. But Alessio Baldi really struggling on the start. So Paul Ribera has the warning flag after the first lap. Oh, a bit of a slide through from Marigliano. He gets through on the inside of Imborg, and so too does Spergel. So Imborg has lost 2 places now to Marigliano in the Drago course and to Spergel in the CBB Sport Kart. So Marigliano up to 3rd place once again behind Trevelov, but they are just dropping like a stone behind the German racer in 2nd place. So Marigliano hoping to hold on, but the first 2 are already well gone. Bratuka, Trevelov, Marigliano defending from Spergel and Imborg on lap 3. So Marigliano clearly has no confidence in his pace. He seems to be slipping back every time. Oh, and off of the road he goes. That's enough for Spergel to get through. So Marigliano recovers, but he's got to try and hold off Imborg and Lulette. Oh, and there's contact between Imborg and Pescador. Pescador goes off the road, so does Chris Harnan. As 2 or 3 drivers taking and avoiding action there. Big problems in KZ2, and it's the concertina effect. It's the chain reaction that causes these issues to occur. So Pescador now finds himself down in 17th. That is a real shame for him. What about Chris Harnan? Well, he got going again, but I think he's down at the back. So Chris Harnan in real trouble in the Stanpex Motorsport machine. He's come through the 321, way down the field. Well, he's down to 13th, is Chris Harnan, so not quite where he wanted to be, really. 320 has got a warning flag. That is Now the 320, I've got a feeling that's going to be one of the drivers that ended up falling off the road. Yes, it is. It's Jorge Pescador. So Pescador gets a warning flag for his troubles. Meanwhile, we've got a nice battle brewing. This is Jean Lulette in front of Norton Andreasen. Then Leonardo Marcellia in front of Ivan Klimenko. Genis Civico lining up in 10th. Then Lussier, Liedmar, Harnen, Troga, Tormund, Baldi, Pescador and Algra. But so far so good for Bratuka and Trevelov up front. And even in third place, Matthias Spergel is now pulling away from Alex Marigliano. So Marigliano doing a good job in the Drago Corsa. But Imborg and Lulette are behind. Now this is Klimenko versus Civico, or at least it was. They work their way through the hairpins. Now it's Klimenko and Civico. Civico trying to get his way through on the inside of the young man from Ukraine. In through the left, in through the right, onto the back straight. Trying desperately not to run out too wide. Civico throwing his kart through the apexes at the moment behind Klimenko. But Klimenko still holding on to it at the moment. Some great battles, some great challenges. Still fighting on. Is up to the tight corners at the end of the lap for drivers in the mid-pack. There is Andreasen still hustling in behind Jean Lulette. But Lulette has a much better run off the turn. There is the battle for fourth. Marigliano versus Imborg. On lap 6 out of 13. 8 laps to go. So just Paul Ribera out of the race by the look of it. Ribera actually had a problem on the opening lap, and not only did he get a warning flag, but he ended up retiring from the race on the opening tour as well. So problems then for Paul Ribera. Meanwhile, there's problems elsewhere. That's 2, 3, 4 karts involved in that one. That's up at turn 4, and that is Ivan Klimenko and Genis Civico. And they're not the only ones involved. That's the Sodi of the 361. I'm afraid that is game over for Paul Lussier. So Lussier got caught up in it. I think obviously when Klimenko tangled in there with Civico, there was nowhere for Paul Lussier to go. He ended up just tangling in with them, I'm afraid. So big problems for Lussier. His race over, and Klimenko and I'm afraid Klimenko and Civico are out of the race. And that is a big disaster for Civico. He tried to get started again, but the car is too badly damaged to continue, so he's out of it. As up the inside, that's the 307 getting through. That is Imborg, managing to fight his way back past Marigliano. So Imborg now comes up to 4th place. Gets through on Alex Marigliano. Jean Lulette is the next one to try and take on the Drago course, who protects valiantly on the inside line. But there's Bratuka. 7 laps done, 6 to go, and it looks absolutely flawless for the Birolart factory driver. He's had so much bad luck over the years, but he has remained loyal. He has remained faithful to his Birolart team in the last couple of seasons, and it's being rewarded handsomely with a terrific drive. So still the battle continues, and the drivers will quest forward. Having an amazing run of it. Dive down the inside from Jean Lulette. Alex Marigliano going well. Norton Andreasen, 7th position. In front of Leo Marcellia, Chris Harnen and Siim Liedmar. And then Tim Troga in front of Alessio Baldi, Marco Tormund, and then it is Ken Algra in front of Jorge Pescador. So Adrian Janicki in front of the 414 of Alexander Rotsov. Trevelov still running very smoothly in 2nd position at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy in P2. Ahead of Matthias Spergel. Then Imborg, Marigliano, Lulette, Andreasen, Marcellia, Harnen and Baldi. So Bratuka and Trevelov running well in front of Matthias Spergel. They continue to battle away in position. Imborg, Marigliano and Jean Lulette. So Norton Andreasen, 7th position at the moment, just trying to get himself into the top 6 if it's at all possible. So the quest continues, the battle rages. A very tricky situation. Oh, and that's off the road for Siim Liedmar. Siim Liedmar's gone off the road there. That's disappointing for the Estonian. He's gone off on the approach to the 3rd sector. And that's on the exit of the hairpin at the end of the back straight. So very disappointing end to the race there. Back into the 10th lap. Bratuka in front of Trevelov and Spergel. Then Imborg, Marigliano, I should say, and then Jean Lulette in front of Andreasen, Marcellia, Harnen and Alessio Baldi, who I have to say, fair play to Baldi, he has worked his way back into 10th position once again. after a very tricky start. Alessio Baldi really going well and continues to be the lead wildcard in this qualifying heat. He dropped all the way down the order. He's worked his way back. 2 laps to go. Next time by, as Christian Bratuka continues his running position. 3 laps remaining for him. Trefilov, Spergel, Imborg and Marigliano. Jean Lulette still hanging on in front of Norton Andreasen. These are the 2 guys we're watching on screen. Both part of the Tony Kart factory team. Both wanting to step up to the big show next year. But both obviously wanting to prove to the rest of the team that they're the man to get that opportunity. They come through once again. Moving around on the far side. So Bratuka, Trefilov, Spergel, Imborg, Marigliano. And then we've got Lulette in front of Andreasen. Now Andreasen seems to have lost a bit of ground there. So Andreasen has a little bit of gap to play with. And in behind Andreasen is Leonardo Marcellia. 2 laps to go though. And this man, Matthias Spergel, looks pretty comfortable in 3rd place. He hasn't really got anybody but to play with at the moment. Having a really solid run of it in the Sony Kart for CPB Sport. But he's been very sensible through the early parts of races. He's not overdriven the car. He's got himself into a sensible place, then just worked on his consistency, just developed his rhythm. This man's had a good one too, David Trevilov. After the disappointment of the earlier heat when he was out of the race, he really could have used a very serene and calm and sensible race, and that's exactly what he's had. So he can be very happy with the way it's turned out. So let's see how it continues. It's going to be a really interesting continuation. Oh, and that's off the road for one of the Paralins. I'm afraid that's game over for Marco Torman. Marco Torman trying his best to get up to speed again, but I don't think it's going to happen as Christian Bratuka is on the final lap down the back straight. So Marco Torman tripping off the road, and he appears to have parked it. Yeah, Marco Torman has parked it just past where Christian Bratuka is going. And Marco Torman is very unhappy indeed. So a very frustrated Paralin driver there, gets out of the kart and rants and raves. But this man doesn't need to. 3 races, 3 race victories. Christian Bratuka untouchable as there's a problem on the final lap. Bratuka takes the win from Trefilov and Spergel, but there's contact on the final lap. It's Ken Algra and Adrian Janicki. So Ken Algra and Adrian Janicki retire on the very last lap of the race. And fair play to Alessio Baldi. He actually moved up into 9th place past Chris Harnan on the final lap. So good work from Baldi. The wildcard continuing his fight in the top 10. But Christian Bratuka, flawless. 3 races, 3 wins. You can be very happy indeed with all of that. But certainly for Ken Algra and Adrian Janicki, I'm afraid it ended in tears on the very last lap, as neither driver will come through for the finish in a race that only had 20 finishers of the 28 that started. Another high race of attrition in KZ2 as drivers are starting to find out that they don't have a lot of extra time to play with now. They've got to try and bring it back. They've got to try and get as much out of these races as humanly possible. Not so easy. So a very tough race in offing at the moment. It's going to be an interesting battle and a tough race forward. Christian Bratuka though, 3 from 3. David Trevilov 2nd from Matthias Spergel. Thomas Imborg in 4th place ahead of Alex Marigliano, Jean Lulette, Norton Andreasen, Leonardo Marcellia, Alessio Baldi, and Chris Harnan in the top 10. Then it's Tim Troga in front of Jorge Pescador from Alexander Rothschopf and Sam Lulette, Clement Pierrat and Jesper Sjoberg from Fotis Soteropoulos and Ivan Klimenko, who really struggled to come home in 18th place in the end. Nicky Taylor in front of Alessio Foresto, and that was it. Ken Algra and Adrian Janicki out, and also retirements from Marco Torman, Sim Liedmar, Jenis Savico, Paul Lussier, Alexandru Iancu. On the 2nd lap of the race, we also lost the Austrian Paul Ribera. So very tough racing then from the KZ2s over the course of the action so far here at Cremona. It's been a very tough and very stressful race weekend, and it just seems to keep dialing up another notch every time we go on. But now we've got the final qualifying heat of the morning session, and that is again KZ2, and it's groups B versus F. And it'll be an interesting driver that we get to hear from now, who is trying to fight his way back to the front. Has had a lot of success in KZ2 over the years, but never at FIA level. So let's have a quick catch up with the man who will be starting from his next race in the 7th row of the starting grid in the middle of the pack. We've obviously got an interesting battle from the drivers to continue. Tom Lulette is going to go on the front row of the starting grid for this one in B versus F. And obviously there's a lot more great race battles to come as the drivers will quest forward. But Brandon Nilsson is in position to make good hay while the sun shines. I caught up with him on Thursday.
Quite obviously would be it's a new track for basically everyone. We've done some tests here before to get a better understanding of the track. From what we learned and what we see right now is that it's a lot of grip, more than with what we've been used to in the last years, which is quite nice. The biggest difference from here to Genk, I would say, would be that Genk feels longer. You have more time to not relax, if you say it like that, but it's less stress on the driver because this one has a lot of consecutive corners and high-speed corners and then some slower sections. But all of them you feel here is heavy. You feel that the kart really pushes the driver to its limit. Or the driver tries to push the kart to the limit, but the driver needs to really hold it. First thing, I have to thank Mr. Tenini for giving me this opportunity because I don't only do like coaching a mechanic for example, for Nicolas Roos in OKJ. And when I don't do mechanic, I work in the factory. I live also in the apartment that is of CRG. From there, we prepare all the material when we go testing, when we go for the races, and all of this. And me personally is good when I do mechanic for another driver. It's also to understand how our material works. And from there, I can work by myself. Like, okay, if, for example, the kart reacts like this, maybe I change one axle or I change the front. It's so close between all like 100 drivers. If you mess up one corner, it could be you're in the top 10 or you're 50th or 60th. So that, for me, is the toughest part because you really need to pull yourself together to get like that one lap that then counts for the whole weekend. I always do the best I can and I work from there. So if I do the best I can and then if it's good, if not, then if it's good, I have to think for myself, why was it good? And the days when it wasn't good, I just need to work from there and make a better understanding and learn from that to make yourself a better driver.
So great to hear from Brandon Nilsson, who's obviously going to be continuing to make steady progress in the world of KZ2 at FIA Karting European Championship level. Going into the final race of the rotation, it is going to be Christian Bratuka unbeaten from the first 3 races. And boy, is he going to have a lovely lunch break because he's going to have no pressure at all coming into the second half of the day. The second place man in the rankings is the man who lines up second place on the grid for this one, Moritz Ebner. But Tom Lulette, the man who leads the standings in the European Championship, retakes his place in pole position. Tom Lulette and Moritz Ebner from Daniel Vasile and Alessio Piccini from Paavo Tonteri and Flint Schuring, Michael Rossiner and Arto Carbonell from Corentin Rousseau and Gabin Lulette, then Andrea Dale and Filippo Nuccioni from David Lewinsky and Brandon Nilsson, Karl Lukaszewski and Celian Galassin from Natalia Balboa and Jacob Bergmeister, Matteo Mazzucchelli and Lucas Reybok from Carlos Martinez and Karol Pazovic, Lorenzo Scatter and Mathias Torregiani from Jacob Wojcik, Paolo Castagnetti and Albin Carlson taking up residence in 27th. So the drivers go around. They've obviously completed part of the lap because they exit the pit lane in the second sector. So they'll do a lap and a bit around this course rather than 2 full formation laps. So definitely going to be an interesting challenge for the drivers as they continue into the last heat of the morning session. After this, there will be just 9 races remaining for the day. There'll be 2 races each for the KZ2s and then 1 race each for the Academy Trophy drivers and the KZ drivers. So still plenty of drama and excitement to come here from Cremona. This fabulous new facility. Oh, and that's a problem for the 412. That's Torregiani. So Mathias Torregiani with a mechanical problem. So that is pretty much going to say curtains to his race, I'm afraid. Mathias Torregiani, that's at the final bend. So he didn't even make it round the first half of the formation and out lap. So big problems for Mathias Torregiani. I'm afraid he's not going to take the start. So So that is devastating bad luck for Torrigiani. He was kind of hoping that he would have a better run of form here today. It just hasn't happened. Whatever it is that they can't get on top of setup-wise in the kart, it's just exacerbated, essentially. It just keeps getting worse and worse. But, well, very difficult to predict how it's going to go from here on out. So we'll have to continue. We'll have to see how it progresses. But out of the final turn, the drivers are now going to get themselves into position once again. They line up at the starting grid. So we're in for an excellent situation for drivers, battling away for position. So let's see how exciting it's going to be for the drivers as they come through. Tom Lulette, pole position alongside Moritz Ebner. Then it is Daniel Vasile alongside Alessio Piccini. It's going to be fascinating. From Tonterri and Schuring to Rossiner and Carbonell, Russo and Gabin Lullet. The two twin brothers will be on the same racetrack for the first time this weekend. Lights coming on. Wait for it. Let's go! And it's a great start from both men. Lulette is going to get in front just from the place on the grid he was. So Tom Lulette gets through in front of Moritz Ebner. Ebner's going to try and come back at him nice and early. Piccini through into third place off the start. Not a great getaway from Daniel Vasile. He finds himself in fifth place behind Paavo Tonterri in the CRG. And Tonterri's made a big mistake on the opening lap. He's run wide at the pit path, and now he's got Vasile trying to come past him. Vasile trying to dive in. Oh, and there's problems further back. But I think there was problems for Tonterri. Vasile finally getting through. Tonterri sorting it out and trying to keep himself in front of the rest of the pack. So Tonterri managing to hold on to fifth place, but keeping his kart as wide as humanly possible to make it happen. So big defensive strategy from Paavo Tonterri, and it means that the leading three have got well clear. Vasile now in fourth. Tonterri still holding on to fifth position, but big issues. That was Paolo Castagnetti that went off the road there in La Perla Nera, the Black Pearl. So still they continue. Tom Lulette in front of Moritz Ebner. Alessio Piccini within a second. But Vasile is now in fourth place. There's a big gap back, as you can see, due to the defending strategy of Paavo Tonterri. The top three drivers have now got well clear. But unfortunately for Tonterri, he's now falling into the clutches of Artur Karbonen and David Lewinsky, and they're not going to give him a moment's respite. So here is Lulette, Ebner, Piccini. Top three drivers running very close to each other. Moritz Ebner on the front row of the starting grid for every single one of his heats this weekend. So Ebner has never been in better form here at Cremona. Oh, that's a big problem. That's the Praga. So that, I'm afraid, is game over for Jakob Wojcik. He's out of it. Oh, sorry, that's the Cosmic, I should say, not the Praga. So Jakob Wojcik is out of the race, I'm afraid. And that is the latest retirement. Obviously, we had Mathias Torrigiani before the race got underway, and Jakob Wojcik on the second lap. He's now not able to continue. So that is very much game over for him as we're on lap 3. There is Andrea Dale trying to work his way forward. He's managed to come up to 9th place, the best we've seen from him for a while, to be fair. David Lewinsky is the man in front of him. That is Gabin Lulette. Now we're watching the battle between Schuring, Russo and Rossiner. Tucked up behind Andrea Dale. So great battles in the midfield as much as there is at the front. We're definitely going to get some tight battles as Schuring very nearly flies off the road there. Oh, sorry, that's Lewinsky, his teammate. So that's Lewinsky struggling to keep the kart on the road in front of Andrea Dale. Sodi kart versus CRG. There is an investigation going on at the moment now. That's the 367. That is Selian Gelassin. Selian Gelassin is under some investigation. Not entirely sure what it's for, but certainly, in fact, there's 3 drivers currently under investigation. It's not just Selian Gelassin. Also the 315, that is Brandon Nilsson, and the 343, that is Natalia Balboa. So 3 drivers currently under investigation for something, maybe something to do with the start, not entirely sure. There are the confirmations. Natalia Balboa is one of them. Then we have the 322 is also under investigation. That's David Lewinsky. Well, that is very dramatic. So Lewinsky, who is currently up in 8th place, he's also under investigation. So we've got investigations galore going on now. 4 drivers. 367, obviously, that's Selian Gelassin. And the 315 we already mentioned as Brandon Nilsson, Natalia Balboa and David Lewinsky. All 4 drivers currently under scrutiny in the steward's office. So Tom Lulette, a quarter of a second now ahead of Moritz Ebner. So he's proving the point that Ebner is fast, if not slightly quicker. So we go into lap 6. Tom Lulette in front of Moritz Ebner and Alessio Piccini, then Daniel Vasile and Paavo Tonteri. Carbonell, Gabin Lulette, then Lewinsky, Dale and Flint Schuring. So Alessio Piccini sets the fastest lap of the race, running in 3rd position. Rest of the field backing up. This is Schuring, Russo and Rossiner, 10th, 11th, 12th. And then you've got Mazzucchelli, who runs in 13th place. The leading wildcard is actually Gabin Lulette, who is in the top 10, just like his twin brother. So Tom Lulette leads. There is Ebner. He's not exactly pulling away. Ebner is keeping him honest throughout the race. He's got a fast kart underneath him, but then so too does Tom Lulette. So it's tough to know who's actually going to get the better of this, the way this battle is currently progressing. Some very tricky race battles to continue. But now the battles are raging. Moritz Ebner gets another fastest lap under his belt. They continue, charging forward. Ebner 2nd, Piccini 3rd, Vasile is 4th, Tonteri is 5th from Carbonell, Lulette, Lewinsky, Dale, Schuring and Russo. And the battles continue. Still trying to figure out who's actually going to have the better tyre life at the end of this race. Is it going to be Tom Lulette or is it going to be Moritz Ebner, because they're trading sector times at the moment. Tough to know who's going to have the best of this, because it really is pretty treacherous at the moment. Very evenly spread and very evenly matched. So Tom Lulette in front of Moritz Ebner, Alessio Piccini, Daniel Vasile, Paavo Tonteri and Otto Carbonell. From Gabin Lulette, David Lewinsky, Andrea Dale and Flint Schuring. Then Clement Rousseau, Michael Rossiner, Matteo Mazzucchelli. And then it is Filippo Nuccioni in front of Carlos Martinez, Brandon Nilsson, Luka Lukashevsky and Natalia Balboa. So as Tom Lulette continues to run out in front, 5 laps to go. And the Frenchman looking good in front of the Italian. There's Piccini, 3rd position for him as he runs through the first couple of corners. Keeping it nice and honest at the moment, don't need to make too much headway. Just keep the kart nice and tidy in 3rd place. There's a side-by-side going into turn 1. Lower down the pack, that's Filippo Nuccioni and Brandon Nilsson. And Nilsson is the one that comes out on top of it, I think. Indeed he is. So Brandon Nilsson gets through and makes the overtake. Bit of a challenge from Natalia Balboa to try and take on Lukashevsky as well. Great battles in the midfield, but this man, Alessio Piccini, setting the fastest lap, trying to get himself back into a competitive position. Vasile fastest of all in the first sector. Piccini fastest of all in the second sector. Great gaggles of karts battling away together in the tail end. This is a great little battle. This is Rossiner closing up on Schuring and Russo, and then Matteo Mazzucchelli. Looking back, we've got the battle for 14th place. Still some great racing onto the main straight. Lap 9 completed. So there are 4 laps to go. Here's Rossiner trying to get through on the inside of Clement Rousseau. Decides against it. Crazy race battles here. Cremona once again providing drama, suspense, intrigue, and some amazing racecraft. Up to the hairpin. No problems at all for Schuring and Russo, who hold their line in front of Rossiner. And then in 13th place, of course, we've got Matteo Mazzucchelli. So they will continue to make the progress. But up through the hairpin, it's going very well indeed as the drivers continue their battle and a great squabble continues on. So down the main straight, continuing the pressure. Up to the first corner. Good runs so far. Still the battles progress. They are well and truly joined at the hairpin as Alessio Piccini runs in 3rd place and sets another fastest lap, a 46.2. The guys in front are doing 46.6s. So that's 0.4 of a second per lap being gained by Piccini. Piccini has a great chance here to catch and pass Moritz Ebner on the final couple of laps of the race. And if he's still got that sort of pace to Tom Lulette, then he might get past him as well. So Alessio Piccini really stepping up the attack here. Closing up, 0.7 of a second is now the gap between the top 3. It was about 1.5 seconds. Look, there is Piccini, having caught right up to Moritz Ebner. He goes very quick again on the last lap, a 46.4 compared to Ebner on a 46.5. And Tom Lulette on a Tom Lulette on a 46.5, and Moritz Ebner is on a 46.7. So obviously Pacini making good progress here as he closes up on Moritz Ebner, but Ebner now knows that Pacini is close in behind, so he's going to step up the attack again. Probably just looking after the tyres for a few laps, not very well aware of the fact that he doesn't want to push too hard to close up on Tom Lulette. Second is still a very valuable position for Moritz Ebner. And Ebner is still going to be ahead of Tom Lulette in the rankings, although Lulette with this win, if he can keep it together, is going to move up into the top 6 of the interim rankings. There we go, last lap. So Lulette having another terrific drive. It's not quite as dominant as Genk, because obviously the first race yesterday saw him take 2 5-second penalties. 1 for a loose front fairing, 1 for jumping the start. But other than that, Tom Lulette has been almost flawless all weekend. Only Arvid Lindblad has beaten him in a straight fight on the road. And Lindblad didn't get to win his race against Tom Lulette either for a jump start penalty. So fabulous racing from Tom Lulette. Under a lot of pressure, soaking it up from his teammate Moritz Ebner, who has also stepped up the pace. Tom Lulette just got a fastest lap, a 45.926 for Tom Lulette. With this sort of pace, he's looking very good as he comes out of the final turn. Tom Lulette takes the win in front of Moritz Ebner and Alessio Pacini. Once again, it's a Birolart Group hat-trick, with the Leclerc chassis coming home in front of the Birolarts. But Tom Lulette taking one step closer to salvaging his weekend once again and putting the European Championship title back on target. A fascinating run and some amazing squabbles all the way through in KZ2, but certainly Tom Lulette making it look fairly straightforward. A really good run. So this is going to be a really exciting battle as things continue on their way. But we are in for a spectacular showcase. Great racing, great driving, and a lot smoother, a lot more neat and tidy than in the previous races that we've seen from KZ2. So some good work and some very sizable performances out there. But a really exciting battle and a great tussle so far in KZ2. And the drivers will have a bit of a breather, as of course will the officials and the marshals. They've deserved a little bit of a pause now. But here at Cremona, it's just getting interesting as Tom Lulette bangs in another victory, and that takes him one step closer to the top 6 in the interim rankings. Moritz Ebner second from Alessio Pacini, his teammate. Daniel Vassalé in front of Paavo Tonteri and Otto Carbonell. Gavin Lulette is in front of David Lewinsky from Andrea Dale and Flint Schuring. Corentin Rousseau is ahead of Michael Rossiner and Matteo Mazzucchelli from Carlos Martinez and Brandon Nilsson. His teammate Natalia Balboa was just behind. Then Filippo Nuccioni ahead of Jacob Bergmeister. 19th position in the end went the way of Karl Lukaszewski, the German driver for the Maranello team, ahead of Karol Pazovic and Albin Carlson, ahead of his teammate Lucas Rehbock. The last driver home was Paolo Castagnetti. Retirements, I'm afraid, for Celian Galassin, Lorenzo Scatter, Jacob Wojcik, and the non-starter was Matthias Torrigiani. Well, fascinating stuff from KZ2. Every KZ2 driver now has had 3 races. The KZ and Academy drivers have had just one start each. One start each today. The Academy drivers have 2 heats to go. The KZs have 1 heat to go this afternoon. The KZ2s have 2 heats to go, and both of those are this afternoon as well. So great race action here at Cremona and great battles to come. Before we get to racing once more, we'll allow the officials and the marshals to have a little bit of a pause. And while we do that, we'll remind you of the World Championships last year at Kristianstad in Sweden, as well as the first round of this year's European Championship, which will take us nicely into the afternoon's programme.
This year's FIA Karting World Championship sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Asumring in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only one weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track which is very technical, and that combined with the high speed straights and the high speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asumring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left, as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciej Gledizh, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gauda and Yvan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gledizh swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gledizh, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Yvan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gledizh, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gledizh was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renault Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Yvan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Franco made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gauda, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado. But their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Franzen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle, and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gauda. Bondarev and Gledij were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Saul de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gledij decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gledij still looking strong for the Academy trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gledij his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again. And this time, it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's. But on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion. And it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gledij for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, with Iannello, Ochai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Gledij and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to the last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season, we can do a bit better. For sure, I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2, Bondarev passed me after David caught us and passed me, and after Oleg, after I overtook Bondarev, and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took 1 position after 1. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. And it took 10 laps more. I saw on the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure, it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Walstein was the fastest in timed qualifying. A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travesanuto, Trevalov and Lulette held their positions into turn 1 as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Waalstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead. But Trevalov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travesanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Lulette. Lulette wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Waalstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trevalov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Waalstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Paralin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travesanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Lulette. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Waalstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Waalstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Lulette wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannone was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Spunteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Lulette defended from Trevalov, Van Waalstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trevalov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Lulette just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap as his Tony kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Waalstein needed, and he made his move on Trevalov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all, but would he have time to catch Travesanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Paralin was a country mile ahead. Van Waalstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trevalov held off the resurgence of Jean Lulette in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Paralin by storming past Piccini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travesanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It was a glorious win for Travesanuto as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Waalstein and Trevalov, Jean Lulette headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Piccini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Artur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. and who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
Definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here actually in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Vakersdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put it all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so, but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with, so I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the results. I think putting in a pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into 3rd ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Pex would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the 2nd lap in the final bend as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Orlando was also out of the World Championship, and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Pex versus Pohaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milel up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Pex wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Puhaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Puhaka still had good pace and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about. Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Pex caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Puhaka tried his own special move on Gustafsson, but the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Puhaka as he had been to Pex. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Pex had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Camplese, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Milel emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Camplese and Pex, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Puhaka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Pex home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The party went long into the night as Milel became the first homegrown KZ World Champion since Marco Ardigo won at Sarno in 2014. Noah Milel was nothing short of a hero.
I cannot describe the emotions and feelings. I maybe look like similar neutral, but inside I am very happy and grateful for what we achieve, and to win here in my home with all my friends, supporters, family. It's another level of happiness. I'm not sure what will brings me next. But it will open many doors and for the future. And if I can, I am very happy with where I am with Tony Kart and Vortex, and we worked hard for this, and finally we received the result that we should have.
Yes, fantastic job of the team. I start very good, and then overtake Matteo, maybe have the problem. I won't catch Noah, but it's impossible because Noah is very fast. At time, I won't manage my position, don't lose the time with the driver behind me.
It was a really good final for me. I had a good start, take some places in the first lap, and then in the beginning I was not really fast, but after a few laps I took really good pace, and then I could drive very fast to the front and overtake the drivers in front of me really quickly. The end of the race was quite easy for me because I was in third position and behind me was nobody, and the gap to the front was a little bit too big, so the last 9 laps were kind of easy.
Yeah, honestly here the level of the competition is really high. All the drivers are really fast, and all together it was really tough in the end, because finally it's really long race, 25 laps. It's good work for the team. We find a really good setup for the final, and we are really happy that finished first and second, and fifth. It's great for the team. Great job.
So, Maciek Ledij becomes the new Academy Trophy winner and Poland's latest rising star of karting. Lorenzo Travasanuto wins the International KZ2 Super Cup for his 4th FIA Karting title. And the hometown hero, Noah Milel, becomes the first Swedish world champion since his uncle, Johnny Mistievich, in 1996. It's the beginning of a new era for the sport, and next season we could see yet more exciting races from the new kings of gearbox karting and the new cast of elite talent in the Academy Trophy. Join us in 2022 when the next generation of racing talents will return to fight for glory once again. The home of champions, Karting Genk, scene of many top-level racing drivers' first steps into motorsport competition, and the perfect venue to kickstart the European Championship for KZ and KZ2 gearbox racing, and the start of the 13th annual running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. With the heat more intense than ever before for a spring weekend in Belgium, the teams are being challenged on a circuit famed for strong grip, which pushes the tyres and chassis to the limit. Drama is never far away at Genk, and 2022 is likely to be no exception. In the Academy Trophy, 54 drivers aged 11 to 14 are selected from around the world to represent their country in equal machinery. There are no teams, no testing, and no holds barred. The racing is very close, as many will be racing at international level for the very first time. The Academy uses direct drive machinery, whereas KZ and KZ2 is the gearbox discipline of the sport. This is the pinnacle of world karting, where the likes of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc prove their skills. The only difference between KZ and KZ2 is the 5 kilogram minimum weight difference, with KZ2 being the heavier. But with 88 drivers in KZ2 and 33 signing up for KZ in 2022, this year could be one of the toughest yet. After Friday morning practice, the grid is split into qualifying groups of 6-minute sessions. The order is then staggered into groups, which are then rotated across 6 qualifying heats in the Academy and 15 races in KZ2, until everybody has raced 3 times in Academy and 5 times in KZ2. Then on Sunday morning in the KZ2 class, the drivers will compete in a pair of superheats, with their results added to the intermediate points from the heats. This sets the grid for the final on Sunday. In KZ, there are just 3 heats before the superheat on Sunday, but the results are added together, which also determines the starting grid for the final. It means that mistakes are punished and clean, smooth racing are rewarded. Senna van Walstein will guide us around the home of champions on a hot lap. Turn 1 starts fairly open and then tightens up under braking, which results in a complex start to the lap. Once through, you can blip the throttle for the next 2 left-handers. Then up to 4, another left, control the back end before a big stop on the brakes and a natural overtaking spot for turn 5. Parallel to the bypass, you then reach turn 6, which is quite fast, but if you clip the bollards in qualifying, you'll be penalised. Carry the speed delicately through the next pair of right-handers that feel like a hairpin despite the straight in between them. Then coax the kart carefully into the apex for the left hairpin. Now you're back on the throttle but heading for Cafe Corner. Careful on the brakes as they are hungry to lock, but kiss the curb on the way through both right and left apexes before a strong run to the final bend. Another natural chance to send it on the inside line for a smooth overtake. Accelerate out and onto the home straight once again for a fast and challenging circuit that will never cease to surprise. In 2021, 49 competitors duelled for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, with Renault Francote winning at Wackersdorf,
Maciej Gladish conquering the podium at Adria, and after a tough weekend, David Walter triumphing at Kristianstad in Sweden. But it would be Gladish who would take the title after a second-place finish in Sweden, ahead in the standings from Walter and Ukraine's Alexander Bondarev. For the 13th year, the Academy Trophy gathers racers from all over the world to race in equal Expert chassis, Vortex engines and LeComte tyres. It means that it all comes down to skill and racecraft. The Academy Trophy has started in a very competitive manner, with 5 different winners from the first 5 heats of the season. But with Arthur Dorisson of France sealing 2 wins out of 3, he's the favourite to win in Genk. At the start of the final, Dorisson was able to keep his cool into turn 1, ahead of Guillaume Bouzard. But after a few challenges in the first sector, William Goh had demonstrated he wasn't in a mood to wait around, and made the move at the end of the second sector, with Nicolas Roos and Jindro Pezel giving chase. It wasn't a perfect start to the season for everybody, as Gabriel Sano and Alexander Deshkov were out on lap 1. Luca Horton was making a charge through the pack as he passed Pezel for 5th, but Dino Storescu would crawl to a halt with mechanical failure, much to the Romanians' frustration. The talented Swiss star Kiara Batik would join him on the sidelines just moments later. The Titanic struggle for 7th captured everyone's attention in the early stages, between Joel Pajola, Jindro Pezel and Kele Gafrara, and once the 2 men found their way past Pajola, the Finn was determined to make up for lost time and accidentally banged wheels with Adrian Ferrer. Elsewhere, Mark Dubnitsky would tumble down the order after a short trip over the grass. The 3 men up front would then trade sector times for the remainder of the duel, as whenever one driver stepped up the pace, the others responded. So Arthur Dorisson led William Goh and Guillaume Bouzard, with Nicolas Roos waiting in the wings. Pajola continued to battle with Gafrara as the race continued, with the Finn proving his skill and making the overtake permanent. Goh stepped up the pace and closed up on Dorisson once more, but he couldn't quite get close enough to take the ultimate risk. Canadian sensation Hadi Mamassi's brilliant weekend ended in disappointment, but he'll be back for more in Cremona. Pezel then caught and made his move on Alexander Bogdanovic into turn 5, but as the Slovenian retaliated, Pezel ran wide and went airborne over the grass. How he controlled the kart from a nasty accident and then kept going to the finish is a true test of character from the young Czech. Horton then moved up into 4th place, having caught and passed Roos, with the young man from Bahrain not far from the podium. But it would be heartbreak for Tiziano Kuznini, as he would join the list of retirements after a tough weekend at the office. Pajola would be the next man to catch and pass Roos, with the checkered flag nearing all the time. But just 3 laps later, he would be in touch with Horton, and at turn 5 he executed the classic slingshot manoeuvre, and the deed was done. Sadly, he was too far back for the podium, but he'd made a big impression. The duel up front sadly never really materialised, as all 3 men were so evenly matched throughout. But it meant that Arthur Dorisson could begin his campaign in victorious fashion, ahead of William Goh and Guillaume Bouzard. It looks like it's going to be one of the closest seasons yet for the Academy Trophy, so a win in 2022 is even sweeter than usual. After the race, Joel Pajola would receive a 10-second penalty and would drop to 10th, whilst Roos would drop to 7th after a loose front fairing. So Horton would be 4th ahead of Bogdanovic and Pezel, with Roos 7th ahead of Henry Jocelyn and Jack Buckley. France, Philippines and Luxembourg would share the first Academy podium of the season. But with Bouzard, Goh and Dorisson so evenly matched on pace, there's a genuine chance that these 3 could battle for the title all the way to Le Mans.
After a good start, William in the back of me, and he mistake. It's good I drive with William at Cremona. Today it's good, and my school it's at Le Mans. It's very good track. My feeling is good.
I mean, in practice we were quickest like every single practice, and then in quali, on a really quick lap actually, we got held up in the last corner where that could have put us on pole, and in each heat I've had to start P2 every single time, and we know that P2 around this track means that you're going to be in the dirty side going into the first corner. It's been great, like the engine was good, the team Forza was good, my management team as well was here with me, trying to make sure that we had the perfect type of material and everything was just going right. I would like to congratulate Arthur here right beside me and Guillaume for getting in the podium with me. So yeah, it's been really good this weekend.
So I make a pretty good start. I managed to stay in the front of William, so start P2 and in the first corner P2. Then after, William make a great passing me in the inside, and then we just follow him for trying to catch Arthur, but Arthur was very fast and we could not catch him, and the race was like this. So now I've done 2 consecutive poles, so I'm very comfortable for Cremona and Le Mans because the speed is there and the material is there. I have a great support of Jan Koski, my mechanic, and all my sponsors, ACL Luxembourg and Motor Center, who helped me a lot.
Last season saw some big moments in KZ2, as Senna van Walstein finally struck gold in Wackersdorf and ended the season as vice-European champion. But it was Giacomo Polini who grabbed the crown after his stupendous victory in Adria after years of hard work. At the International Super Cup, it was the Renzo Travasanuto who claimed the title in Sweden, having been world champion twice before. In 2022, all 3 men have moved on, so it's time for new names to step forward. KZ2 is one of the most physical forms of motorsport on the planet. Since its inception in 2007, some of the world's best racing drivers have competed to develop their skills and test themselves against the best. This weekend, Tom Lulette has been unstoppable, but with several drivers itching to prove their point and some serious talents emerging, he may not have it all his own way. Lulette launched away ahead of David Trevelov and Marcus Kayak, while Red Bull Junior and KZ2 debutant Arvid Lindblad struggled to get off the line and fell back down the field. Through turn 3, and Daniel Vasile would tangle with Samuel Lulette, and both of their races were over in an instant. By lap 2, Marcus Kayak had decided to make his bid for second place, but David Trevelov was determined to keep him at bay, allowing Lulette a crucial chance to break away. Jorge Pescador would be 4th ahead of Chris Harnon and Norton Andreasen, with the gaps tightening. A lap later, and as Lulette defended, Harnon attacked and forced his Kart Republic ahead of Pescador's CRG. The top 3 were threatening to storm ahead of the chasing field as the race settled into a rhythm. Matteo Spergel would retire on lap 3 after a spin at turn 6, and after initially restarting, the Sodi kart would be too damaged to continue. Harnon managed to close up on Kayak, and eventually made his move into turn 1 to steal a podium position, whilst the 2 leaders were closer than ever. Pescador tried to take advantage, but being impeded allowed Robert Kinderwarter to sneak ahead. The Spaniard wasn't prepared to accept defeat and charged back ahead of the German just a lap later, and despite tough defensive tactics, he wouldn't relent and made his move stick. Further back, and Thomas Imborg was resolute in defence against Christian Habulin, which allowed Arthur Carbonell to pass former champion Andrea Dale. But Giuseppe Palomba couldn't quite repeat the feat. By the time the tyres had warmed up, Tom Lulette was making good use of the momentum in the lead, but Trefelov, Harnon and Kayak were doing everything they could to stay close, as they knew the race still had a long way to go. But the man who stole the show was Arvid Lindblad with an audacious pass on Norton Andreasen to charge up to 7th, allowing Alessio Piccini and Danilo Albanese to pass as well. This gave the Kart Republic driver a chance, and a lap later, Albanese lined up Piccini into the final bend and secured the position. Behind them, the queue was getting very impatient, with the battle tailing all the way down to 25th, Jean Lulette being the first to take matters into his own hands. In the middle of the squabble, Tim Troger would be spat out of the train, ending his race at half distance. At the same time, Lindblad was continuing his charge and edged past Kinderwarter masterfully. Closing up to Kinderwarter, Albanese felt the opportunity to overtake and made his bid neatly for 7th place.
Tim Troger, meanwhile, assisted the marshals to clear the circuit, which meant the race could continue without a caution period. Genis Civico had been waiting patiently to make his move on Pacini, and a decisive lunge into Cafe was rewarded, whilst Christian Abulin was not quite so lucky. Kayak was struggling to keep his tyres in check for the final few kilometres, but Pescador had other problems, with Lindblad breathing down his neck. Into turn 2 on the penultimate lap, the British driver found the narrowest of gaps and didn't need asking twice, Albanese managing to squeeze through in unison. All weekend, Tom Lulette and the Leclerc by Lennox racing team had been the class act of the event, and what better way to return from injury than to dominate in style at Genk. The Frenchman had waited a long time for his first win at European Championship level, ahead of David Trevelov and Chris Harnan. But in this current form, the rest of the field made it a miracle to catch up to the man at the top of the table. With Marcus Kayak ahead of Arvid Lindblad and Danilo Albanese, Jorge Pescador would lead home Robert Kinderwarter, Jean Lulette and the new recruit for KZ2, Norton Andreasen. A maiden podium for Harnan and a close battle between Trefelov and Lulette sets us up for a thrilling climax at Cremona, with a new track putting everybody on a level playing field. Who knows what drama will unfold? But for now, it's time to celebrate. Karting Genk style.
Yeah, it was a good final. The first lap was difficult. You have 3 behind me. I need to close the door, 5 laps, and after it's a little bit more easy. And I stay focused on my goal, dragging all to the final because I want to win. It's my first victory here in the CIK, so it's incredible. I can't believe it. I'm really happy. Everybody make a really good job. We need to stay focused, and we will see at Cremona.
Yeah, P2 in the end. I think it's also a good result. Everyone wants to win, also we. Yeah, the pace in the beginning was really good, but in the end it was like we were too slow. Finished second. We collected good points for the championship, and I think it's a good start for the series.
We always knew we were going to be strong with new tires. Just had a lot of trouble with tire wear in the heats. My tires were just gone too quickly. So I was able to get 2 times second place in the first and second heat, but after that we were struggling a little. But I still managed to be able to start in P10 for the final. And yeah, when we were going to put new tires, I knew that we were going to be fast. And yeah, in the start I immediately went up into P5. Then I passed 2 more guys, and yeah, I was quite fast in the end also. Just not enough to catch David, but certainly something we can be proud of.
It's been a very tough weekend, just to maintain the consistency, because as Tom has shown, he's been very, very fast. But no, I'm proud of the team. I'm proud of all of my guys and the attention to detail that they're really looking into. Couldn't really ask for more for Tom's race. Even in the KZ1 we had also a great weekend for the championship. But no, for Tom's first, let's say, European Championship race with the team after a big crash some years ago, it's great to see him have such a strong comeback.
Riccardo Longhi kick-started 2021 with a fantastic victory at Wackersdorf in a season where he shared driving duties with being Birolart team manager. And he would go on to win the European title when Paolo Ippolito claimed the victory at Adria, his first at European KZ level. But a few months later at Kristianstad, the man who was born and bred at the Swedish track, Noah Millell, claimed an emotional World Championship crown, 25 years after his uncle Johnny Mistievich had done the same. But how will the fight play out in 2022? The only major difference in KZ compared to KZ2, bar the reduction in minimum weight by 5 kilograms, is the chassis and brakes being open rather than a strict regulation. It's where the professional paid drivers for the top teams will quest for glory, and it's affectionately described in motorsport as Formula One without the money. Emilion Denner and Sodikart have been rapid from the outset, but with multiple world and European champions sharing the grid with rising youngsters, 2022 could be the most competitive season in KZ history. A drag race to the first corner between Emilion Denner and Paolo Ippolito resulted in the Frenchman leading into turn 1, with Matteo Vigano holding off the challenge from Pedro Hiltbrand and Jorrit Pex. The Spanish star was ruthless on the opening lap and wrestled his way into third position, whilst Lorenzo Travasanuto was manoeuvring himself smartly into fifth position ahead of Pex. The tough scrap for position in the midfield amongst the Tony Kart factory drivers ended in retirement for Finland's Simo Pohaka after a frustrating weekend plagued by bad luck. The other Paralin of Francesco Salenta was trying to work with Senna van Waalstein to move ahead of the pack. Two world champions met head-to-head as Pex stormed ahead of Travasanuto. He was so stunned by it that his teammate Salenta edged in front as well, with Van Waalstein seeking a chance to take on his rival. Fresh from their KZ2 duels last year, Van Waalstein challenged Travasanuto and pulled ahead, with Stan Pex thwarted in his attempts to join him. Now that the kart was up to speed, Vigano made his attack on Hiltbrand into the first corner, and despite kicking the curb, he was able to accelerate clear into third position. The youngest man on the circuit, Tuka Tarpanen, was learning about KZ the hard way, as 2020 world champion Jeremy Iglesias was giving CRG a much-needed run towards the top 10. After a season of hard work and perseverance, the chassis is finally getting its way back up the grid. Denner was settling into a strong position ahead of Ippolito, who, try as he might, couldn't quite close the gap, allowing the Frenchman to stretch away. Elsewhere, Travasanuto wouldn't rest behind his colleague for long, and Salenta would eventually yield at turn 6 with 10 laps to go. Whilst the Paralin squad settled their differences amicably, two world champions almost came to blows as Pex dived inside Hiltbrand at the final bend and claimed fourth position. After poor starts in previous years, it looked like the Dutchman was finally back to his best. The Sodikart star Van Waalstein was still pursuing Travasanuto and realised that he'd have to pass Salenta too. Over the next few laps, the tyres started to eat away and Ippolito was falling into the clutches of Vigano. But once again, it would be a brutal stalemate. Emilion Denner controlled the pace with wisdom and tenacity in the closing stages, and despite the intense challenge from one of the strongest KZ fields in history, he would give Sodikart their second FIA Karting win in as many weeks after their OK Junior triumph in Thuera. Having never achieved consecutive wins across two disciplines in as many meetings, the hard work from the French outfit may be a turning point after years of toil and relentless development. In the Denner household, the party was just getting started. Ippolito and Vigano were hunted down by a trio of world champions, with Pex ahead of Hiltbrand and Travasanuto. Van Waalstein stayed ahead of Salenta and Iglesias, who led home Stan Pex to complete the top 10. There were mixed emotions on the podium: relief for Vigano after a tough weekend, frustration for Ippolito, who felt a win was possible, and elation for Denner after so much bad luck has finally turned to victory, and it could be the first of many.
First of all, we were really confident coming into this weekend. We've had the speed in every race this year. We've worked pretty good on Thursday, setting up the car perfectly, and then Friday on quali was absolutely perfect. I matched the perfect lap with the perfect slipstream and everything, so it was really good. Then the three heats went well, won all three of them, and then the super heat we struggled a bit with the used tire, but in the end we know coming into the final with the new tire we will be really fast again, so that's what happened, and really happy, thankful for the work of the team. Also TM Racing for the engines, and yeah, Sodikart and CPP for the material.
So we had a really good week. Performance was good in all the heats. Also in qualifying session, I didn't make my best lap because I found someone during my fly lap, but performance was there, and we arrived at the super heats, really competitive, and we won. So really confident also for the final. And we finished second. For sure, it's a good result. Not enough for me because I would like to win also the final. Also confident for next race in Cremona, second position for the moment in the standing, so I'm okay.
Well, the minimum goal for the weekend was the podium, so we are happy because we managed to reach it at the end. And after the Saturday hit was, I think I expect to fight for the second and third, because for the win we miss a little bit, because Emilienne show a good speed and I think a better pace. Overall, I cannot complain, and we will see in Cremona. I see in the past years, like several drivers win the championship with third and fourth place, so everything open for the last round.
Amazing to be back here, back with a win in the KZ1 after Zuera with the OKJ. Everybody working super hard, and yeah, really happy with the performance. Yeah, unbelievable drive. Yeah, really can't describe exactly how happy I am at the moment, but yeah, it's a good feeling and good to be here.
For the first time in the modern era, France sweeps the top step of the podium in all three categories. For Dorisson, Lulette and Denner, all three have started their seasons in the best possible fashion. And if the pace continues in KZ and KZ2 for both men, we could see the first European karting champion at senior level from France since 1986. But there are still questions to be answered, as several drivers could turn the table around, as we've seen many times before. With only 2 weekends to quest for the crown, they can't afford any mistakes. For now, they are preparing for more battles at the season finale at Cremona in Italy. Before that, our attention will switch back to the OK categories next month at Kristianstad in Sweden. So until then, the kings of karting are all from France. Welcome back to the action here at Cremona. It's been a fabulous start to the race action on this brand new circuit for FIA Karting. The first international karting meeting of any kind to rock up to this particular circuit, and what a magnificent welcome we've had. After a brilliant battle in the morning sessions, it is just going to continue to get more and more exciting as the day flows on. We've got more races coming up this afternoon, 9 races in total, 6 in the KZ2 category, 2 in the Academy Trophy. And the final race obviously coming from KZ. That's really going to get very spicy as the day goes on. There are some great stars that are rocking up here for the first time in the European Championships, namely in the KZ category, all the way from Australia, the very talented young individual Joshua Fife, who we managed to catch up with on Thursday.
First time here in Cremona, and after the first few sessions there, it's really tricky. The conditions are really high grip, so it's a bit different to where I live in Australia, the tracks at home, so kind of have to adapt my driving style to these conditions. In Australia, our tracks are not as high flowing, so we have a bit more tighter corners, and over here in Europe they're a lot wider and flowing corners, so just obviously I'm used to the tight stuff at home, so I'm just trying to figure it out how to achieve the best results with the high speed corners and flowing track. Yeah, the biggest thing for me at this track is the grip. There's a lot of grip, so you can trust the coming into the corner. You can carry a lot more speed than you do compared to other tracks, so that's probably the biggest thing, just trusting the grip here and try and find the balance between overdoing it and underdoing it. It's very different to home. Like obviously the teams here, they're all factory, so they're all building, you have the factory team, so you got the best drivers in the world, compared to home that we don't have the infrastructure and stuff, so yeah, it's a completely new level compared to home. So, but I'll just try focus on what I'll be doing and hopefully get the results later. Obviously, with a lot of teams, they've came here a few weeks ago to practice. So for me, I didn't practice here, so I have to try and learn the circuit as quick as possible and try and find the setup to see what I like. So that's probably the biggest challenge is try to learn the track first, while a lot of these drivers have been here testing, so they can already start testing the karts while I'm still trying to learn the circuit. So that's probably the biggest challenge. So yeah, hopefully in a few more sessions I'll get used to the track, and then we can start tuning the kart.
Certainly getting up to speed as quickly as possible. Good to hear from Josh Fife, one of the latest racers from Australasia to come over to the European Championships and put on a bit of a spectacle. He's one of the wild cards for this weekend in the KZ category, but our attention is going to focus on KZ2. Here's the schedule for the remainder of the day. You can see, obviously, that we're going to have qualifying heat B versus C, A versus F, and then D versus E in the KZ2 rotations. Every 20 minutes, those races will get underway on the circuit. The KZ qualifying heat, that will be the third and final qualifying heat for the Premier category. The KZ drivers will come out onto the circuit in the fourth race of the day. Then we'll have the Academy Trophy returning to the circuit for qualifying heats B versus C, and then after that, it'll be A versus D. And then our final three races will take us all the way through to 5:25 local time, provided that there is no further delay to the activity. And then we'll be able to go racing right to the very end of the Sunday schedule once again. Great battles to come. And as you can see, the next race is only a few seconds away. So off to the starting grid for that we will go. And it's going to be an interesting battle. As you can see, the viewing galleries are starting to fill up once again. Is everybody gearing themselves up ready for the spoils? Tom Lulette and Christian Bratuka are going to find themselves on the front row of the starting grid for the first time together, but it probably won't be the last the way things are currently going. Tom Lulette trying to become European champion. Christian Bratuka trying to continue his unbeaten run at the front end of the field. So this is a fascinating dynamic for the drivers to head out onto the circuit here at Cremona. And we're going to see a really interesting race now. Tom Lulette has lost only one race all weekend. Christian Bratuka hasn't lost one yet. So Tom Lulette and Christian Bratuka, Daniel Vasile and Alex Marigliano from Paavo Tonteri and Matteo Spergel, then Michael Rossina and Norton Andreasen, Corentin Russo and Leonardo Marcellia from Andrea Dale and Jenny Civico, David Lewinsky and Sim Liedmar from Carlo Gaszewski and Paul Ribera, Natalia Balboa and Ken Algra from Matteo Mazzucchelli and Paul Lussier, Carlos Martinez, Clement Pierrat, Lorenzo Scatter, Adrian Janicki, Jacob Wojcik, Alessio Foresto, Albin Carlson and Fotis Soteropoulos. So as the drivers get themselves dialed in around the circuit, they're obviously going to try and warm up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature. It's actually quite a slow outlap now. But then obviously because of the time that we've had now under the lunch break period, with a little bit of time to basically go through, the temperature on the circuit has actually risen a little bit now. So very interesting to note that we're actually having a very much hotter race this afternoon than we have previously had. Trying to figure out where the absentees have come from in this afternoon's session, because there are a couple of drivers missing from the starting grid of this one, most notably Ken Algra and Lorenzo Scatter. So I just wonder if the previous Group C race between those drivers, qualifying heat C versus E, that was run a little earlier today, I just wonder if there was some slight discrepancies between those drivers. Alessio Foresto was under investigation, but I don't think there was any disqualifications to speak of. So I just wonder if everybody got the memo that they were actually going to be starting this race on time, because we obviously all informed everybody that we were going to return to the original race schedule, and two drivers, Ken Algra and Lorenzo Scatter, are not in position on the grid. So an interesting situation there, unfortunately, but not everybody appears to have made it out. So obviously the competitors having an interesting one. Lorenzo Scatter had a retirement, as did Jacob Wojcik and Serian Galassin, but Scatter, it certainly doesn't appear to be as though he has been removed from the race results. He's still there and getting ready for it. Ken Algra, for some reason the Estonian has not got out onto the circuit either, so we're not entirely sure what the situation is, but certainly those two will not take up the start of this one. So the final few drivers coming into position, and for the first time this weekend, Tom Lulette and Christian Bratuka will share the front row of the starting grid. It's going to get very interesting from here on out. The lights come on, and when they go out, we'll be racing at Cremona. Let's do it! Great start from Tom Lulette. He moves forward. Perfect start from Marigliano. He gets it to second place. Past Vasile. Past the Sunny Kart in there as well. That is Matthias Orweller getting a good start. Bratuka gets an absolute howler from the front end of the grid. He does not get a good start at all. And it looks as though we're going to have open season for everybody. Oh, there's an off. There's an off. It's one of the Sodis going off the road. That's the 368. That's Russo. So Corentin Russo rejoining at the back of the field. Everybody else trying to get up to speed and get a few overtakes in on the first lap. Everybody trying to knit their way through. It's only going to be at the end of the first lap that we'll really find out who's going to be in the good position. But certainly for Christian Bratuka, this is not good news. He did not want to lose ground this early in the race. So Christian Bratuka now finds himself looking likely to be beaten over the course of the rest of the weekend. So Tom Lulette leads the way. Then it's Marigliano, Spergel, Vasile, Tonterdi, Bratuka, Marcellia, Rossina, Savico and Norton Andreasen in the top 10. So Marigliano is already under pressure from Spergel as they battle for second place. No problems at all for Tom Lulette. He leads the way and looking good to continue his fight in the European Championship battle. He's currently 6th in the ultimate rankings, but if Bratuka is going to lose a race here, maybe a race there as Vasile gets through on the inside. So Vasile passes Bratuka, but on the exit, Bratuka's coming back at him. Vasile comes straight back in on the inside in the DR. So it is Vasile who gets through into 5th place then in front of Christian Bratuka. Bratuka now trying not to lose too many more places, but he seems to have lost one to Leonardo Marcellia. Matteo Mazzucchelli with a warning flag. Look in the background. Look, Christian Bratuka has lost out to his teammate now as well. Marcellia has gone through into 6th position. This is not good news for the Italian. So Christian Bratuka in big difficulties as he drops back to 7th place on the second lap. He was unbeaten this morning. Now this afternoon, the track has got hotter. Things have changed. And certainly for Bratuka, a bad start definitely hasn't helped him. So Marigliano, Spergel, Tonterdi, Vasile, Marcellia, Bratuka, Rossina, Savico and Andreasen. That's the top 10. Then Sim Liedmar. Andrea Dali running in 12th position at the moment in front of Natalia Balboa. Great start for the CRG driver. She's made massive progress in this race already. So good start from the CRG racer. Onto the main straight comes Tom Lulette. Marigliano still covering Matthias Orweller as they go down the main straight. In through the first couple of corners. And up towards the turn 3 hairpin. So far, so good. No major problems to worry about. And Tom Lulette has now managed to pull out a second over Alex Marigliano. The fastest lap of the race comes from Daniel Vasile. So the Romanian is still there in position. But with Bratuka down in 7th place, the new interim leader is going to become Moritz Ebner, his teammate. So the Birolart team still looking strong, but it's going to be Ebner that leads the interim standings up to this point, rather than Christian Bratuka. So still the drivers tussle for position. It's not easy to determine who's going to get this done over the course of the 5 heats. 2 races to go, of course, as we know. Looks like the field have settled into a nice rhythm, though, on lap 5. 4 laps completed. We're on lap 5 at the moment. So Tom Lulette running in front of Alex Marigliano in the Drago course. So the Drago course kart is running in 2nd place in front of Matthias Orweller. Tom Lulette, a new fastest lap. 46.1 for the race leader. And there is the Drago course of Alex Marigliano. And Spergel, Tonterdi and Daniel Vasile, 5th position now in the DR. There is the 4th place man. That's Paavo Tonterdi in the 3:04. So he is number 4 in the race at the moment. But Marigliano is holding up Spergel, and that means that Paavo Tonterdi is not going to be far away from a chance to make the overtaking move himself. And Tonterdi is one of those drivers that really can pull an overtaking move out of thin air. So as we go down the straight, no problems at all for Tom Lulette, but Marigliano has lost half a second in the final sector alone and is backing up Spergel and Tonterdi. So as far as the race leader Tom Lulette is concerned, it's already game over for this race. He's charged away and nobody's with him. So now Marigliano is just trying to hold on to 2nd place for as long as he can. Down the back straight, Spergel trying to dive in on the inside, but he can't just get the overtaking move there on the inside line of the hairpin. Tonterdi 4th, Vasile 5th, Marcellia 6th, then Bratuka, Rossina, Savico and Andreasen. With Sim Liedmar and Andrea Dali ahead of Natalia Balboa and Clément Pierrat. Paul Ribera, 15th place at the moment from Matteo Mazzucchelli. And then Lewinsky from Paul Lussier. And then behind them it's Karl Lukaszewski, I think still in front of Carlos Martinez. Dive on the inside, Bratuka comes back. Oh, and up the inside of both of them. A fabulous run through there from Christian Bratuka. but it's 2-1 as far as they're concerned, as Bratuka gets 5th from Marcellia and Vasile. So Bratuka dives in and gets 5th place. So Vasile now 7th, Rossina is in 8th place, Savico is 9th, and Norton Andreasen in 10th position. But that's a brilliant move from Bratuka to get into 5th place, and he needed that because now he's going to be level on points with Moritz Ebner. And that is a retirement, I'm afraid. That is one of the wild cards. It is the 411. That is Clement Pierrat, who's already had his problems. Whoops. I think he ended up landing in the kart quite heavily there. Norton Andreasen trying to keep Siim Liedmar off his tail. So have we got a restart from our driver at the back of the field? I think Clement Pierrat has managed to keep going in front of... Oh, 2 karts together. That is Liedmar and Andreasen. They were having a great squabble anyway. But I'm afraid Liedmar and Andreasen have now come together, and Liedmar kicks the barriers. Very angry indeed. So a fascinating situation as they continue on. But Tom Lulette running in very dire straits indeed. So an absolutely fascinating situation. It's going to be an absolutely incredible performance. Tom Lulette out in front of Marigliano, Spergel in 3rd, Tontetti in 4th from Bratuka, Marcellia, Vasile, Rossina, Savico, and Andrea Dalle, who's now come up to 10th place in front of Natalia Balboa. So she has a great chance of getting into the top 10 here. And she's obviously got to try and close up on Andrea Dalle. Of course, if there are problems for the drivers in front of her, then she'll inherit the top 10 anyway. I can tell you that the 411, Clement Pierrat, has managed to get going again once more. So Tom Lulette, a very solid run so far. Marigliano in front of Matteo Spergel, Paavo Tontetti, Christian Bratuka, Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Vasile. And Vasile down in 7th place. That's not where he wanted to be. He's now falling into the clutches of Savico and Rossina. Savico having got past the TV kart of Michael Rossina. So Christian Bratuka having worked his way back into 5th position now in front of his teammate Leonardo Marcellia. A very interesting challenge for the competitors as they run through. Fascinating situation now for the competitors, and a really exciting battle in the offing. So now the drivers are running forward. Tom Lulette is still 1.4 seconds ahead of Alex Marigliano, who has been incredible at defending his position. He has kept Matteo Spergel very honest all the way through. Here's Paavo Tontetti with Christian Bratuka tightening up. Now, if Bratuka can get past Paavo Tontetti and back into 4th position, then he's going to have a really solid chance of working his way back into a much more solid... Oh, and that's the problem. Off the road has come Matteo Mazzucchelli. So Matteo Mazzucchelli is off the road, I'm afraid. And it looks to me as though Natalia Balboa is at a moment somewhere as well, because she's down to 15th. So Matteo Mazzucchelli off the racetrack. That is very unfortunate. Now, I don't know if it was the same incident, but they were certainly racing each other at that point on the course. Natalia Balboa is still going, but having dropped down to 15th place, that definitely makes things a lot harder for her to make progress in this one. So Tom Lulette is your leader in front of Marigliano and Spergel. Those two still dueling. Here comes Tontetti. Bratuka going to make his bid on the inside line. Thinks better of it. Decides to tuck back in. Now he's going to try again. Oh, very close and nearly goes off the road. Goodness me, Christian Bratuka really pushing it. Paavo Tontetti is not making it easy for him at all to get by. Don't even think about it. I couldn't give 2 monkeys who you are. I am going to hold on to this 4th place. So down to the inside line. Tontetti still hanging on from Bratuka. Through the far side once again. Bratuka backed up a little bit into Leonardo Marcellia. Good defensive line from Tontetti. Bratuka trying to edge him closer, but Tontetti parks the kart nicely in the apex. They come off the final turn, last lap, and Bratuka really wants to get past, but so does Marcellia. Here we go. Marigliano battling with Spergel into the first couple of corners of the lap. Interesting challenge for the drivers as they continue to make progress. Bratuka's still trying. Tontetti is not making it easy, but out in front, Tom Lulette is going to make sure it's win number 3 out of 4. Great work from the European Championship leader. What a fight back. We said after yesterday, down in 13th, this isn't looking too good for him. But today, he has been absolutely on point. Win in the first, win in the second. Now it's going to be win in the third. Excellent performance from Tom Lulette today. He's shaken off the problems of yesterday night. He got a 5-second penalty for jumping the start. He got a 5-second penalty for a loose front fairing. No penalties today so far. Chicken flag for Tom Lulette. Perfect. In front of Marigliano and Spergel. And it's stalemate between Tontelli, Bratuka and Marcellia. It ends as it started. But Christian Bratuka now ties for points at the top of the interim standings with Moritz Ebner. But in KZ2, not a single driver has remained unbeaten through the course of the weekend. So Bratuka leads Ebner on 5 points apiece, Imborg on 7, Carrara on 8, Piccini on 9, and Lulette remains on 13 with that race victory. So fabulous race battles out on the circuit. It really has been an interesting one. But Tom Lulette has come through for his 3rd win out of 4 starts. And if he gets one more, then his tally is only going to be 13. But depending on how consistent the likes of Bratuka, Ebner, Imborg, Carrara and Piccini are going to be, that might not be good enough for pole position tomorrow morning. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as the KZ2 drivers prepare for activity in the next heat. But here's the provisional results of the race we've just completed. It is Tom Lulette ahead of Alex Marigliano, Matteo Spergel, Paavo Tontelli and Christian Bratuka, Leonardo Marcellia and Daniel Vasile from Jenny Civico and Michael Rossina, then Andrea Dale and Paul Ribera, from David Lewinsky, Paul Lucier and Cole Lukashevsky. Natalia Balboa comes home 15th in front of Carlos Martinez and Adrian Janicki. Corentin Rousseau comes home in the CBB Sports Sodi in 18th place in front of Jacob Wojcik and Fotis Soteropoulos. Albin Carlson comes home in 21st position in the end in front of Alessio Foresto and Clément Pierrat. The retirements, Matteo Mazzucchelli, and then we had a little contact between Norton Andresen and Sim Liedmar. Ken Algra and Lonzo Scatter were unable to take the start. So after the first race of the afternoon, we now know that not a single driver in KZ2 will go through the weekend unbeaten. Definitely going to be interesting from the get-go. And a lot of drivers obviously stepping up to KZ2 this year, having previously been in the OK senior category. Obviously the 2 drivers on the front row of the starting grid amongst the younger generation of drivers. Arvid Lindblad will go from pole position, one of the drivers to step up from the OK world into KZ2 this year. Another of those is for the Birolard team, the Polish driver Karol Pasowicz. I asked him on Thursday about the transition from direct drive to gearbox.
It's my first race in KZ2. It's really hard now. It's really grippy. Tomorrow we'll get some academy drivers, so I hope that it will help me with the less grip. Obviously, I didn't expect that much grip, and it's really hot in here. It will be a difficult race for me because it's my first race on the normal grid, like standing grid, not like in OK Senior. And I hope that I will get some amazing overtakes here. It will be really aggressive, for sure. It's really grippy, so everybody would like to use that for really good overtaking. For sure, Cremona is the track with a lot of corners, and you need to use a lot of the grip. For example, if you go out 1 meter of the line, then you go out of the circuit. I think it will be difficult, but there are some places to overtake. We have to improve a lot, for sure, for Friday, for qualifying and after in the heats. I will try my best to stay, for example, in top 15. That's my aim for now, but I hope that I'll get there into the top 10. I'm not that confident as in OK Senior of the race. I think my race pace will be a little bit slower than them's, but I'll do my best. On this track aren't a big difference because this track is really tight, so I don't think my line will change.
So Karol Pasowicz, one of the many drivers in 2022 that has stepped up from the OK categories up to the world of gearbox. And I have to say, he's acquitted himself fairly comfortably. He had a difficult qualifying session, but last time out at Genk, he certainly showed his flair and his speed. So he's definitely one to look out for in future weekends in the gearbox category. Hopefully there'll be quite a few of those, as I'm sure he'll be wanting to have a look at the possibility of racing at Le Mans in the World Championship weekend. So this weekend, Obviously, it's going to be Arvid Lindblad in pole position once again with Moritz Ebner alongside him. Now, Moritz Ebner is in a very satisfying position, but a very high-pressure one, of course, because he's already been beaten once over the course of the race weekend. And he certainly doesn't want to do it too many more times because he's currently looking at 5 points accumulated, which is the same amount of points as Christian Bratuka, his teammate in the Birolart squad. But if Ebner comes second or lower, then he suddenly loses his claim on the top spot of the interim rankings. So he wants to make sure that he gets a victory. He's going to be up alongside Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the starting grid. So if he gets a good start and Lindblad doesn't, then certainly Ebner has a very good claim to go for that. Danilo Albanese and Alessio Pacini are going to run together on the second row of the starting grid. So Lindblad is in a squabble of Italians in the top 5. Giuseppe Palomba is P5 alongside the Dutchman Flint Schuring. And then we have Oscar Target running alongside Otto Cabanel for this one. Jean Nomblo is alongside Gabin Lulette, the twin brother of Tom Lulette, who is leading the European Championship. Of course, Gabin was in KZ last time out as a wild card. He can't run as a wild card in 2 consecutive meetings, so he had to change to KZ2. Then in the 6th row of the starting grid, it is, in the 7th row of the starting grid, I should say. No, was right the first time. I can't count. Max Paul lines up 11th on the grid alongside Filippo Nuccioni. And then next up it is Marcus Kayak alongside Brandon Nilsson. Henry Johnstone alongside Celian Galassin. And then Christian Abulin, Jacob Bergmeister. And then it is going to be Mark Negrutza and Lucas Reibach. Antoine Babarou and Karol Pazovic. Salvatore Toscano is alongside Matthias Torregiani. And then Nathan Schaap will be on the grid beside Paolo Castagnetti, with the last position held by Jaime Cortez, the Spanish racer. 13 more laps on the course then as the drivers are gearing up. You can see at the end of the pit lane the yellow light is on. That just lets the drivers know they've got 30 seconds to go before the start of racing once more. And obviously when the green light comes on, they will be sent out onto the race circuit. They will do a lap and a half of formation and then they will go racing. There you go, green light. So the drivers are pushed out and it's time for KZ2 qualifying heat for groups A versus F. The fastest group versus the slowest group. But the way that Moritz Ebner has been gunning this weekend, he's in prime position to take another race victory if Lindblad doesn't make a great start. So Arvid Lindblad and Moritz Ebner from Danilo Albanese and Alessio Pacini. Giuseppe Palomba and Flint Schuring from Oscar Target and Otto Carbonell. John Nomblo and Gabin Lulette from Max Paul and Filippo Noccioni. Marcus Kayak and Brandon Nilsson from Henry Johnstone and Celian Galassin. Christian Abulin and Jacob Bergmeister from Mark Negrutza and Lucas Reibach. Antoine Babarou and Karol Pazovic from Salvatore Toscano, Matthias Torregiani, Nathan Schaap, Paolo Castagnetti. At the back of the grid, it's Jaime Cortez. So the race battles are definitely going to be fascinating as the conflagrations continue. There seems to be one driver that has not taken up the start, and that is Lucas Reibach of the Birolart KSW satellite team. So it looks to me as though he's not really in a position to take up the start. Now, I don't quite know what's happened to Lucas Reibach. Didn't see anything on the judicials during the lunch break, so maybe he's just had a technical problem of some kind. Has not been able to get out on the course. That's unfortunate for the very talented German star, Lucas Reibach. So I should say the Austrian star, Lucas Reibach. I do apologise, part of the Birolart KSW squad from Austria. But on this occasion, he will not be making his way out onto the circuit. So that's very disappointing. Everybody else, though, gunning for the victory. Now, Arvid Lindblad really wants to fight something pretty spectacular here, but he's already had one DNF this weekend, so the pole position sitter definitely not going to be looking good for pole position tomorrow for the final, the way things are currently stacked up. But Moritz Ebner looking very hungry at this precise moment in time. Obviously going to be starting for the front row of the grid. If neither of them get a good start, then it's the possibility for Albanese, Pacini, Palomba or Schuring that maybe one of them might get a better run of it. And watch out for Oscar Target. He's coming from the 4th row of the grid, the Australian. Finds himself there in 7th place. Entered under an Italian license, but he's as Australian as they come, is young Oscar Target. What a debut season he's having in KZ2. I can see him very much as a future KZ Renegade star. The drivers battling away to their positions on the grid then. Pressure comes on once more for Arvid Lindblad. You've got to be gradual but deliberate with the brake application off the start. Here we go, the lights will come on, and it's a false start, false start. It's a problem this time for Moritz Ebner and for Arvid Lindblad. Lindblad's got a problem on the grid. Arvid Lindblad in trouble. It couldn't be any worse for him so far this weekend. Now he gets going. But just when you think he's had all the bad luck he's going to be able to take, he gets even more. And he wasn't the only one in trouble either, because we also had problems for the 413. That is Karel Pazovic, who we heard from just briefly now. Lindblad is trying to get himself back into his original position. So he clearly feels that as long as he gets there before the red line, he can go back to his position again. So he's trying to work his way back onto the front row of the grid. So we'll watch down the back straight. Look, Lindblad is just going to charge his way past everybody to try and get himself back into his original grid slot. So, well, very dramatic start. You can see that the tension's really starting to build in KZ2. They're obviously on the penultimate race now, every driver, before we get to Sunday. So things are going to get very tricky from here on out. And the battle very much raging as the competitors continue on their way forward. But is Arvid Lindblad going to be able to take his position in pole once more? He's certainly attempting to, zipping his way down the tram line. And as far as he's concerned, yes, I'm going to start in pole position. But Danilo Albanese is getting into his original grid slot. Cool, that was a close run thing. And that's interesting. Lindblad is now sideways on the grid. Now that is not the position he needs to be in. So that is interesting, and I have a feeling that the race director Nigel Edwards has spotted it. So that's a difficult one to call, but he's not quite straight in his box, and obviously you have to be straight in your box. So the race is going to get underway regardless. The lights are coming on. Are we going to go racing right from the get-go? Yes! And it's a great start from Ebner. Perfect start from his teammate Pacini. And Lindblad drops back to about 5th position. This time, at least he gets through without incident. So Ebner and Pacini have moved forward, and so too. Oh, contact further back. That's a big problem. That's one of the Ike's Racing team karts going off with a Sodi. So 2 karts in dire straits further back. Now, I couldn't quite figure out who that was. It's Jean Nomblo, and he's gone off with Marcus Kayak. So Kayak rejoins at the back of the field. But Jean Nomblo, there he is, trying his best to get back into position again as well. So problems for Nomblo, problems for Kayak. And now they're going to try and make up the progress and the time lost. So devastating for those two as they trip over each other into turn 3. But certainly out in front, no problems for the race leader Moritz Ebner. He's in front of Pacini, Palomba, Carbonell, Albanese, Lindblad, Target, Lulette, Paul and Schuring. So Nomblo and Kayak find themselves down at the back of the field after their problems. Kayak is about 10 seconds off the back of the rest of the pack, I would say. But Moritz Ebner in front of Pacini and Palomba. Good racecraft from these two drivers so far, and certainly for Moritz Ebner, even if he wins, he's not quite going to go to the top spot because Bratuka had a better qualifying performance than him. So while they're tied on 5 points, they're both looking to be competitive as Danilo Albanese dives in on the inside of Artur Carbonell. So Danilo Albanese, having had 3 very unlucky heats earlier on in the weekend, is now hoping for something a bit more spectacular this time. And he's up to 4th place, proving that he's got the speed, just hasn't got the luck, unfortunately. So Ebner, Pacini, Palomba, Albanese, Carbonell and Lindblad. That's the top 6 at the moment. So still the battles rage on, and it's an Italian in the top 4 places now, with Albanese having got past Artur Carbonell. But what can Albanese do from 4th place? Can he be a bit of a threat to the Birolats in front of him? That's the real key question now. On lap 3 out of 13. At the end of this one, there will be 10 to go. So Moritz Ebner doing a good job, running in front of his teammates Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Palomba, who have a lot more experience at the front end of a KZ2 field than Moritz Ebner does. But Ebner really has turned the corner this weekend, and here at Cremona, he seems to be absolutely loving it. So 3 laps done. And Ebner continues. Pacini, Palomba, Albanese, Carbonell, Lindblad, Target, Lulette, Paul and Schuring. 11th is Brandon Nilsson, 3 places made up off the start. Celian Galassin has moved up 10. Has moved up, has made up 4 places to 12th. Filippo Nuccioni has made up 13. Mathias Torregiani has made up 10, as he's come up to 14th. So some good work through the field. A lot of drivers trying to make up some progress from the start. But Moritz Ebner going well ahead of Alessio Pacini. And then Giuseppe Palomba from Albanese, Carbonell, Lindblad and Target. On the final turn, the leaders just getting into a bit of a rhythm now. At the end of 4 laps, Moritz Ebner still has half a second. As into the pits comes Marcus Kayak. I think that was kind of inevitable, really. Once he was off the road, just do a couple more laps to try and see if the kart was drivable, but I'm afraid Marcus Kayak's race pretty much done and dusted, really. Jean Nomblot is continuing. He's actually worked his way up to 21st place now as Lindblad gets on the inside of Carbonell, and Target is trying to get up alongside as well. Bit of a run wide for Carbonell. That'll do. Lindblad is through. Target is through. And Arthur Carbonell slips to 7th place now in front of Gabin Lulette. So Gabin Lulette is going to try and get through into position now to follow the footsteps of his twin brother Tom, who did a great job in his race earlier on to win it. But Gabin Lulette would rather like to try and get his own way through past Arthur Carbonell, move up another place. And that is a retirement from the 370. I'm afraid that's game over for Antoine Babarou. So Antoine Babarou is now out of the race as well, and that's Target in front of Lindblad. Target's got past Lindblad, didn't see where that happened, but Oscar Target, the Australian, has charged his way now past the Brit. What a weekend Oscar Target is having, and he's putting Australia on the map in European karting competition. Great work. When we first came across him at the start of the season in the pre-season events in February, he was a shy, quiet, very determined young man, eager to learn the ropes. He was about 1.5 seconds off the pace as well. Now he is a front runner. Look at him go. Oscar Target easily coming close to the most improved KZ2 driver title of the season. What a performance so far from Oscar Target. Truly extraordinary and a wonderful, wonderful sight. Great to see the Aussie in fine form, but now he's got pressure again from Lindblad. He pulls across in the middle of the road. No chance for Lindblad to come through. Target really is proving to be quite the talent. Definitely following in the footsteps of the likes of many other Australians who have come to Europe and put on a bit of a show in recent years. Likes of Mark Webber, Daniel Ricciardo, Liam Lawson, and most recently James Wharton. All doing a fantastic job. So down the straight, all going beautifully as far as Oscar Target is concerned. 5th position for him, but he's got a little bit of time to make up. Meanwhile, this is Arthur Carbonell about to lose ground to Maxi Paul because Gabin Lulette has already got through. That is the signal that it's game over as far as the Bellanera is concerned. The Black Pearl, the 407 of Paolo Castagnetti. I think it's pretty much game over for him. Gesturing to his team, forget it, we're done. I have a feeling that he's going to tour in to retire, and that'll be that for Paolo Castagnetti. So Moritz Ebner, 0.3 of a second ahead of his teammate Alessio Pacini. Palomba has dropped back, but he's still got pressure from Albanese. I've got a feeling that Pacini's going to go for the victory here. In behind Moritz Ebner on the home straight. Look at Pacini hustling Ebner as they go through turn 1. Pacini has got right up to Moritz Ebner. He doesn't care if that's his teammate in front of him. There are no team orders in this sport. There's no team championship either. So there's no reason to back down, and there is Paolo Castagnetti getting out of the kart as we expected he would. Down the back straight. This is going to get interesting if Moritz Ebner wants to defend from Alessio Pacini, and he certainly will. I've only got 5 points accumulated from the 4 races so far. I'm not going to drop any more. But Alessio Pacini, he wants to gain some back because he's looking at 11 if he finishes in 2nd place. If he wins, he'll only have 9. And that will protect him from the likes of Lulette and Carrara in the battle for pole position tomorrow on Sunday. This is a very tricky situation. Moritz Ebner, Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Palomba, the top 3 at the moment, all Birol Arts. But there's definitely an inter-team rivalry in KZ2. As into the pits to retire comes the 412 of Mathias Torrigiani. So I'm afraid that is game over for Torrigiani. There is Moritz Ebner, Alessio Pacini, then Palomba, Albanese, Lindblad, who is back in front of Oscar Target. Didn't see where he got the move done there, but good work from the Standpex Motorsport man. Now up in 5th place, the Red Bull Junior. So Lindblad P5, going through the motions. They come through on the far side of the course. Now zipping out of the final turn. All looking very comfortable from their perspective. Back over the line once more. Ebner, Pacini, Palomba, Albanese, Lindblad, Target, and Gabin Lulette. So the last 3 laps of the race, and Ebner's trying to pull out a bit of a gap over Alessio Pacini. Doesn't really want to have that threat going into the closing stages. Moritz Ebner sets the fastest lap, just trying to eke out a little bit more of a gap. 46.2 compared to a 46.3 for Pacini, as he tries his best to continue in the gaggle. But this is an absolutely fantastic battle. So it's going to be really, really close as they continue to battle away for position. So a very interesting tussle. And we're going to see how it continues to progress. Ebner, Pacini, Palomba, Albanese and Lindblad. Very close quarters race battle continuing on their way as the drivers want to get a little bit more out of this race. Pacini hustling Ebner. Penultimate lap, but Ebner is going quicker than Pacini. The fastest lap of the race from Arvid Lindblad, a 45.9. Arvid Lindblad definitely fired up, but the problem is he's already lost a lot of ground, so he's going to have to settle for 5th position, potentially 4th at best, if he can get past his teammate Danilo Albanese. But Albanese, he will know of old, and he's not going to concede lightly as Danilo Albanese. Last year he was a contender for the European Championship, of course, and this year, rather unfortunately, he's not going to get his chance. So Moritz Ebner, Alessio Pacini into the last lap, and look, Ebner really has pulled away in the final couple of laps. A 46.2 for him on the last lap compared to a 46.6 from Alessio Pacini. Ebner has looked after the tyres well, managed the situation. As far as he's concerned, this is job done. He's not going to lose any more points in this particular heat. There's one more to go after this one. So a very interesting scenario as Moritz Ebner is going to come through in front of Alessio Pacini. Giuseppe Palomba third from Danilo Albanese and Arvid Lindblad. But for Moritz Ebner, this is a character-building result for him as he comes through for another brilliant victory over his teammates Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Palomba. Great win for Moritz Ebner. And that puts him dead level on points once again with Christian Bratuka, with one race still to go before we get to Sunday. And it's going to be interesting to see who will start in pole position for tomorrow's race. And Moritz Ebner and Alessio Pacini battling well, but it's Ebner that comes through on top in front of Giuseppe Palomba. And once again, it's a Birla 1, 2, 3. Ronnie Sala must be absolutely beaming from ear to ear. Couldn't really be going any better for the team at the moment. If they can keep this going throughout, then they're definitely in for a very exciting day at the office tomorrow. But there's a lot of work still to do. We've still got one race to go for each driver in the build-up to the races. So obviously they are not done yet. There's a lot that can still happen. So the drivers coming in after a very busy day at the office so far in that particular race. Qualifying heat A versus F. Definitely giving us a lot of exciting challenges out there. So here is the provisional result for qualifying heat A versus F. Moritz Ebner takes another comfortable victory in front of his teammates Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Palomba. Danilo Albanese is 4th in front of Arvid Lindblad with Oscar Target 6th. Gabin Lulette in front of Otto Cabanel, and then Max Paul is 9th ahead of Flint Schudding. 11th place for Brandon Nilsson. What a comeback from Karol Pazovic. He moved his way up to 12th in the end from Celian Galassin and Filippo Nuccioni. Christian Abulin in front of Jacob Bergmeister. Jean Nomblo, very disappointed for him, in front of Salvatore Toscano, who finally got a race under his belt again. Henry Johnstone from Mark Negruzza, then Jaime Cortez and Nathan Sharp. And a real problem for the drivers in retirement. Mattias Torrigiani, Paolo Castagnetti, Antoine Babarou and Marcus Kayak. There was also a retirement on the first lap, or non-start I should say, and that was the Austrian Lukas Rehbock. So another race comes to an end then in KZ2. The qualifying heat for groups D versus E are coming up straight after this one. A lot of great talents in this particular battle as well, but if Arvid Lindblad isn't going to take a win from pole position, then I wonder if Tim Gerhards can finally get the job done from his position on the grid. He's there in pole, but behind him he's going to have big pressure from Ivan Klimenko, the Ukrainian from the Maranello SRP team.
The Cremona is really difficult circuit. It's difficult to stay concentrated, to stay focused during the 15 laps. And it's always super hot, super grippy. And it's very difficult for a body, for everything. The Cremona is completely opposite to Genk, because in Genk it's zero grip, in Cremona it's full grip, and the Genk is a lot of fast corners. and Cremona is more like slow. You should more work with throttle, with brakes. So the Genk and Cremona is completely opposite, and it's very, very funny. I take decision with my dad to start from top class, from top level of karting. So we start to do 6 FIA races especially, because it's full of best drivers. It's the best championship in the world. So we take decision, and now it's working. The idea is working. We have amazing the engineer is Luca Fellini. He have a very, very good idea how to build the chassis, and of course our team manager Mike. He built a nice team spirit to fight for the top. I think we will easily get to the final and even top 10. So we have some good pace, especially we work a lot with the team about to stay very stable. We have a good pace with all team. Everybody like 1/10 between, and I think we can fight for top 10. And it will be not only fighting with other teams, it will be also fighting Maranello team.
Great to hear from Ivan Klimenko, the 1-minute board going out there at the foot of the pit lane. But I'm interested to see what Ivan Klimenko can do from this particular race. He's had some amazing flashes of pace all the way through the weekend, but he just seems to have got himself into some unfortunate positions over the last couple of heats. It's not been easy for him to hold his current position or to make progress. Every time he gets a good overtaking move, it seems like a couple of laps after that, he ends up on the grass. So hopefully it's not quite going to go the same way if he continues in his current trajectory. But the front row of the grid, this is going to be interesting because it's going to be Tim Gerhards and Thomas Imborg together on the front row of the grid for qualifying heat D versus E. Two drivers that would dearly love to get a race victory. Imborg, who already has, and Gerhards, who has yet to do so, but from pole position. Goodness me, the pressure and the tension on Tim Gerhards' shoulders must be immense. And he has got a good opportunity to do that because he only has 14 points accumulated from the 3 previous races. So he has a chance from the pole position. He obviously has the inside line, but whether he'll get a good start or not, that's going to be the interesting one. The 2 men behind them, Giorgio Carrara and David Trevelov, they are the best placed to try and take advantage. And Trevelov, after his retirement earlier on, definitely needs it. So Tim Gerhards and Thomas Imborg on the front row of the grid, from Giorgio Carrara and David Trevelov, from Robert Kinderwater and Jean Lulette, then Luigi De Lorenzo and Jorge Pescador, Michael Paparo and Alessio Baldi, from Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Ivan Klimenko, Marek Skriven and Chris Harnan, and then Jeremy Potain from Tim Troga, Kirill Smal and Sam Lulette from Andrea Boseto and Alexandro Iancu, Kasper Nadolski and Marko Torman from Matisz Kukowski and Jesper Sjolberg, Matt Despruz, Alexander Rothschopf, Joseph Valente and Nicky Taylor. 28 drivers, all gearing themselves up for a lap and a half of the circuit to warm things up. And interestingly, there is again one kart that does not appear to have made it out onto the circuit, and that is the very talented Ricardo kart driver Kirill Smal. Is not on the road, not entirely sure why, but certainly for Kirill Smal, a bit of frustration creeping in there potentially for his situation. He does not want to be sat on the sidelines when he's due to go out on the racetrack. So that's definitely going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Kirill Smal, for whatever the reason might be. We don't actually have confirmation of that, so obviously we'll figure out why Kirill Smal is not behind the wheel of his kart for the 4th qualifying heat of the weekend. But obviously the drivers still gearing up to a crescendo as they prepare to get the best possible starting grid positions they can for tomorrow's races. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out. Tim Gerhards hoping to get a pole position converted into a race win this time. Never easy, especially when you've got so much pressure from the drivers and teams around you to make a slight mistake here or a slight mistake there. But Tim Gerhards, pole position, here he comes to his grid slot. Looks pretty neat and tidy from where I'm standing. Sony Kart teammate CBB Sport alongside him. So that's a great position. Giorgio Carrara, 3rd on the grid. He looks so well placed here, the Argentine. He's been amazing all weekend. For me, in KZ2, I would probably say Giorgio Carrara is currently the driver of the weekend, just of his consistency thus far. Hopefully he can maintain it all the way through to tomorrow. As the Lenzo Kart team, they've been absolutely amazing thus far. Green flag at the back of the field. What can he do from third? What can the CBB Sony Sports do from the front row? What will Trevelov do from P4? Let's find out as the lights come on once more at Cremona. Avanti! And a perfect start from Thomas Imborg. Absolutely magic. Gerhardt is going to struggle to hold third round the outside. He just about does it. But it's an absolute squabble, and somebody's gone off in the background. One of the Tony karts drifting off onto the grass and falling right down to the back of the queue. That's Samuel Lulette, as the field is still trying to keep it on the road in some of the tighter apexes. But it's Jean Lulette who's made a terrific start into second past Trevelov. Gerhardt is down to fourth. And that is the pressure cooker building from Jorge Pescador behind him. So the Spanish driver really starting to make up good progress. So Jorge Pescador is now in fifth position, hustling in behind the top four. But Tim Gerhardt, running in fourth place, is actually really struggling to get himself back into a good rhythm. Trefeloff right in behind Jean Lulette. He's going to go for the move already down the straight. Side by side. Great speed out of the final turn from David Trefeloff. Straight into second place. Goodness me. Trefeloff just charging his way into second place into turn one. And he's already dropping Jean Lulette behind him a little bit. Now, an investigation has begun. I'm not entirely sure who that's for. That's the 356. So that is Alexandru Iancu under investigation. Down to the braking zone. This could get messy, and it does. Oh, problems galore. Drivers riding around all over each other. That's one of the maddest moments I've ever seen. And unfortunately, that is Giorgio Carrara involved in that one. Carrara's gone, Harnon's gone, and Klemenko has gone. And so too has Jorge Pescador. I was saying how brilliant Carrara's weekend had been, and I'm afraid bad luck has come his way after what has been an exceptional battle so far for him. Chris Harnon trying to get started again, Carrara trying to get started again, but it's not going to happen. Look at the tyre degradation on the circuit, goodness me. It's very hot indeed here at Cremona. And the drivers working incredibly hard out there on the circuit here in Italy. But I'm afraid we've lost several of the big names from this field now. Carrara has gone, so too is Chris Harnon. Joseph Valente out of the race as well. We didn't see that one, but certainly Carrara and Harnon have not been able to get going again after they tangled. Well, very messy in this particular heat, unfortunately, on the second lap of racing. Battle's just got too heated. And there's Tim Gerhardt in front of Alessio Baldi. Yet again, Alessio Baldi is able to put on a good show. As into the pits to retire comes the 360 of Ivan Klemenko. That's a real shame. The Maranello driver in more dire straits, more jeopardy. Very disappointing as you see Giorgio Carrara's Lenzo kart bent and bruised at the side of the road. But how about this for a top five? Thomas Imborg leads the way. He's under pressure from David Trevelov. Look how quickly Trevelov is reeling him in. Jean Lulette is second. Jean Lulette is third, I should say. Gerhardt is fourth. And in fifth place, it is the wild card, Alessio Baldi. Alessio Baldi doing a great job in P5. He really has worked his way through. And he's looking for a top five finish here. Superb stuff from Alessio Baldi. He's in front of the Birolart in sixth position at the moment. Oh, yellow flags. Yellow flags at turn one. We've had an off at the first corner by the look of it. So I think we've had a retirement in the first corner. Oh my goodness, that's Alexandru Iancu. Well, fortunately he's able to walk away, but he's gone on a bit of a rodeo ride there. So thank goodness he's okay. You can see that the kart is well and truly stacked, and it's going to be a slow boards. So for the first time, we're going to have the slow boards around the circuit. Now this is good news potentially for David Trevelov. It's also great news for the likes of Gerhardt, Baldi and Kindervarte, because they're going to make up the time that they were deficit to prior to the yellow flag period. So the slow boards are out, the yellow flags are waving around the circuit, no overtaking and slow pace. So Alexandru Iancu, thank goodness he's okay, but obviously you've got a kart there through turn one, which is a very fast corner in a dangerous position, so there was no question to bring out the slow boards. Alexandru Iancu, goodness me, his race suit has seen better days. Well, I have a feeling there's going to be a little bit more to that story than meets the eye, because his race suit looks absolutely destroyed at the back. So I wonder if he's had a little bit more of a rough rodeo ride than we first thought. But certainly, Alexandru Iancu is out of the car. Thank goodness he's okay, because that looked rough. That looked very bad indeed. Thomas Imborg, Trevelov, Lulette, Gerhardt and Alessio Baldi in the top 5. This is going to be an interesting restart, because we're on the 7th lap. We're going to move that kart fairly quickly, I would have said. The viewing gallery watches on. And this is going to be an interesting restart from Thomas Imborg. Obviously, there is no safety kart in the world of FIA karting. They just have to control their pace and run slow under the slow boards. So Thomas Imborg is looking for a good restart. The marshals are trying to recover Alexandru Iancu's kart in good time. Thomas Imborg is backing up the pack. I think we're going to go racing this time by. So Imborg trying to catch out David Trevelov on the restart. Oh, he's being sneaky here. Thomas Imborg being very sneaky. Accelerating, then braking. Trevelov is going to get very frustrated here behind Thomas Imborg. He's leaving it very late indeed. And he's basically trying his best to gap him. Thomas Imborg really going to leave it to the last minute. Now he's gone for it. That was cheeky from Thomas Imborg, but it's green, 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 green. And Thomas Imborg is away. Trevelov, Lulette, Gerhardt and Alessio Baldi. Oh, Baldi trying to make the move on the inside of Gerhardt. So Kindervater has come through to take the place away from Alessio Baldi. So Baldi down to P6. Kindervater's come through. So Kindervater is now P5 ahead of Alessio Baldi on the restart. Good start from Kindervater. 7th place, that is another of the Maranello karts. That's got to be Yannick Julius Bernhardt. But Imborg catching out the rest of the field on the restart through the final turn. Cheeky as you like. But there's no rule against it. You've just got to be very careful on the restart. So Thomas Imborg has managed to get the perfect launch away. And now Gerhardt is under pressure from Robert Kindervater and Alessio Baldi down the main straight. Here comes Kindervater getting closer and closer and closer. Through turn 1, through turn 2. Up to the next bend, and Alessio Baldi going to try and make the move on the inside of Kindervater. That's problems. That is Jorge Pescador. Jorge Pescador is out of the race, I'm afraid, the Spanish driver. So Jorge Pescador, I'm afraid he's come together with Samuel Lulette. So Pescador and Samuel Lulette very much out of the race. Lulette has kept going, and so has Jorge Pescador, but I would not be at all surprised if both drivers just parked it straight in the pit box. So Imborg, Trevelov, Lulette, Gerhardt, Kindervater and Baldi. So Thomas Imborg running a very solid race out front now that he's got clear of David Trevelov. He got the perfect restart. And Trevelov is a second back, and he'll want to try and gain that in the last 4 laps. That's a lot to try and expect of David Trevelov in the Maranello. But 3rd place could get a little bit spicier. Gerhardt has got Jean Lulette in front of him. Jean Lulette is desperately going to hold on to this 3rd place if he can. The Swiss driver for the Tony Kart Factory team hanging on in front of the CPB Sport of Sony Kart. Down to the braking zone, and that's defensive from Yannick Julius Bernhardt, running in front of Luigi De Lorenzo and Michael Paparo. So good battles all around. Very exciting battles and tussles at the moment all over the course. And the race leader is Thomas Imborg as he runs in front of David Trevelov, Jean Lulette and Tim Gerhardt. With Robert Kindervater in front of Alessio Baldi. They come onto the main straight again. And so Trevelov is well clear in 2nd from Jean Lulette. He doesn't really have too much of an issue. So Jean Lulette, Tim Gerhardt, Robert Kindervater and Alessio Baldi. Yannick Julius Bernhardt from Luigi De Lorenzo, Michael Paparo and Tim Troga. That's the top 10. And the next man who's charged his way forward is Marek Skriven. Andrea Boseto is up 7 places. Jesper Sjöberg has made up 11 since the start. So he's the hard charger in this one. Maciej Kukowski can be given a lot of praise as well, because he's made up 9 places off the start. Jeremy Potain, Kasper Nadolski, Marco Torman, Alex Rothschild, Nicky Taylor, Matis Pruz and Jorge Pescador, who has kept going. Samuel Lulette has not. He's parked it in the pit lane. So Robert Kindervater trying to pull away from Alessio Baldi. Here comes Luigi De Lorenzo, and he's got through on Yannick Julius Bernhardt. Good run from Jenny Savico. From Luigi De Lorenzo, I should say. So he's got through into 7th place. Good run from Luigi De Lorenzo. All going well as into the pits comes Jorge Pescador. He only kept going for an additional lap, I'm afraid. So game over for the Spanish driver, Jorge Pescador. So his race is over in this ERG. Meanwhile, though, Thomas Imborg has pulled well clear of David Trefeloff. 1.7 seconds for Imborg. As Trefeloff, I think, is just going to look after the tyres and get himself ready for the final heat today. But Thomas Imborg wants to canter to the victory. There he goes, looks back. Miles ahead of David Trefeloff. No worries, no problem. He's having a great run in the CBB Sports Sodi. So Thomas Imborg can be very happy with himself here. Trefeloff, Lulette, Gerhards, Kinderwarter, and that man again, Alessio Baldi. So they come through one more time, down the back straight. Thomas Imborg going incredibly well in the CBB Sports Sodi. Just timing it perfectly on the restart, catching his rivals out. Couldn't have been cheekier if he liked. He's clearly been to the Max Verstappen school of restarts. But what a fantastic run from Thomas Imborg in the Sodi kart. There's a warning flag gone out to Marek Skriven on the final lap. But no problems for this man. The Frenchman, Thomas Imborg, out of the final turn and down the main straight. That'll do, job done. Another solid victory for Thomas Imborg. And that puts him third in the rankings on 7 points accumulated. 3 wide at the line there, very close between Julius Bernhardt, Michael Paparo and Tim Troga. There was about 1/10 of a second covering all 3 of them at the line. Excellent stuff. David Trefeloff going well in second position, and then Jean Lulette in third ahead of Tim Gerhards, Robert Kinderwarter and Alessio Baldi. Once again, the leading wildcard over the course of the weekend. So fascinating race battles still to come. But that is KZ2 race number 4, now finished for every driver. All the KZ2 drivers remaining have just 1 race to go. And that, of course, leads us up into decide who's going to be in pole position on Sunday. So Thomas Imborg going very well indeed. And a very useful victory after 13 solid laps of racecraft. He had to work very hard to get there. Had to be quite skillful and quite daring on the final section of the race as well. But Thomas Imborg, with a perfect restart, pulls 2.8 clear in the end of David Trefeloff. Then in third it is Jean Lulette in front of Tim Gerhards and Robert Kinderwarter, Alessio Baldi and Luigi Di Lorenzo from Yannick Julius Bernhardt, Michael Paparo and Tim Troga. Marek Skriven and Andrea Boseto from Jesper Sjoberg and Matisz Kukowski. Jeremy Potain is 15th in front of Kasper Nadolski. Then Marco Torman, a difficult race weekend for him so far. He was 17th ahead of Alexander Rothschopf. Then 19th place for the Canadian Nicky Taylor in front of Matic Prus. And then the retirements, Jorge Pescador, Samuel Lulette, Alexandru Iancu, which brought out the yellow flags. Before that, we had Ivan Klimenko, Chris Harnan, and Giorgio Carrara, with the 1 retirement from the race on the first lap, Josef Valente, and the 1 non-starter, Kirill Smal, in the Ricardo kart. KZ2 is done for now. There are only 6 races remaining today. And the next of those is going to be the KZ final qualifying heat. This will decide who's going to be in pole position tomorrow. So a fabulous run then from the drivers after a solid battle. But now we are getting ourselves ready for an exceptional show in the KZ qualifying heat. And the man who everybody has been talking about since the start of this campaign, doing such an incredible job under very difficult circumstances. The reigning world champion in the OK category last year. Third on the grid here behind the reigning world champion in KZ. The Finn Tuukka Tarpanen. I caught up with him on Thursday.
First race in the gearbox category was, of course, completely different than OK Senior. But I managed to get immediately how it works, and after it was quite easy. So I wanted to get a really experienced driver that I can know how it works here in the big level. So, and also my manager decided, so I just do what he say. Yeah, it's a bit different. Sometimes they get angry quite easily, but I think it's normal. Sheer overtaking is quite difficult. So if you can start in the front, you can hold the top 3 position. After it's not so difficult. But if you need to start really far from the back, it will be really difficult to come back. For sure, I will learn a lot more, and I think I will be quite ready in Le Mans. I need to practice a lot the starts, because it's, of course, completely different than in the OK, because in the OK you don't need to start from the grid.
Great to see Tuukka Tarppanen really coming at the KZ category with eyes wide open and head down, focused on the objectives. It's always really interesting when a youngster goes straight in at KZ rather than do KZ2 first, because obviously the only real difference between the two classes is 5 kilograms. That's it. It's literally the only thing that separates a KZ driver from a KZ2 racer. So obviously the KZ karts are 5 kilograms lighter with driver and chassis than the KZ2 counterparts, and it just makes life a little bit easier for drivers to embed into KZ2 first of all. But certainly in KZ, that's where the meat and bones of the dinner are definitely served up for us. It's definitely going to be really exciting in this third qualifying heat. So far, so good, I have to say, for Pedro Hiltbrand, who has won pretty much everything there is to win in direct drive karting. But since he made the switch to gearbox karting, the wins have always eluded him. He came very close to get the World Championship title won last year at Kristianstad in Sweden. But now in the European Championship, top 5 in Genk, so solid points. And now he has been unbeaten this weekend at Cremona, whilst a lot of the other title contenders have really struggled to get themselves up to the sharp end. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one for Pedro Hiltbrand. He starts 4th position once again. If he can keep himself into a solid position, then he's going to have a really interesting competition in front of him. It'll be very tough to see how the drivers will continue. But certainly in KZ, it's getting pretty hectic. Senna van Waalstein has a good chance to go for pole position tomorrow as well. Having been fairly stable and consistent throughout, he actually managed to bank in some relatively good points despite his incidents earlier on with Noah Milel. So obviously the world champion last year finds himself on the pole position of the grid for this one, but Senna van Waalstein is alongside him. Tuukka Tarppanen and Pedro Hiltbrand will share the 2nd row of the grid. And then Juho Valtonen and Simo Puhaka are going to be together on row 3 with Paolo Ippolito and Riccardo Longhi together on the 4th row. Emilion Denner really needs a miracle to get himself back into contention here. And Lorenzo Camplese, 10th position on the grid for the Italian in the Tony Kart Factory team. Is Emilion Denner about to see the European Championship title, slip through his fingers? Qualifying heat 3, certainly looking good for the KZs. But who's it looking good for? Only Pedro Hiltbrand at the moment. Everybody else is having to play catch-up. Let's see how it goes. It's Noah Milel and Senna van Waalstein from Tuukka Tarppanen and Pedro Hiltbrand. Juho Valtonen and Simo Puhaka from Paolo Ippolito and Riccardo Longhi. Emilion Denner and Lorenzo Camplese, Francesco Salenta and Jeremy Iglesias. Stan Pex and Matteo Vigano from Marian Kremers and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Davide Fore and Michele Fontana. Jorrit Pex and Victor Gustafsson. Then Louis Speck and Johan Sugel, Adrien Renaudin and Quentin Voria. From Alex Orlando, Mario Ludic, Joshua Fife, Matteo Segre, Luis Ponsaudo, Nicolo Cogato, and at the back of the grid, Valerio Giambattista. So a fabulous battle for all of the competitors in KZ. It's definitely going to be an interesting one as the cream of the cream and the crop of the crop are out there on the circuit. If you can handle KZ racing in the world of motorsport, you can handle anything. The gods of motorsport reside here. They may not necessarily be the household names from Formula 1, IndyCar, Le Mans, and further afield, but I tell you what, all of the world of motorsport respect these incredible athletes. And this class has given us so much talent over the years, not the least of whom are the likes of Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen, who both came from the world of KZ just 9 years ago. So Noah Milel, pole position for him. Senna van Waalstein, the man who is named after Ayrton Senna da Silva, who of course himself was a majestic kart racer in his own right. And Tuukka Tarppanen, one of the youngest world champions in history, and certainly one of the youngest KZ drivers for a long, long time, if not the youngest. Pedro Hiltbrand, 4th position on the grid, but he's the man to watch out for because it is Pedro Hiltbrand who is desperately trying to get the monkey off his back here. So that's interesting. We've got Noah Milel switching sides on the starting grid this time. He has elected to take pole position on the racing line rather than the inside line. Now you're allowed to do that as the pole position sitter. You're allowed to choose what side of the grid you're going to go from. This is your right as the man on pole position. Everybody else has to go in the traditional positions, but the pole position sitter can choose which side of the grid they go from. And on this occasion, Milel has decided to go from the outside rather than the inside. So that is going to give to Senna van Waalstein. Here they go then, the green flag at the back of the field. It's going to be a good one for the KZ. The third and final qualifying heat of the weekend. Lights come on. Valente! And it's a great start from Noah Millel. He gets up alongside Senna Van Walstein, but Van Walstein's going to hold the lead through turn one. Excellent launch. And it is a good start from the Dutchman. As they work their way through, Pedro Hilbrand's had a good start. Third position for him, or a bit of an off there for one of the Tony Karts. I think it's Complese. Oh, and a spin as around goes Riccardo Longhi. The reigning European champion, Riccardo Longhi, is out of the kart. And that's very much curtains for his weekend up at the front end of the field. Disaster for Riccardo Longhi. And he's desperately trying to restart it, but the Birolart team manager, I'm afraid, is down at the back. So Senna Van Walstein in front of Millel and Pedro Hilbrand. They work their way through on the opening lap. And so the battles continue out of the final turn, and it's a good run up the straight from Simo Pohaka. He's in fourth place now in front of Tarpanen and that's Valtonen. Then Ippolito, Denner, Complese, Pex, Iglesias, Fontana, Kremers, Salenta and Vigano. Now Vigano is having a very difficult race because he's down in 14th. This is not good news for Matteo Vigano. Now finds himself down in 15th place, in fact, now just in front of Lorenzo Travasanuto. So he can really do with a little bit of a boost. And here comes Pedro Hilbrand. He's back on the warpath again, up behind Noah Millel. And if Hilbrand is as quick as we think he was going to be in this one, as quick as he was in Heat 1 and Heat 2, if he gets into the lead, none of the other opponents in this race will see which way he went. He doesn't even need to win this race, Pedro Hilbrand. He only needs to finish 8th or better. So all Hilbrand needs to do is just hang on to this position. Third place will do. He doesn't have to win it. But side by side, Hilbrand does not really do second best. He's going to try his best to take on Noah Millel. Millel is going to have problems getting into a decent position for the start of the race season tomorrow. But here comes Hilbrand, dives in, hairpin, second place. Perfect run from Pedro Hilbrand. No worries for him so far. Now he's going after Senna. Senna Van Walstein in the lead of the race is his next target. Pedro Hilbrand in second place. Third position now, Noah Millel, the Swedish driver, the reigning world champion. How about this trio of drivers? You've got Pohaka, Tarpanen and Valtonen. It's every man for himself in karting. You don't race for a team's championship. So Valtonen and Tarpanen, the two flying Finns in the squad, the three flying Finns in the squad, because you've got Pohaka, Tarpanen and Valtonen all together. So great racing so far. Then it is Paolo Ippolito. Now Ippolito is running well in 7th place. And again, he's in front of his title rival, Emilion Denner. So once again, it's looking like the European Championship title could go anybody's way tomorrow. Up on the inside. That's a good move from Francesco Salento, I think that is. Oh no, sorry, that's Travasanuto. So Travasanuto has made another overtaking move there. That's on Matteo Vigano. So Matteo Vigano is having a terrible race by all accounts. He really needs to stay in the title contention here, and Matteo Vigano is going to drop down to 6th in the rankings the way this currently looks. So he still has a chance in the European Championship, but certainly this isn't what he wanted. Ippolito is going to be ahead of him on the ranking points. Denner is not even going to be top 10 the way things are currently shaping up. So it looks like the way things currently stack up, the European Championship title fight is going to be between 3 men. Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano and Pedro Hilbrand. Millel has the fastest lap, trying to close up on the 2 leaders. But with 9 laps to go, Hilbrand has plenty of time to take on Senna Van Walstein. He doesn't have to rush this at all. He's right in behind the Sodi kart. Out of the final turn and down the main straight. 5 laps done, 8 laps to go. And Pedro Hilbrand can take all the time in the world to get past the Dutchman. They go through the first 2 corners, up to the hairpin. Hilbrand closing up. So much time to do this. He doesn't have to rush at all. To pick the moment. Might even decide to do it on the next lap. Work their way through the pith path, the left, the right, now down the back straight. He's actually close enough. He might even decide to go for it in the hairpin, and I think Senna Van Walstein sensed that he might. He pulls across the line. No chance. I want to win something today, says Senna Van Walstein. Not going to let you have it. Pulls across to the middle of the road. He's going to back him up. He wants Millel to come back through on the inside and give him a little bit of distance. But Hilbrand is a wise, wily fox. He's not going to let him be played on the main straight. Van Walstein knows he's there. Hilbrand shaking his head. Don't try and get into my brain space. Hiltbrand all over the back of Senna van Walstein. I am not going to be intimidated by you, bucko. Hiltbrand is all over the back of Senna van Walstein. Van Walstein still leading, down to the hairpin, and again Van Walstein's going to pull across on Hiltbrand. Defends, backs him up into Milel. Hiltbrand is going to need to try something special to get past this man. He's keeping that Sodi as wide as a Cadillac at the moment. In through the hairpin, left, right, and that's Jambo. What a shame. Giambattista is out of the race then. What a shame for Giambattista, out of this race. He's having a good run up to that point. His lap times are getting better and better all the time. In through the first couple of corners again. 7 laps completed, 6 to go. There's a big amount of rubber on the exit of turn 2 that's been laid down. That could catch quite a few drivers out over the rest of the day. So Senna van Walstein ahead of Pedro Hiltbrand. Noah Milel and Simo Pohaka have dropped the rest of the field. Tarpanen has actually got pressure from Ippolito now, as Juho Valtonen has dropped back behind Paolo Ippolito. Denner has come up to 8th place. Then Camplesi and Iglesias. Pex is 11th, then Fontana, Kramers, Travasanuto, and Matteo Vigano. So it's going to be a very tough race tomorrow in the final, the way things are currently looking. Senna van Walstein hanging on in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. Pedro doesn't even need to overtake the Dutchman to get pole position for tomorrow. He doesn't need to, he just needs to stay in second. That will do. But Senna van Walstein wants the win. These two are setting up a front row challenge in tomorrow's battle. And they will start tomorrow from the front row of the grid together if it stays like this. But here comes Pedro Hiltbrand. Senna van Walstein again protects the position. No chance. I'm holding on. So Pedro Hiltbrand again. These are the kind of races that have you on the edge of your seat. And that was a bit of a look from Pohaka to try and get past his teammate Milel. So Pohaka was trying to go for 3rd position there on his teammate. They come off the final turn. Here we go again. 4 laps remain. 9 laps completed. What can Hiltbrand do to get past Senna van Walstein? As Ippolito has got up to 5th place. Denner has got past Valtonen now. Tarpanen down to 6th. So fascinating racecraft at the moment. Camplesi is in front of Iglesias and Pex. Oh, what a terrific charge forward this is going to be for the victory battle again. Senna van Walstein protects from Hiltbrand, Milel and Pohaka. Off the hairpin. Up through to the 3rd sector, and there is a warning flag gone out for Juho Valtonen. So Juho Valtonen has obviously come a cropper somewhere. Okay, Hiltbrand swarming around all over the back of Senna van Walstein like a wasp at a picnic. Come on, get on with it. Out of the final turn, Van Walstein still leads the race. He checks over his shoulder. Hiltbrand knows he's going to be vulnerable in the 1st sector. Through the first 2 apexes. Hiltbrand wants this. Van Walstein seems to want it more. But here comes Milel. Milel is going to come back at them if they're not careful. No, Milel sensing that there's no way through for Hiltbrand. Now he wants to try and get it done. Again, Van Walstein protects and covers as Paolo Ippolito sets the fastest lap of the race. And look, he's gaining on these guys. The top 4 are about to become a quintet. Van Walstein, Hiltbrand, Milel, Pohaka. Then Ippolito, then Tarpanen. Senna van Walstein had to move across the line a little bit there just to cover Hiltbrand off. 2 laps to go. And again, Pedro Hiltbrand sussing the situation out as they go into turn 1. Don't take any silly risks here, Pedro. You're going to be pole if you stay behind him. But Pedro Hiltbrand never likes finishing 2nd. That's never his way. Senna van Walstein protecting. Hiltbrand has a big slide through Piff Paff. Down the back straight. This might be the chance for Milel, and Hiltbrand knows it. Moves to cover. And I think that's just won the race for Senna van Walstein. He's got himself a little bit of breathing space. And I think that should just be enough. But now Hiltbrand's got to go ultra defensive. He's come off the offense. Now he's got to go defense. And he's got to protect from Noah Milel because now Senna van Walstein is gone. But even if Hiltbrand lost another place, he would not lose pole. If he's 8th or better, he'll get it done. But Senna van Walstein is going to book himself on the front row of the grid for tomorrow. Great work from the Sodi car. And yet again this weekend, it's not quite perfect because obviously in KZ2 we've had a couple of other karts come through to take a victory or 2 now. But certainly in KZ, it's either a Birol or a Sodi that gets the victory in the KZ categories. Excellent work from Senna van Walsting today. The Dutchman has been flawless in keeping Pedro Hilbrand back. Hilbrand's coming straight back at him. He's only got a couple of corners. Maybe he'll catch him out in the final turn. Hilbrand is giving it everything, but he's not going to get there. It's going to be Senna van Walsting. Is it? Hilbrand alongside. Oh my goodness. He tried to get him at the line. Oh, Hilbrand is absolutely determined to dominate this race weekend and become European champion for the first time. That's got the lead in the pencil. Hilbrand throwing everything at Van Walsting. His fastest lap on the last lap was a 45.7 from the Spaniard. And Senna van Walsting so nearly lost the race there, 0.033. How close was that? But Senna van Walsting is victorious. Pedro Hilbrand, you cannot ask for more from him. What a performance, what a lap, what a victory he could have had. Noah Milel is third, then Puhaka in fourth. And in terms of the European Championship title fight, Paolo Ippolito comes home fifth, and that books him in fourth place in the rankings. So the title fight really is now between Paolo Ippolito, Matteo Vigano, and Pedro Hilbrand, with Senna van Walsting very much the underdog. He takes the win, though, from Pedro Hilbrand in second and Noah Milel in third. Simo Puhaka, Paolo Ippolito, and Tuukka Tarponen. From Emilion Denner, Juho Valtonen, Jeremy Iglesias, and Stan Pex. Lorenzo Camplese from Michele Fontana, and Matteo Vigano down in 13th. Lorenzo Travasanuto ahead of Marijn Kremers. Francesco Salenta is 16th, ahead of the legend that is Davide Fore. Victor Gustafsson has to cope with 18th place on this occasion. Then Jorrit Pex in front of Adrien Renaudin. Alex Irlando ahead of Johan Sogel. Mario Lubic, Joshua Fife, Matteo Segre, Luis Speck, and then Nicolo Cogato ahead of Luis Ponsaudo and Riccardo Longhi. The two retirements from the race. Very sadly, we lost Valerio Giambattista and the one man who didn't start the race, Quentin Voria of Switzerland. My goodness, isn't KZ going to be an amazing showdown tomorrow? We are in for such a spectacle, such a showcase, and a European Championship final worthy of the best. 4 o'clock here, local time, here in Cremona. That means we've got 5 races still to come, but the KZs are done for the day. They've given us a taste of what to expect tomorrow, but that was the starter. Tomorrow, you get your main course. That's going to be absolutely sensational. Now we've got the Academy Trophy coming out for the second time today. They've had a very busy program off the circuit this time because they've been working on their mental focus and their agility and training programs over the course of the weekend, as well as they have on their on-track activities. One of the drivers we caught up with in preparation for these races, one of the stars at Genk, did an absolutely fantastic job representing the nation of Bahrain. It is young Luca Horton. We spoke to him on Thursday.
I think the weekend started off really strong, and I was really glad with the result that I did for Bahrain. I knew the track, so I was pretty familiar like what to do and stuff, but I had never driven it in an OKJ, so it was pretty new. So I was really happy with my result, and yeah, I think I did really well. Well, I had already done some races in junior before, and I did one race in Zuera in OKJ with Lennox, but it was my first time driving a OTK chassis with a Vortex engine. So over the weekend, I still had to get used to it, and I had to keep learning and still getting used to the chassis with the track, but I think I adapted pretty quickly, and yeah. I do have maybe a slight advantage on everyone because I did a couple days here training. I got used to the track in the wet and the dry, so yeah, I think I do have a bit of advantage, but I think it's going to be tricky knowing that everyone's going to be at the same level. Well, I am hoping to represent Bahrain on first, but I'm just going to do what I can do and I'm going to try and get first, but just try my hardest and hopefully it turns out like Genk.
So Luca Horton, the very talented youngster from Bahrain, it was great to speak with him on Thursday afternoon. A fabulous young competitor. You can see just how much hotter it's got actually over the course of the rest of the day. 32 degrees Celsius according to that graphic. According to my timing screen, it actually says it's 34, so it's very hot indeed out there. But the big significance now is that the humidity has plummeted. So it's now down to about 29%. The clouds have dissipated completely now over the circuit. So there were a couple of little wispy ones coming into the race, but now it's very clear that we're going to have just a very light spattering of breeze around the circuit to keep us cool. There's certainly not going to be any precipitation over the course of today. Whether there is tomorrow or not, we don't know, but it's unlikely the way that things are currently looking in the forecast. So now we come back to the Academy Trophy once again, and in the first race earlier today, it was all about the pole position sitter running away and hiding from the rest of the field. Thibaut Ramakers looking good to make it 2 out of 2. All he has to do is exactly what he did in race 1, essentially. But it's going to be a lot hotter than it was in race 1. So obviously the pressure is going to be on the Belgian. Alexander Bogunovic is going to be alongside him, the Slovenian, who's done a very good job in the lead up to these qualifying sessions and races. Ivo Basterda will line up on the second row of the grid alongside Santino Panetta, the Argentine racer. So the Pole and the Argentine together on the grid. Definitely going to be very interesting as the battles continue. And we're going to have a spectacular display as racing continues unabated. Some great performances from everybody as we still have plenty more excitement to come. And in behind Ivo Basterda, we obviously have William Go, the young man from the Philippines, as he is there in 5th position on the starting grid alongside the Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard, who managed to fight his way through to 2nd in the previous race he did. So good performances and good displays as they all get themselves ready for a bit of a showcase in the last race of the day. They will have one race tomorrow morning, of course, in the Academy Trophy to finish off the qualifying heats. But obviously those races then determine the starting grid for the final on Sunday. So obviously a lot of pressure, a lot of interest in the race battles ahead. And definitely going to give the drivers something to work for. Alongside just behind, William Go and Guillaume Bouzard is Nicolas Roos, the South African, and Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean. And then we have Henry Arnott of Australia alongside the Bahrain star Luca Horton. So here we go for the Academy. Qualifying heat B versus C. And another fantastic races of the all-equal machinery, Expert chassis, Vortex engines, and LeConte tyres. Thibaut Ramakers, Alexander Bogunovic on the front row, then Ivo Basterda and Santino Panetta, William Go and Guillaume Bouzard from Nicolas Roos and Augustin Sepulveda, Harry Arnott and Luca Horton from Christian Jorgensen and Mies Huben, then Riccardo Cianelli and Dan Dalakian from Tizi Kuznini and Megamo Suzuki, Jan Pinto and Ethan Thorne from Lockheed McGregor and Robert Pomales, Pedro Cachara, Luis Sedeno, Kian Gauchi, Ishan Madesh and Rio Ketsari. So all of the drivers are on the starting grid, all 25 drivers from the 25 different nations out there on the course. And there is a grand total of 50 drivers competing this weekend in the FIA Karting Academy. Oh, somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. Now that looks to be Lockheed McGregor. So the young man from New Zealand really struggling at the moment. Lockheed McGregor down at the back of the field. He may be about to pull this straight back into the pits. So problems for Lockheed McGregor. Now, is he going to be able to get to the start of the race, or is he going to pull it straight back into the pits? Well, he keeps going. But that is definitely not what Lockheed McGregor needed. A little bit of a difficult start to race proceedings. We've seen a couple of times in the Academy Trophy, drivers struggling as they go very, very slow. And actually, we had a couple of drivers trip up, including the Genk race winner, Art de Dorisson, in one of the earlier heats. So hopefully that's not going to happen again. Drivers come through out of the final turn, and we're going to get ourselves up to speed. Ramakers on the inside, Bogunovic on the outside, and it's a false start. False start, so they will go around again. The repeater light comes on the starting gantry, and the race director for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and that of course is Pasquale Lupoli. He is there on the starting gantry. He's going to signal the drivers around once more time, and that I think is just to correct the starting grid again. I have a feeling that Lockheed McGregor is going to get his opportunity to take his original position back on the grid. In fact, he has already done so. So that is good news for the Kiwi, and certainly for all of the fans watching back home in New Zealand. Masterminded as he is, of course, by his performance coach, Tiffany Chittenden, one of the greatest females ever to race in karting. Don't argue with me. She is absolutely phenomenal, and she's been able to utilize that incredible skill and dexterity to Lochiel McGregor. So the academy drivers on the sidelines are going to watch their counterparts on the circuit, because obviously any bit of tips and help that they can get ready for their races is going to be invaluable. Very slow start here from Ramakers and Bogunovic as they battle in for position, and they're keeping it nice and tidy. A bit slow as they come through, perhaps a lot slower than last time, but obviously they don't want any doubt. They want to go racing straight away. And Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian talent, lining up alongside Alexander Bogunovic of Slovenia. Going to come through on the final bend, and this time it looks like those are two fairly well-placed tram lines. They come off the turn and they will ease up on terms of pace. Are we going to get the start we want this time? Yes, we do, and off we go racing up to the first corner. Good start from Ramakers, and into second place comes the Pole, Ivo Besterda. So Besterda has come straight through into second place. No major problems as they work their way through on the far side. Besterda is solid in position. That looks like a good start from Santino Panetta. I think has come through into third place. Oh no, it's not, it's William Go. So William Go has moved forward. So the inside line getting the perfect textbook start. So it's Ramakers, Besterda and William Go in the top three. Oh, and an off further back. So somebody skating right off the road. Two carts have actually gone off, and unfortunately on the first lap. So that is the 549 dropping right to the back of the field. That is very unfortunate, but I'm afraid it's problems then for Luis Sedano, and problems too for Ishan Madesh, the Indian. So Madesh has recovered down at the back of the field, but the leading two drivers have already checked out and gone. Ramakers and Besterda, and the 514 has now come up into third place. That is Alexander Bogunovic to get back through on Buzar, who is now fourth. Go is fifth. Panetta in sixth. So they work their way through, having a very solid battle as they continue on the charge forward. Some great race challenges at the moment as they wick their way through the chicane. Left, right, in the middle of the zigzag. Back onto the back straight once again. And still great race action as they continue on down to the hairpin. Good battles, good racecraft as they continue to come through into the hairpin. Nice run as they continue to charge forward. There's a little bit of a squiggle there from the 502. That is Jorgensen. Manages to get things together. A real battle in the back of the pack as well. We got 3-4 drivers going absolute gusto in the tail end of the field. But out in front, no worries for the Belgian Thibaut Ramakers, who's just making it look easy. Ramakers, Besterda, Bogunovic, Buzar, Go, Panetta, Roos, Arnett, Sepulveda and Jorgensen ahead of Cirelli and Dalakian, then Mieshuben and Tizikujnini. Luca Horton running in 15th ahead of the Japanese driver Megamo Suzuki. Love Cirelli back home, sends the message from Jan Pinto. Don't worry, they know what that means. Lochiel McGregor, 18th place, and then Pedro Cachara in front of Robert Pomales, although Pomales has now managed to sneak past Lochiel McGregor on the last lap. So the big battle now starting to rage for third place as Bogunovic has Buzar right in behind him. There is the Luxembourger, Guillaume Buzar, who of the drivers that were competitive last time out. Oh, a run wide for Bogunovic. Bogunovic runs wide out of the final turn, and there goes Buzar and Go. They both managed to get past then into third and fourth. Big pressure as the race battles continue, but I'm afraid it's all gone wrong. So Thibaut Ramakers in front of Ivo Besterda, then Buzar, Go and Bogunovic. The race battles continue. 504 and 554 as they continue. Cirelli and Dalakian. Mieshuben still having a good run of it as he runs together in position. A very solid race battle so far in the mid-pack. But certainly for Ramakers and Besterda, it looks like it's pretty plain sailing from their point of view. And obviously, at the moment, it's only Orweller and Ramakers that have won races, so it looks like they're not going to lose one. Or certainly it doesn't look like as though Ramakers is going to lose one. Down the straight. Up through to the first corner once again. Ramakers in a good position. Besterda, Buzar, Go, Bogunovic and Panetta. Then Roos, Arnett, Sepulveda and Jorgensen ahead of Cirelli, Dalakian, Mieshuben, Tizikujnini and Megamo Suzuki. The Japanese driver has now got past Luca Horton in front of Jan Pinto and Pedro Cachara. Through the chicane, through the S's, having a very solid run of it. Ramakers leading in front of Besterda and Guillaume Buzar. William Go is putting him under as much pressure as possible in this phase of the race, but certainly it looks pretty neat and tidy for Thibaut Ramakers. You don't have to worry too much about things in the Belgian camp. Here comes Ramakers out of the final turn. Still looking pretty solid and smooth. having a good run of it in the lead of the race. 5 laps done, 4 to go. And the very exciting young Belgian talent, Thibaut Ramakers, looking very smooth. He had problems on home soil, but now here at Cremona, looks pretty solid. There is the man in 3rd place, that is, the man in 5th place, I should say, that is Alexander Bogunovic. And we look back to find Santino Panetta battling away with the South African talent, Nicolas Roos. So through they come once again. Good battles and a good charge forward all the way around the course. So the competitors still zigzag and weave their way through in fine style. A tough battle. Thibaut Ramakers in front of Besterda. But there is a close battle between Panetta and Roos. Roos is getting hungry in behind Santino Panetta. And now Nicolas Roos really wants to come through and find the overtaking move if he can get there. It's looking pretty neat and tidy. Oh, Mies Huben's got a mechanical flag. Mies Huben's got a problem. Now the 503 is going to pass my position. Ah, he's got a broken rear bumper. He's got too close to his opponents. And I'm afraid Mies Huben, he's obviously had a bit of a rip-roaring race, and I'm afraid the back bumper has come off the kart on one side and it's dragging on the floor. So Mies Huben is coming down the back straight now. He's going to have to retire from the race. What a shame for Mies Huben. He will come straight into the pit lane. And the Dutchman, I'm afraid, having had such a good run at Genk, some reasonable good speed, and I'm afraid it's game over as the rear bumper, you can see it dragging on the floor. Bitter, bitter disappointment for Mies Huben. And his mechanic, of course, Sophie Lansing. They've been working very hard over the course of the weekend. But I'm afraid for Mies Huben, that really does put the kibosh on a good chance. Still has one race tomorrow morning, don't forget, before the final, so he could still make it, but that really does put the hammer blow on it. Thibaut Ramakers down the back straight. Ivo Besterda and Guillaume Bouzard on the back straight with William Go and Alexander Bogunovic. Santino Panetta and Nicolas Roos. Oh! Who's that that's gone off the road into the pit exit? A big moment, a wild mistake there. I didn't quite see who that was, but it certainly caused a couple of issues for the drivers battling away. That's the 538 going off. It's William Go. So William Go, who was in 4th position behind Guillaume Bouzard, who was in 3rd place, sorry. He's now dropped back. But how about this boy, Thibaut Ramakers, having a very solid run in the lead of the race. No worries at all for the Belgian as he comes through. Excellent work from the 515. Just smooth, solid, disciplined, controlled. No problems at all for Thibaut Ramakers as he continues to take his way through every single lap. He's been ever so impressive this time out at Cremona. He was very quick in Genk, a circuit he knows well, but a circuit he'd never even driven before. Cremona, he's been able to rise to the occasion. Fast in qualifying yesterday, and now the Belgian is going to come through once more out of the final turn, and Thibaut Ramakers gets a 2nd win out of 2. Excellent job. Ivo Besterda 2nd. Guillaume Bouzard is 3rd. We've had a final lap incident. It's William Go. William Go has had a problem on the final lap. Devastating for the Filipino. And that is a championship contender, don't forget. William Go walking away from the scene of his kart. Goodness gracious me. Devastating for William Go. He'll be bitterly, bitterly disappointed with the way that's ended. And that's really going to cause him a big headache coming to the finals tomorrow. The only consolation he can have is that you can drop around over the course of a season. And I have a feeling that Cremona is going to be his dropped round. What a shame. Well, William Go is obviously going to have to now try and go back to the drawing board and figure out how he gets things ready for next time. And that race tomorrow morning, of course. A big drama for the Philippine star, William Go, as he retires on the final lap. Thibaut Ramakers, though, doesn't. He comes through to take his 2nd win in as many attempts here at Cremona. Ivo Besterda in 2nd from Guillaume Bouzard and Alexander Bogunovic. 5th place for the Australian Harry Arnett. Great drive from him. Augustin Sabelvida, Santino Panetta and Nicolas Roos in front of Riccardo Cirelli and the Armenian Daniel Dalakian. Christian Jorgensen is ahead of Tiziano Kuznini, then Megamu Suzuki and Jan Pinto, finishing in front of Robert Pamalis, Luca Horton, then Pedro Cachada, who comes through in front of Lochiel McGregor. 19th place for Kian Gauchi, the young man from Malta. Luis Cedeno is ahead of Ishan Madesh, and then Ethan Thorne was the last one home. Retirements on the final lap for William Go and Rio Ketsari, as well as for Mies Huben, who had a dragging rear bumper off the back of the kart. Well, tricky racing for everybody in the Academy Trophy. Looks as though Rio Ketsari has come off on the final lap, but he came off on about turn 4. Sorry, so problems then for Rio Ketsari, as his kart is now being recovered. The rest of the drivers in the Academy Trophy, as you can see, it's only just now that they're coming to the karts. They're not going to get into them until the last possible minute, because they obviously want to make sure that they have got, you know, you don't want to be in the karts for too long. You obviously want to make sure that you've got a good build-up, but it's very important that you don't overheat while you're trying to get yourself ready. So a lot of the drivers won't make their way to the karts until the 3-minute board goes up. So very interesting stuff from the Karting Academy Trophy drivers in their heat for qualifying drivers B versus C. Now we're going to get to see the drivers come out in the Academy Trophy again for qualifying heat A versus D. And one of the drivers who's put on a big show over the course of his first weekend in Belgium, and a very good one in terms of raw pace here at Cremona once again, is the first driver ever to represent Canada in the Karting Academy Trophy, and that is young Hadi Memasi. I caught up with him on Thursday.
The weekend was, overall, it was okay, but with it being my first big race in Europe and in OK Junior, it was hard, but we had good pace in all the heats and in the final, but it was a shame that the results could never come together with my pace. I think that it's going to be, I think I'm going to be quick straight away, because now I know how the kart's going to handle and how it's going to behave around the corners. It's going to be easier, because I'll feel more comfortable now because I've already driven it. And when I found out, I was very excited to be representing my country on the international stage. With being the first driver to represent Canada at the international level, it's a big achievement for me. And being the first Canadian junior driver to do it also feels amazing. I think it's less pressure for me because I've never really raced Europe much. I think because it's a new track no one's ever been to, it's going to be more of a level playing field instead of because who can learn the track the quickest and who can be on the pace fastest. It's a great opportunity to be learning from Formula Medicine. It's a great opportunity for me to learn all the new things and take as much of it in as possible, because I don't get to do it much. So if I can take as much of it in as possible, it will be good, because it will help my racing career and making me a better driver as a whole. We were doing a few activities where whoever has the most focus, the car will go the quickest. So you have to be focused, you have to keep your eye on your car, be 100% focused at all times to make it go quicker. Yeah, after hearing all of that, it was very good. And it shows how strict some of the rules are in terms of what you can take and what you cannot take. My main target is to win every race I enter, but I think a podium around here is doable. But I've done no laps around this circuit, so a top 10 won't be a bad result.
Great to see the progress of young talents such as Hadi Memasi. He really has come into the Academy Trophy with high expectations, but he's also been able to put on a good show. I love the determination and the focus of these drivers. Hadi Memasi did not expect, I think, coming into the Academy Trophy to be winning fresh out of the blocks. And certainly I know for a fact his father, Jerry, certainly doesn't put that much intensity on him. But he puts so much into his own driving, Hadi Memasi. He puts a lot of pressure. It's funny, you know, his mechanic and his father have both kind of said to him, you know, just do what you do. You know, just get out there, see what happens. Don't put too much pressure on it. Enjoy it. Take in the moment. But Hadi's like, nah, I want to win. I really want to win. And I feel I can. So it's always really nice to see that the determination and focus with the drivers, they are so passionate about it that they want to come out of the blocks and win going away. Now, the grid for this one, it's going to be the Colombian Mathias Orweller on the starting grid once more, as he comes through for his second pole position of the weekend. He was fastest of all in time qualifying. Dinos Turescu, the Romanian, is going to be alongside Mathias Orweller on the starting grid. And then it is going to be Mark Dubnitsky that comes through alongside Joel Pajola on the grid. So it'll be a very exciting tussle for all of them off the start line. Kiara Batik will be alongside Nando Weichselbaumer. And those two drivers are going to be together on the third row. Then it will be Caleb Gafrara alongside Timofey Mikhailov. And that is the American talent alongside the Malaysian. Oliver Kinmark will go up alongside Alexander Deshkov, the Swede alongside the Bulgarian. Markus Silkunas, the Lithuanian, will be alongside the German talent Matilda Pats. And then she will have Kyohu Lee and Arthur Dorisson lining up behind her, with Adrien Ferrer, the Spaniard, and the Canadian Hadi Mamasi that we've just heard from, lining up on the 8th row of the grid. Adi Wibowo, the Indonesian, will line up alongside Bati Yildirim, the Turkish driver. Then Hamza Al-Fayez and Elina Rolfsen, the Jordanian, and the Norwegian. They will share the 10th row of the grid together. The Mexican Sol de Colombres made a fantastic comeback in race 1. He managed to make up 10 places. So we'll see what he can do this time, alongside another driver who charged through from the 11th row of the grid, and that is the British racer Henry Jocelyn, who made up some incredible overtakes in his previous race. Then Gabriel Sano, the Brazilian, lines up alongside Ruben Duvalle, the Mozambique racer. And then at the very back of the grid for this one, it is the talented young Emirati, and that is Mira Alzabi, all the way from the United Arab Emirates. So the competitors gearing themselves up. The 1 minute board is about to go up on the Academy Trophy, and it's a lot hotter now than it was earlier. You've got to feel for the mechanics down there who are doing their best to keep cool, whilst also trying to keep the emotions and the lids vented on the drivers. It's never easy when you've got so many talented and very motivated youngsters. They obviously want to come up with the best they possibly can from the weekend. They want to get the victories. They want to get the podiums. And they will feel the pressure that they put on themselves more than anything else. So very tricky, some of the situations that the youngsters from the Academy Trophy are going to be presented with in this one. But obviously they have come through after a very solid battle thus far, and they want to make sure they come up with the best possible result. But it's never easy in the Academy Trophy. The drivers will obviously want to be in the best possible scenarios and the best possible frame of mind going into the races. But it's hotter now than it has ever been over the course of the weekend. Now looking at about 35 degrees Celsius as they get themselves ready to head out on circuit once again. A very tricky situation. So the battles are raging. It will be a really exciting tussle right from the get-go. I think everybody is going to be in a strong position. Here we go. A good battle from the Academy Trophy. And now they come out onto the circuit, ready for the next encounter. Qualifying E-Day versus D. Mathias Orweller and Dino Sabin Storescu on the front row of the grid. Mark Dubnitsky and Joel Pajola. Kiara Batik and Nando Weichselbaumer from Caleb Gafrara and Timofey Mikhailov. Oliver Kinmark and Alexander Deshkov from Markus Silkunas and Matilda Pats. Kyohu Lee and Arthur Dorisson from Adrien Ferrer and Hadi Mamasi. Adi Wibowo and Bati Yildirim from Hamza Al-Fayez and Elina Rolfsen. Then Sol de Colombres, Henry Jocelyn, Gabriel Sano, Ruben Duvalle. And at the back of the grid, it is Mira Alzabi. So the competitors working very hard as they go for another exceptional battle. Definitely going to be a really exciting story for the drivers as they continue to charge their way forward. So they are pushing in with a fantastic amount of energy. The competitors really want to be up at the sharp end from the start. So we're going to have a really exciting and very interesting tussle for all of the competitors. We're going to see how it all plays out and how the competition continues. But we are in for an exceptional charge forward, that is for sure. From the start, Mathias Orweller is hoping that he is going to be in a pretty comfortable position from the outset. So who is going to get a charge forward? We're obviously going to get to find out very soon indeed. And as they come through, I think we're going to get a clean start. Off the go is Mathias Orweller going to get to the first corner first. Certainly looks that way as they come up to the first turn. No problems at all. Dino Storescu is hoping he doesn't run too wide, but there is a big challenge through to the first couple of corners. Storescu seems to have slotted himself neatly into position, and everybody squabbles further back. There's one driver that hasn't made the start, I'm afraid, and that is Nando Weichselbaumer. I think Matilda Pats has had problems as well, so both Pats and Weichselbaumer in big trouble. As far as they're concerned with things, it's very, very tricky out there on the course. So everybody wanting to put on a bit of a showcase of it. Oh, a bit of an off there further back, but everybody has continued. So it got a little bit close to each other. Very close racing. Let's see how it continues as everybody is on their A game. And we're in for an exceptional showcase if the racing continues here. Oh, bit of a run wide out of the final turn. Orweller is your leader. So big pressure and some tough racing. Storescu in second from Dubnitsky. Oh, and a run wide in the middle of the pack there. That's the 521 going wide. Now that is a big mistake from the 521 car. That's Adrian Ferrer. He drifted out wide. So a big mistake, a big error in judgment. So some tricky moments on the course. And we're going to see how things continue to progress. How is the American talent, Caleb Gafrara, getting on? Well, he has had a bit of a topsy-turvy start. Oh, there we go! On a spin! A spin for the 518. What a shame for Joel Pajola. Third place, he just lost the back end of the car. Didn't have any help there at all. Didn't have anybody pushing him around the track. He just lost the traction out of the final corner. What a shame for Joel Pajola. So out in front, no pressure from Mathias Orweller. The Colombian still looking very good out front. Then Storescu, Dubnitsky, and Caleb Gafrara, the young man from North Carolina. Bit of a wobble there from the 517 of Oliver Kinmark. Manages to catch it, but he's going to run wide again on the exit. As here comes Markus Selkunas, the Lithuanian on the inside line, and he gets through, I believe. Bit of a run wide there from Dubnitsky as Caleb Gafrara tries to get the move on the inside. So some big pressure. Tries to come through, hasn't made it. So Gafrara in front of him is Dubnitsky. So some big pressure. But Orweller is already long gone out front. Whoa! It's been a big off further back. But I don't see anybody parked up in the grass, so I think whoever went off the road has been able to get back on the road again. But this is exactly what we were talking about. You've got to keep in that narrow racing line. If you even come slightly off it, and we're talking 2 to 3 centimeters, it's a bit like being a drunk dad at a wedding on roller skates. You just cannot keep the kart on the racing line. And if you even go slightly off it, it's going to chuck you off into the grass. So these guys are really working hard. Back on the inside, nice move from the 518. That is Joel Pajola getting himself back onto the inside line, getting past Elina Rolfsson. So there's not a lot that she can do about that one. Pajola makes the move and gets up into 11th place. So continuing the challenge out of the final turn. And onto the home straight again. 5:23. Mark Dubnitsky in front of Caleb Gafrara. Then Markus Selkunas and Oliver Kinmark, 6th place. Dino Storescu is doing his best to keep up with Orweller, but Mathias Orweller, he's checked out. He may as well be on the run to Milan because he's absolutely miles ahead of the rest of the field. There he is, there's the lead. Storescu doing his best to pull clear. And then Dubnitsky having gone away from Selkunas and Gafrara. So now we've got the battle a little further back. This is the 517 of Oliver Kinmark in front of Timofey Mikolov, the Malaysian. Also in that gaggle of drivers, several other competitors trying to make hay where the opportunity comes through. Pajola managing to creep up a little bit more. And Arthur Dorisson is trying to make up some progress, having had some problems earlier on, and off the road goes Dorisson. Arthur Dorisson, the man who won at Genk, is having a nightmare weekend here in Cremona. That just goes to show you from one race weekend to the next, you never know what's going to happen. As Hadi Mamasi passes the man who won at Genk. So a good move from the Canadian. That puts him up to 13th. Mathias Orweller just dominating out front. Storescu second. Dubnitsky third. Then Selkunas, Gafrara and Kinmark. From Mikolov, Ferrer, Pajola and Adi Wiberwool. So the only drivers not running in the race now are Nando Weichselbaumer, Matilda Pats and Mira Alzabi. The latter two ladies unfortunately unable to take the start. Weichselbaumer was off on the first lap, I think. So big problems there for Weichselbaumer. But this man looking comfortable. Storescu, the Romanian, really enjoying it. Out through the final turn. Caleb Gafrara still hunting down a top 3 finish if he can find one, but he's going to have to work hard here to get past both Dubnitsky and Selkunas, the Estonian and the Lithuanian. So through they continue to make progress. Up through the far side. And onto the back straight once more. Dubnitsky, Selkunas, Gafrara. They are 5.5 seconds nearly behind Mathias Orweller. Such is the Colombian's pace. Just seems to have perfect traction, good pace out of the turns. And he's keeping it nice and smooth out there. You need to when the tyre degradation is so high. But excellent work from the Colombian Mathias Orweller, who goes into his penultimate lap now, lap 8. 7 laps completed, 8 laps are going to be completed at the end of this one. It is lap 8, so 2 to go. Storescu, second place from Dubnitsky, Sitkunas and Gafrara. Look at the rubber that's laid down there in the middle of turn 3 and 4. That line of rubber is as long as a rattlesnake out there. Absolutely crazy. Through they come again, down the back straight, and up to the hairpin. This is where we're going to see a move or two potentially from Caleb Gafrara, the American, working his way into the craft. Can he get through into 4th place? Bit of a run wide from Sitkunas, but the Lithuanian holds on to it. Always very tricky for a non-European to run up at the sharp end of the field in the Academy Trophy these days when you've got 3 race weekends, all based in Europe. Here we go. Mathias Orweller, the Colombian, showcasing that you don't need to be a European born and bred to come to the Academy Trophy and showcase your skill. And the Colombian, absolutely monstrous out here, and certainly looking like another fantastic representative of his country on the world stage. I wonder how closely the likes of Juan Pablo Montoya and his son Sebastian will be keeping an eye on this, because they have got a massive passion for karting and a massive passion for their country, doing a great job in motorsport. And this young man, Mathias Orweller, definitely looking like the next big sensation from Colombia. He comes out of the final turn, and it's monstrous domination from Mathias Orweller today. 2 race wins out of 2 starts. And it's exactly the same for Tibor Ramakas, so they're going to meet together for the first time tomorrow. And that's going to be fascinating. A great race down to the final corner, out of the final turn, and down to the line for Arthur Dorisson, who just manages to get back past Henry Jocelyn before the finish line. So great racing all the way from the kids in the Academy. And it looks like we had a last lap retirement. I'm afraid that's Ruben Dovalle, the Mozambique racer, having come off on the final lap of the race. So problems for him. What a shame. The African driver trying to make up as much progress as he possibly can. And it just hasn't worked out for him in the end. So some tough racing out there, some big battles and some very tricky performances. But the Academy Trophy drivers once again showcasing good skill and ability and a real rhythm for the racetrack here. Really good performance from the competitors who have made a bit of a show of it once again here in the Academy Trophy. And it's a victory once more for Mathias Orweller. Good job from the Colombian. 2nd place for Dino Storescu. Then Mark Dubnitsky and Marcus Selkunas from Caleb Gafrara and Oliver Kinmark. Timofey Mikhailov and Joel Pajola. Then Adrian Ferrer and Aditya Wibowo. Elena Rolfson and Arthur Dorisson from Henry Jocelyn and Kiara Batik. Saul de Colombres, the Mexican, did not quite make the progress of last time, but he is there in 15th from Hadi Mamasi and Alexander Deshkov. Then it is Bati Yildirim, the Turkish driver, who finishes up in front of the Jordanian Hamza Al-Fayez. Then Gabriel Sano, Kyoho Lee, and the retirements. Well, we had Ruben Dovalle, Nando Weichselbaumer ended up off the racetrack on the first lap, and neither Matilda Pats nor Mira Al-Zabi were able to take the start of this race. So tricky situations then in the Academy Trophy, but that is them done for the day, and they will be back in action once again tomorrow. So a fascinating battle to come then from the Academy Trophy drivers. A couple of cards needing to be swept away from the course. So obviously a very interesting and exciting challenge. You can see here that the dummy grid is being prepared and being set up now for the competitors in the KZ2 battle. And obviously they've got a few minutes before the race actually gets underway. It's 16:45 local time is when it's due to get started once more. Still a couple of drivers that we will hear from in the build-up to the last races, but this is crunch time as far as the KZ2 drivers are concerned. This is to determine who's going to start tomorrow on Sunday from the front of the grid. And at the moment, the battle is between the 2 teammates of Miralart, Christian Bratuka versus Moritz Ebner. 2 drivers that have not been used to running at the front end of the field in KZ2. And certainly after Tom Lulette's awkward penalties over the course of the weekend. So it'll be a really interesting and fascinating battle as they continue on their way. But the charge forward continues. It's not going to be very easy to determine who's going to come through at the far side. Thank you to everybody who is watching, by the way, wherever you are tuning in from. We know, obviously, that certainly in the Academy Trophy, there are 50 nations, I should actually technically say 49, represented over the course of the Academy Trophy. But whether you're watching in North or South America, wherever you're tuned in from, whether you're watching from Asia, whether you're watching from Australasia, in both New Zealand and Australia, good morning to you. I know it's very late where you are, but well done for staying up if you have. And obviously, across Africa, a couple of drivers in the Academy Trophy representing a couple of nations in there as well. So absolutely fantastic run for the competitors. So it's definitely going to be an interesting showcase. So obviously everybody wanting to be in the best possible frame of mind moving forward, and everybody wants to be there or thereabouts. We're going to have a really strong battle from the KZ2 competitors for this one. Just to give you the lay of the land in KZ2 so far, because we've had 4 races for each driver in KZ2 leading up to this. So obviously, it'll be interesting to see how we work things out after the 83 drivers took to the circuit yesterday. Qualifying ED versus F saw Moritz Ebner open his account with a win from David Trevelov and Thomas Imborg, ahead of Alessio Pacini and Artur Carbonell. That was the top 5. Leading wildcard on that occasion was Alessio Baldi. When hasn't it been Alessio Baldi as the leading wildcard? He really has been exceptional all through the weekend. Then for qualifying heat C versus D, we ended up with a win for Cristian Bratuka, the first of his run in front of the Argentine Giorgio Carrara, and then Michael Paparo ahead of Leonardo Marsiglia, Luigi De Lorenzo and Genis Sevico. And then for the third qualifying heat yesterday, it was Giuseppe Palomba who ended up taking the victory despite finishing 4th on the road, would you believe, in front of Michael Rossiner, Jean Nomblo and Danilo Albanese. Arvid Lindblad crossed the line first, but was given a penalty for jump starting. Then it should have been Tom Lulette who ended up with the victory, but he was also given the same penalty and an additional 5-second penalty for a loose front fairing. So that should have been Daniel Vasile taking the win, but then he too was given a 5-second penalty for the front fairing. So Palomba, despite crossing the line in 4th, was able to come through for his first win of the weekend. That was that was the Friday evening activity. It's been all go since then, and everybody's been really enjoying the battle as it has unfolded in KZ2. Tom Lulette bouncing out of the blocks and taking a win in front of Tim Gerhardt and Daniel Vasile, ahead of Paavo Tonteri and Robert Kindervater, with Giorgio Carrara finishing up in 6th place. Then came qualifying heat A versus E. Thomas Imborg disappearing out in front of the rest of the field from Jean Lulette, Jorge Pescador and Alessio Baldi, who came home in 4th place, ahead of Jean Nomblo and Chris Harnan. Then we had the battle again for qualifying heat C versus F. Cristian Bratuka triumphant once more, ahead of Alessio Pacini and his teammate Moritz Ebner. So in a straight fight between those two, it is Bratuka that has stood tall. Matteo Spergel was 4th in front of Artur Carbonell and the Drago course of Alex Maragliano. Then we had qualifying heat A versus D a little later on. It was Giorgio Carrara that ended up coming through for the victory for the first time this weekend. And also, it's worth noting, he was the first driver other than a Sodi or a Birolard to come through for a race victory. Nobody else had managed it up to that point. So fair play from Giorgio Carrara, ahead of Tim Gerhardt and Oscar Target, 3rd place, ahead of Arvid Lindblad, Marcus Kayak and Michael Paparo. So some fabulous battles all the way through the field. And then in qualifying heat C versus E, we had Cristian Bratuka take another win in front of David Trevelov. Then Matteo Spergel, Thomas Imborg, Alex Maragliano and Jean Lulette. It would have been Alessio Baldi in the field in that one, but he was given a penalty post-race, but he still managed to come home in 10th position. Then at 1:10, we had Tom Lulette take another win, this time in front of Moritz Ebner and Alessio Pacini. Daniel Vasile was 4th in front of Paavo Tonteri and Artur Carbonell. Then we had the 4th rotation of heats just a short while ago. Tom Lulette taking the win in front of Alex Maragliano and Matteo Spergel. Paavo Tonteri in front of Cristian Bratuka and Leonardo Marsiglia. And then we had another great battle in A versus F. Moritz Ebner triumphant once more in front of Alessio Pacini and Giuseppe Palomba, with Danilo Albanese ahead of Arvid Lindblad and Oscar Target. And then the final qualifying heat before this one was Thomas Imborg, another great run from the Sodi, ahead of David Trevelov, who came home in 2nd place in the end after a very strong restart. Jean Lulette from Tim Gerhardt, Robert Kindervater, and that man again was P6, Alessio Baldi. So now we go into the final heat for each of the KZ2 drivers. They're all in a similar position. They're all going to have just one last race to set themselves up for a good starting grid position for the final. And let's not forget the fact that there are 36 spaces on the starting grid for the final on Sunday. A very tricky situation now for all of the KZ2 drivers. So how is it all going to play out? Very tricky to decipher who is going to be in the strong position. There's Nicky Taylor, the Canadian driver, getting himself ready for the start. And he's obviously there in position, ready for a strong challenge and a strong battle. 2 minutes to go before the race starts. And once again, you've seen that the drivers are waiting till the last possible minute to get themselves out onto the circuit. That's because of how intense the heat has been here at Cremona. So a really strong battle, but a really exciting run for all of the competitors as they continue to make steady progress. But now we're going to see just how the drivers will prepare themselves for another exciting showdown. It's definitely going to be a really tough run for all of the drivers out there on the course. And so we will still have another spectacular showcase for all of the drivers as they run in formation. Scatter getting himself into the kart with just 1 minute board to go. And there it is. It is showcased to the drivers. So now they will get themselves into position. And this is showtime. The last race of the day for each KZ2 driver. There are 3 races to go. So obviously it's now or never. At this time, it is very closely matched. And even Stevens now between the 2 competitors in the Birolart team. Mathias, sorry, I'm looking at Mathias Orweller from the previous run. Moritz Ebner and Christian Bratuka. And these 2 drivers are obviously going to have to now battle for position as they will showcase the final races of the day. And it is going to be Tom Lulette that runs in pole position for this one, with Thomas Imborg alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, will be third alongside David Trevelov, and then Paavo Tonteri and Jean Lulette. This is the battle. This is the tough one. And this is obviously where everybody is going to be pushed to their extremities and pushed to the limits. We're going to see who gets this done. Qualifying Heat B versus E. The drivers head out on course. And we're in for another sensational battle out there on the course. Here we go. Drivers coming out onto the circuit, and it's Tom Lulette from Thomas Imborg, from Dan Vasile and David Trevelov. Then Paavo Tonteri and Jean Lulette from Michael Rossina and Jorge Pescador. Corentin Russo and Alessio Baldi from Andrea Dale and Ivan Klimenko. David Lewinsky and Chris Harnan, Karl Lukaszewski and Tim Troga from Natalia Balboa and Samuel Lulette. Natio Mazzucchelli and Alexandro Iancu. Carlos Martinez and Marco Torman, Lonzo Scatter and Jesper Sjöberg from Jacob Wojcik, Alexander Rothschopf, then Albin Carlson and Nicky Taylor. So the drivers around on the course once again, just trying to get themselves up to speed. So let's see how it all works out for all of the drivers. So now they're going to be in a very exciting tussle in the last race of the day. They know that they've only got 13 laps to change their fortunes, ready for the rest of this weekend. It's not going to be easy to predict who's going to get the best of it either, because there's so many drivers up at the sharp end who feel they've got a claim to it. So obviously everybody wanting to put on a bit of a spectacle. Drivers in position, obviously wanting a really smooth run of it. So we're going to see how it all plays out. A very competitive and very tough race battle to see who is going to come through in fine style. And hopefully we're going to see a really smooth effort from the competitors in the KZ2 European Championship weekend finale. We are going to crown a European champion. Looking at the rankings at this point, Christian Bratuka has 5, as does Moritz Ebner, but Bratuka is in front based on the qualifying pace. There is the 321, sorry, that's Chris Harnan, the Dutchman. Thomas Imborg is third in the rankings on 7 points. Thomas Imborg is there, as I mentioned. Alessio Pacini is on 11. Tom Lulette is on 13. Tim Gerhardt is on 18. Tontelli on 19. And then Jean Lulette is on 22. So a lot of drivers up at the sharp end. Nobody has been able to come away with less than 5 points over the course of the race weekend. I should point out for those who are uneducated, you don't score the same amount of points. You don't score big points for the win and small points for lower. You actually score the amount of points in the heats that you finish in, with the exception of the race win. You add 0 points to your tally if you win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And whoever has the fewest points, a bit like in golf, will come through at the top spot. So these 3 races will determine who's going to start pole position on Sunday for the KZ2 European Championship Showdown. All karts in position. Green flags fly at the back of the grid. The lights will come on. When they go out, we'll be racing for the last time for these groups. Who's going to get it done? Let's find out. Terrific start for Imborg. He slides across, and there's nothing Lulette can do. Trevelov around the outside, moves up into second place. Terrific start from Imborg. What a difficult moment for Tom Lulette. And that's really going to hamper his chances. So Tom Lulette, who's fighting for the European Championship, in dire straits. There's problems further back. 2 karts have drifted off the road. It's Sam Lulette, I do believe. Sam Lulette has come off, and he's had problems there with Matteo Mazzucchelli. So Matteo Mazzucchelli and Sam Lulette have come off the road together. So game over for those two. The top kart driver, Matteo Mazzucchelli, is desperately trying to rejoin. But it's Imborg from Trevelov and Lulette. And that's going to close things up in the title fight here as well, because Tom Lulette is in danger of dropping to about 17 points, 16 points here in the rankings. So Imborg, Trevelov, Lulette, he's going to drop to 16 points the way things currently play out. So a very tricky scenario. But Thomas Imborg from David Trevelov, Tom Lulette and Daniel Vasile, then Tarteri and Pescador. Very close, very, very even as the battle continues, and they are tattling through. Few overtaking moves starting to be made. Fastest of all in the first sector is currently Corentin Rousseau on the second lap. That might be because he's got a bit of distance between himself and the next driver in the rank. So Imborg, Trevelov, Lulette, Vasile, Tonterri and Pescador. Those 3 are the ones you're watching. So Vasile in 4th, down to Pescador in 6th, having a great squabble for position. So still the battles rage, and still the race continues to take its moments. But Thomas Imborg is 3/10 ahead of Trevelov and another 3 ahead of Tom Lulette. Now, from Lulette's point of view, he knows he's going to add another 3 points to his tally if he stays where he is. Trevelov wants a win. And obviously, Thomas Imborg wants an opportunity up to the hairpin as Trevelov is under pressure from Tom Lulette. And there's a wheel-to-wheel battle. That's Vasile and Pescador. Tonterri going around the outside. Tonterri into 5th place, sorry. In behind Daniel Vasile. Pescador was looking hungry for the move, and now he's going to have pressure from Jean Lulette and Chris Harnan. So Jean Lulette in the Tony kart number 302, sorry. And then the 321 of Chris Harnan in the black, yellow and white machine. So here they come. And Thomas Imborg is holding his line in front of David Trevelov. Tom Lulette still looking comfortable in 3rd position for the moment. They've got a slower kart in front of them that they're going to lap before too long, as Thomas Imborg sets the fastest lap of the race. It is Samuel Lulette and Matteo Mazzucchelli who have dropped to the back of the field, but they are still circulating. I think Mazzucchelli has just pulled it into the pits to retire, in actual fact. So Mazzucchelli in the top kart has figured out that he's not going to go any further, and he pulls it out of the race. Tonterri and Pescador still running nose to tail, 5th and 6th places, with Jean Lulette, the Swiss driver. Now behind is Chris Harnan and Michael Rossiner. And then it is Alessio Baldi running in 10th place, where he started from. So they still challenge, they still battle away for position. Thomas Imborg, David Trevelov, Tom Lulette and Daniel Vasile, Pablo Tonterri and Jorge Pescador. Riding behind is Jean Lulette. Harnan, Rossiner, Baldi, Dale, Levinsky, Rousseau, Dimenko and Natalia Balboa. They come off the hairpin once more. 4 laps into this race. We're on the 5th lap at the moment. But Imborg has managed to pull away a little bit now from Trevelov and Lulette. So it's definitely looking good for Thomas Imborg. He's looking likely to be 3rd place. There is a very disappointed Matteo Mazzucchelli. So Mazzucchelli is out of this race. Trevelov in front of Tom Lulette. But Tom Lulette has a lot of pressure. He doesn't want to lose any traction. He's got, two carts together. So that's gone very badly wrong, and that is one of the Birolats. That is Jesper Sjolberg. So Jesper Sjolberg has had a tangle there with Albin Carlson. Oh no, sorry, it's not Carlson. My apologies. That is Carlos Martinez, the Spanish driver. So the two drivers walking away. At least it's not turning nasty. So the drivers walking in, trudging in, very disappointed. But that's racing. Doesn't always go your way. So further back, we've got a nice little squabble brewing as the yellow flags are out on the final turn. That is Rothschild. He's having a go with the Canadian Nicky Taylor. As they come onto the home straight once again. Still no change for Thomas Inborg. He's looking good to secure himself on 7 points. And depending on what happens in the next 2 races, that will be perfect for Thomas Inborg. He may even come up with the pole position, you never know. So Thomas Inborg on 7 points. Nothing is guaranteed yet, that is for sure. So he's just got to get himself into the best possible position to make progress. But there's a very strong chance here that we could have a pole position for Thomas Inborg. He's on 7 points accumulated at this moment in time, with the other 2 drivers in front of him in the rankings. Moritz Ebner and Christian Bratuka both on only 5, but they've both got another race to do. Into the pits to retire comes Scatter. So the 420, I'm afraid, of Lonzo Scatter, he's now out of the race. And that could even be out of the weekend, depending on the points he's accumulated. He's not had an easy time of it. So it could be very interesting to see who gets through to the final tomorrow. But obviously, drivers working very hard. Onto the back straight. Trefilov still in front of Lulette. But it's getting feisty behind Vasile. As a big move from Jean Lulette. He can't get through on Pescador. Pescador drifts wide, though. Lulette is alongside him. Pescador holds him at the line. So he's not going to get the overtaking move done in the end. But now Jean Lulette wants a little bit of progress from Pescador. Look at Tom Lulette all over the back of David Trefilov. So David Trefilov doing his best. And that's another retirement. That is Marco Torman, I do believe. So Marco Torman, the Paralin driver, who has had an absolute nightmare all weekend long. I shall think he's probably quite looking forward to putting his feet up and calling it a day. Thomas Inborg from David Trefilov and Tom Lulette. Lulette is getting quite close to David Trefilov now in the Maranello. Will he dive in for the inside? Well, Trefilov knows he's going to be there. So he pulls across the line. The Frenchman getting frustrated, sat behind the German star. So what can David Trefilov do to fend him off? Very close in behind is Tom Lulette. Doesn't have to panic too much here. A 3rd place finish will put him on 16 accumulated. So that definitely gives him a little bit to play with tomorrow. 9 laps done, 4 remain. Is Tom Lulette going to be the gambler? Knowing that there's a good chance he can end up on some fresh tyres in the final. He just wants to keep himself there or thereabouts. So Tom Lulette all over the back of David Trefilov. Oh, and there's a problem. 2 carts have gone into the barriers there. Well, that is up at turn 2, I do believe. That's a CRG. And I think that's Chris Harnan. So that's Alessio Baldi and Chris Harnan. Alessio Baldi and Chris Harnan out of the race there at turn 2. What a shame. And Alessio Baldi and Chris Harnan are now being told to make their way to the marshal post. So 2 very unhappy drivers there. They get off the racetrack in time for the others to come through. But that was, well, that was very close actually, as the race leaders are coming through, but they dawdled a little bit. And interestingly, Chris Harnan and Alessio Baldi are actually going to watch from separate marshal posts. They're not going to stay on the same bit of racetrack together, as Trefilov is defending valiantly from Tom Lulette. Lulette is struggling to stay with David Trefilov through the hairpin there. I wonder if he's just starting to have some problems with tyres. Because now David Trefilov has a little bit of a gap between himself and Tom Lulette. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them have difficulties at the moment. 2 laps to go. And these guys have obviously been on only 8 tyres allocation from the start of qualifying right the way through to the end of today. Yellow flags still waving at turn 1. I think they're going to be there for the rest of the race, because those karts are embedded deep into the barriers at turn 1. So Alessio Baldi. Oh, and there's a spinner. A spinner. It's one of the Sodis that's gone. One of the Sodis that's gone. That is the 368, I'm afraid. That is Clémentin Rousseau. So Clémentin Rousseau has gone off at turn 5. And that's very unfortunate indeed for Clémentin. So a bit of a frustrating race there as well. So the battles continue all around, and we go into the last lap. No problems at all for Thomas Imborg. This is a lap, this is a race result that could end up with pole position, the way things are currently going. It all very much depends on what happens to the Birolats in their final heat. But certainly Thomas Imborg has given it his best shot, and he's rarely put a wheel wrong all weekend, Thomas Imborg. He's been threatening to be a contender for a race victory all season, and now here at Cremona, he's definitely looking pretty confident about the possibility that that could unfold. In through the third sector, Trefilov and Lulette are quite a way back now. So it's time to finish off in style as Thomas Imborg comes out of the final bend. He'll finish on 7 points. That's third overall for the moment, but it could change. Imborg takes the win. Second for Trefilov, third for Tom Lulette, in front of Vasile, Tontelli and Pescador. Excellent work from Thomas Imborg. 7 points accumulated from 5 starts is very respectable indeed. So very much a good performance at the moment from Thomas Imborg. After 13 laps of high quality racing, he's been in exactly the position he wanted to be in, and he's made good use of the opportunities. David Trevelov comes through for second. Tom Lulette comes through for third. So a lot of reasons to be cheerful for those 3 drivers up at the front end of the field. Lulette banking only 3 extra points. Trefilov only banking 2 more, and Imborg doesn't bank any. So he stays on his tally of 7 points. If there is even the slightest problem for Bratuka and Ebner in the next race, then there's definitely going to be a very happy and incredibly determined Thomas Imborg sat on the sidelines, ready to go for tomorrow's races. You can see that the KZ2 drivers are gearing themselves up and getting ready for the penultimate race of the day. But here's the provisional result. Thomas Imborg in front of David Trefilov and Tom Lulette from Daniel Vasile and Pavo Tontelli from Jorge Pescador and Jean Lulette. Rounding out the top 10, it's Michael Rossena, Andrea Dale and David Levinsky. Ivan Klimenko in front of Natalia Balboa, so good recovery drives from those two. Karl Lukashevsky is 13th in front of Nicky Taylor. What a drive from the Canadian. Alexander Rothschoff from Jacob Wojcik, Albin Carlson and a very disappointed Tim Troga of the Maranello SRP team. The last driver home in the end was Alexandru Iancu, and then a lot of retirements. Corentin Russo, Chris Harnan, Alessio Baldi, Marco Torment, Lorenzo Scatter, Jesper Sjoberg, Carlos Martinez, Sam Lulette, and Matteo Mazzucchelli. So a crazy race then in KZ2, as a lot of them have been so far here at Cremona. Qualifying heat B versus E comes to a very solid finish. And for several drivers, that will be a very interesting conclusion to a very tough battle. But for qualifying heat D versus F, it's time to put Tim Gerhards on the front row of the grid with Moritz Ebner. Before we focus on that race, though, let's give Nicky Taylor a real amount of plaudits for a great drive to charge his way through. And it's very appropriate, considering that we actually caught up with him and we raced for position in great style last time out. So Nicky Taylor, we spoke to him on Thursday.
We've been doing a lot of testing, but not at this track because we haven't really been available to it. But yeah, we've been at like Lonato and Castelletto and all that for yeah, just getting used to the KZ because I'm still new to the KZ category. This will be my 4th race in the KZ, and yeah, I'm not really looking for results because I'm still learning. So I'm really using this race sort of as a practice. So, you know, just to familiarize myself even more and driving and racing with higher levels of competition. So for me, learning a new circuit, it doesn't really take so much time for me. I just need, you know, maybe a couple sessions to understand where the corners are and which gear to be in. But in this track particularly, because it's a new surface and the rubber line has been laid down, but only on the race line. So if you fall off of the racing line, then it's a big problem because you lose all traction and then you go off the track and into the wall, which I experienced a couple times. I find this track of Cremona to be not like the typical tracks that I've been testing at. It has much more wide open corners, so you can't really attack to the apex like you normally do in the KZ. You more have to roll through it like in an X30 more. So I mean, for me, it's it's kind of good because I've had lots of experience with the X30, and so coming new to the KZ, it's sort of coming natural to finding these specific lines, you know, taking a wider entry than you normally would in the KZ. But yeah, and then there's lots of runoff on the outsides of the corners. But yeah, other than that, I just say there's not so many tight, like a stop-go situation. It's more keep the momentum going and keep the rolling speed high. To me, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to overtake because the corners are such high speed and there's not so much room for two karts going through these high-speed corners. There are a couple of spots like entering into the hairpins that are it's possible to overtake, but there's not so many opportunities that these other tracks would. Now coming to the European Championship, it's just that much more difficult than the Italian Championship. So I came here and seeing all the tents, all of the teams, it doesn't really faze me, but you know, knowing some of the faces that I've seen on TV, all of those big drivers and the big names, it is something that is getting to me a little bit, but I'm trying not to let it get there. Yeah, honestly, we have no expectation, no plan for results or anything like that. We're just purely using this race weekend as to get more experience in the KZ with myself and the higher caliber drivers, but yeah, other than that, I'm just here using it as a training day, or a training weekend, I should say. Well, we've been doing...
So great battles from Nicky Taylor today. Good to see and hear from him, having had a very solid and strong performance, the Canadian, as a wild card here this weekend. So this is going to be an exceptional opportunity and a great battle for the competitors as they run in close proximity and tough formation. But we're going to have a really exciting run for the competitors in the last two races of the day. So we're obviously going to see some good challenges and some good battles for the racers in these last two qualifying heats. So we're in for a spectacular showcase and a really solid run. So everybody going to be pushed to the limit of their adhesion in this final couple of races of the day. Let's not forget the fact that Tim Gerhards is going to be there alongside Moritz Ebner for the charge forward. And he's definitely in for an exciting battle as we continue to press on. But these are the last two races of the day. Just a slight pause, I think, in proceedings because we're still trying to recover a couple of drivers from the fray. There was a lot of work to remove the drivers, obviously, from the second corner incident. Alessio Baldi and Chris Harlan, their karts were actually embedded in the barriers at turn 2. So there's only a slight pause to wait for racing to get underway. But the final kart has now been recovered from the scene of its transgression. It's one of the Sodi karts, and I think that's going to be Corentin Rousseau. Having had his problems earlier on, I'm afraid he ends the day on Saturday in a very difficult and very disappointing manner from his point of view. But Tim Gerhards will be there in pole position, looking for that elusive first win. He's come close several times, but obviously being in that position is a lot of pressure, and certainly it's him for the first time. So we're going to see how it all works out together. He's got to be very careful how this finishes up from his point of view, because he wants to make sure that he's in good proximity to the front end of the field, but he wants to make a good start, look after the tyres well. There's a lot of pressure to get this wrong, and if anybody's going to feel the pressure from the start, it's definitely going to be two drivers there on the front row of the grid, Tim Gerhards and Moritz Ebner. Moritz Ebner's never been under more pressure to get this right, because he's there in position, hoping for a really solid run. But we could have a fascinating challenge as the competitors continue to make progress. So the drivers are working forward. Could be a really solid battle from here on out. So still the drivers running in formation, but the competitors are having a solid run of it. So the drivers continue in close proximity. So they are running in close proximity and having a Really solid battle and a really solid challenge for all of the racers out there. KZ2 qualifying heat, D versus F then. Tim Gerhards and Moritz Ebner on the front row. 13 laps remain of their Saturday. Giorgio Carrara is third from Alessio Piccini. Robert Kindervater and Flint Schuring from Luigi De Lorenzo and Arto Cabanel. Michael Paparo and Gavin Lulette from Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Filippo Nuccioni. Marek Skriven and Brandon Nilsson from Jeremy Potain and Celian Galassin. Then Kirill Smal and Jacob Bergmeister from Andrea Boseto and Lucas Rebok. From Kasper Radolski, Karol Pazovic, Maciek Kikowski, Mathias Torregiani, Maciek Bruce, Paolo Castagnetti. At the back of the grid, it is once more Joseph Valente. A non-start for Kirill Smal once again, so I wonder if they've decided to call it a day, or perhaps they've been informed to call it a day. I haven't got an update for you on that one as yet. I'll try and have a look at it. So a continuation of the great battles that come out onto the course once more. But certainly some very interesting battles continue around this brand new circuit to the world of FIA karting. It's never been done before in quite the same fashion around this circuit. This is the first international race meeting for the Cremona circuit. And definitely we've seen some exceptional performances from the drivers up to that point. So now it all comes down to the composure of Moritz Ebner. He is lining up on the front row of the starting grid, the Italian star for Birolart. 5 points accumulated for him compared to his teammate Christian Bratuka, who has the same, and obviously Thomas Imburg, who has finished up on 7. So this is tense now for Moritz Ebner. Tim Gerhards lines up in pole position. But Moritz Ebner has never had more pressure on his shoulders. He could start tomorrow from the front of the grid. He has to be focused. He has to be delicate with his thought process. The super focused are the ones that come through for the victory. But Tim Gerhards in pole position would dearly, dearly love to get a race win. He hasn't yet. So far, only the 3 brands in the top 3 positions have taken a race victory over the course of this weekend in KZ2. Namely the Sodi Kart, Birolart and Lenzo Kart chassis. So the competitors are in position. They are getting themselves ready for the start. And we are ready as the lights come on. Let's see who gets to the first corner first. Here we go. It's a perfect start for Ebner. Perfect launch for Moritz Ebner. Round the outside comes the fast starting Piccini. So it's Ebner, Piccini and Tim Gerhards. What a start for Moritz Ebner. Carrara in 4th. 5th position, that's another of the Birolarts. I think that's Robert Kindervater in the KSW machine. So already some good battles around the course as everybody getting themselves up to an incredible start. Drivers battling away in the hope that they can hold on to this for the entirety of the race. But it's the perfect dream start for Moritz Ebner, who is now looking good to match the performance of Thomas Imburg in the previous. Oh, that's game over for the 313. That's game over again for Robert Kindervater. What a shame. The German is spat out on the first lap. He's going to get going again, but he's going to be absolutely enraged. And so Moritz Ebner leads the race. There you go. He's come back onto the circuit and he's spread all sorts of grass and muck and dirt onto the circuit as he recovers. So that's going to be interesting on the second lap as everybody comes through. Are they going to have any grip when they come through? That's going to be an interesting one. Ebner, Piccini, Gerhards, Cabanel. And then it is... sorry, that's... in 4th position, that is actually going to be Giorgio Carrara. Then in 5th place, it is Carbonell. And then Flint Schuring. Well, they're all getting through that fast left-hand flat-out kink without losing the kart. So clearly, although a little bit of dust and grass has been thrown onto the circuit, it's not enough to cause a major headache for the other drivers. So Ebner, Piccini, Gerhards, Carrara, Carbonell, Schuring, De Lorenzo, Paparo, Lulette, and then it is Fabio Niccioni. Some good work then from Moritz Ebner out front. He's just trying to build a gap between himself and his teammate Alessio Piccini. And as they go down the back straight, it is Birolart 1-2 once again. Tim Gerhards in the Sodi Kart 3rd. 4th is Giorgio Carrara in the Lenzo Kart, and then he's got 2 Sodis on his tail, Carbonell and Schuring. The gap between Carbonell and Schuring is sizably bigger. But then you've got De Lorenzo and Paparo on the Modena Birolart and the Praga tied up behind them. Here they come again. There is Luigi De Lorenzo in the Modena kart. Down the main straight. So Moritz Ebner is your leader from Piccini, then Gerhards, then Carrara, Carbonell, Schuring, De Lorenzo, Papado, Gavin Lulette. And in 10th place it is Yannick Julius Bernhardt. So off the turn they come. Moritz Ebner gets the fastest lap in, 46.642. Start as you mean to go on as far as Moritz Ebner is concerned. So great racing everywhere you look around the course, and there's going to be drivers really starting to showcase their skills towards the latter stages of this race, as everybody wants a piece of it. But certainly Ebner and Piccini keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. That's Papado trying to shake off Gabin Lulette, the wild card in the Birolart and the twin brother of Tom Lulette. So across the line again and up to the first corner. Good work from Tim Gerhards. So they run through together. But Moritz Ebner has the advantage here in the upper hand over Alessio Piccini. Although Piccini responds with a new fastest lap. Although he's only 9 thousandths of a second, 11 thousandths of a second quicker than the positions he's in. So really interesting battle. Continues unabated. And so the drivers are still looking for those ultimate overtaking moves. They just want something complete. They want something a little bit special out there on the course. They come through once again, and it's Ebner from Piccini, from Gerhards, from Carbonell, who is behind Giorgio Carrara. So the way it currently stands, Moritz Ebner is going to be at worst second. Depending on what happens to Christian Bratuka in the final heat, he could end up in pole position for tomorrow. So he's obviously got to be very focused. Piccini, again, takes 0.2 of a second out of his teammate on that occasion. And that last lap, Piccini is quicker than Moritz Ebner. Looks like Daniel Vasile is going to move his way up into 8th place, courtesy of a couple of the drivers going slightly differently in terms of their raw speed. And certainly the points accumulated. But Ebner in front of Piccini, then Gerhards, Carbonell, closing up on Giorgio Carrara. 6th place Schuring, then Luigi De Lorenzo once again. Still the racers battle on. Not done yet, still a lot to come. Drivers are still giving it absolutely everything they've got to try and make the progress moving forward. And still we look for those moments, up on the inside, up on the outside. So everybody wants a little bit more as they continue to hustle their way through in the first bends. Some good runs up to the hairpin once again, and Ebner and Piccini still controlling the pace, but there's some good battles going on further back. We still have these two Birolarts under pressure from Papado. So that's Gabin Lulette having got through. Trying to close up on, well, that's Papado with Di Lorenzo. We were actually looking a little further back. We were looking at Nadolski and Reybok, I think, who were in the middle of the field, just having a little bit of a squabble of their own. And into the pits to retire. That is game over for Paolo Castagnetti. So Paolo Castagnetti, I'm afraid, is out of it. And that puts him out of the race. Kirill Smatl did not start it. Paolo Castagnetti did not finish it. Everybody else is still going. So 25 drivers still having a very exciting race of it. And there's battles all the way through this field as drivers try and get a little bit more out of the kart in the closing stages. So obviously there's going to be a very tough race to the finish here. But Karol Pazovic has been given a warning flag. Not quite sure what that one was for either. Didn't see anything untoward. But certainly when he comes through at the end of his next lap, he is going to receive the warning flag. They're on lap 9, 5 to go, and Moritz Ebner and Alessio Piccini have checked out to the rest of the field. Tim Gerhards sets the fastest first sector of anybody, though. But I don't think he's quite going to get close enough to the Birolarts of Ebner and Piccini. So great consistency this time from Alessio Piccini. Amazing comeback from last time out in Genk from Moritz Ebner. He really has been one of the classes of the field. It's up the inside. That is Kinderwarter. He is getting back into the action, and he's just battled his way past Joseph Valente. So still the battles rage all the way through this field. But this is the battle between Luigi De Lorenzo and Michael Papado for 7th place. Tucked up behind Flint Schuring. in the Sodi kart for CPB Sport. And just as we think Pacini's going to close up on Moritz Ebner, Ebner really starts to stretch away again now from Alessio Pacini. The gap has opened up once more to 0.7 of a second. It was about 0.2 on the previous lap. So Moritz Ebner has found another bit of pace with the Birolart. They've been trying to look after tyres all the way through, but it's been very tricky indeed, very challenging. Not everybody has been able to look after tyres in quite the fashion you would hope. Third place Gerhards, there's Carrara, there is Carbonell, and then it is Schuring, De Lorenzo, Paparo. Then you've got Gavin Lulette and Yannick Julius Bernhardt in behind as well. So 3 laps remaining. Very tough race battles out there for the karts. But still, they push on, just in case the guy in front is going to have a moment or two to regret. You can see how hard it is. Going to be a big lunge from Michael Paparo. He tries to take on the move and gets there in the end. Luigi Di Lorenzo has to forfeit the corner. So Michael Paparo moves up into 7th place. A good run there from Paparo. So excellent displays so far as the racing continues in fine style, but out in front, no worries for the Birolarts. Ebner and Pacini are clear, Gerhards, then Carrara and Carbonell. Schuring, Paparo, De Lorenzo, Lulette and Yannick Julius Bernhardt. There is Tim Gerhards. I'm very impressed with him this weekend. He really has stepped up to the plate. And despite the pressure of having to take some race starts from the front of the grid for the first time in his career, he really has made as much use of them as he possibly can. And even if his starts might have been a little poorer than some others out there, he's definitely got himself into a good finishing position. So Tim Gerhards, very deserving of what is going to be 3rd place, and that'll put him on a grand total of 24 points, the same as Pablo Tonteri. So he's going to be there in about 6th or 7th place, depending on qualifying times. Last lap for Moritz Ebner and Alessio Pacini. The Birolart boys are out in 1st and 2nd, but this man in particular, I was going to say earlier that the driver of the weekend for me was Giorgio Carrara. After his incident, you have to say it's either got to go to Christian Bratuka or Moritz Ebner, whoever you think and depend on who has got the best performance over the course of these races. And it's actually very hard to separate them at the moment. I think you've got to give it ultimately to Moritz Ebner, because when they raced against each other, I think you've got to give it to Bratuka, because once they raced each other, it was Bratuka that was ahead of Ebner. But Ebner's going to get the final race win of his weekend up to the Sunday. There you go. A good run from Moritz Ebner. He's ready for tomorrow. He's got speed, he's got pace, and he's not looking out of place at the head of the field. Great job from Moritz Ebner in front of Alessio Pacini, with Tim Gerhards, Giorgio Carrara and Artur Carbonell in the top 5. Just one race still remaining for Moritz Ebner tomorrow then. Tonight I should say, for the KZ2s. Just one race still remaining, and it's going to be Arvid Lindblad versus Christian Bratuka on the front row of the starting grid. That'll be the most important race of Christian Bratuka's life up until this point. But what a sensational battle it has been leading up to this, and a great opportunity for some exceptional battles right from the start of the weekend. And Moritz Ebner really has risen to the occasion, certainly in terms of the most improved drivers in KZ2 in the European Championship. You've got to think that Moritz Ebner is right up there as the candidate, taking a very valuable victory at a very crucial time of the race weekend. So Moritz Ebner has the pole position potentially for tomorrow if he keeps it all together. Alessio Pacini 2nd, from Tim Gerhards, Giorgio Carrara and Artur Carbonell. From Flint Schuring, Michael Paparo, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Gavin Lulette and Yannick Julius Bernhardt in the last race of their day. Brandon Nilsson 11th in front of Jacob Bergmeister, then Filippo Nuccioni and Telian Galassin from Kaspar Nadolski. Jeremy Potain is 16th in front of Lucas Reybok and Marek Skriven. 19th place in the end goes the way of Karol Pazovic in front of Andrea Boseto, from Mathias Torrigiani, Matek Prus, Robert Kinderwarter, Maciek Kikowski and Josef Valente. Just the one retirement in the end on the middle part of the race, and that was Paolo Castagnetti. Kedal Smal did not take the start. And so we come to the last race of Saturday, and the last race that will set the tone of the pace for tomorrow. And it's going to put Arvid Lindblad back into pole position. And alongside on the grid, it is definitely going to be a sensational battle for Cristian Bratuka. The 3-minute board goes up. Just time to have a word with the man who has been so strong over the course of the weekend, Giorgio Carrara.
Yes, I have to say this track, okay, it is brand new for everyone. We've been testing 2 weeks ago, so we know more or less how is the situation in there. But yeah, of course, it's not like any other circuit that everybody has a lot of laps. So this is good because give the chance to everybody to be closer. I have to say about the feeling, you feel more grip in general. The front, it is quite harder compared to Zheng because you have the grip all the time. So this is mainly the main difference. Yeah, we've been developing a lot with the engine. What we are missing at the moment the most, it is the engine. We are working really hard with the Lonzo Scatter engine to come back, to where it was a few years ago. All the good drivers also, they are in good teams with really good chassis, all perfect, good engine. So to get in this line that is really high, it is always not easy. But as you said, we want it, and we will get there. I guess, I confirm. Little by little, we will reach the goal. Yeah. From the first time on track, when tomorrow start the qualifying. Then once you are in a good position for the hits, then you need to be all the time, in good position. You cannot stop one hit because there, if you are P30 or P nowhere, then it's really difficult because you always need to be, all the drivers here, they are not bad drivers, they are good drivers. This is European Championship, so you always need to be with the head in there and always concentrated on it. So I have to say this is the main thing. You need to be always on it, to be consistent the whole weekend, and in the end, this is what it matters. You get to one circuit, even if no one knows it, and then you think, I will be there, But in the end, you find a little thing, and then you say, oh, maybe it is a little difficult. So we always need to be with the head down and thinking about doing well, So I have to say, from now it's looking not bad. I always want to improve as much as I can before the qualifying, so we are keep working with the chassis and with the engine, so that tomorrow can be good in the qualifying. Qualifying for us in Zheng was P6 in my group, so was not the best, but we want to be top 5 in my group again here, to be good on the hits. So this is the goal. Let's see. I guess maybe it is easier, but as I said before, I don't want to say it is easier. Let's just see how it is and push as much as I can.
A very impressive weekend for Giorgio Carrara, but now we come out onto the circuit for KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C, and it's Arvid Lindblad and Cristian Bratuka on the front row of the grid from Danilo Albanese and Alex Marigliano, Giuseppe Palombo and Matteo Spergel from Oscar Target and Norton Andreasen, Jean Nomblo and Leonardo Marcellia, Maxi Ball and Jenny Savico from Marcus Kayak and Sim Liedmar, Henry Johnstone and Paul Rivera from Christian Abulin and Ken Algra. Then it is Mark Negruzza and Paul Lussier, Antoine Babarou and Clement Pierrat, Salvatore Toscano and Adrian Janicki, Nathan Sharp and Alessio Foresto from Jaime Cortez, and at the back of the grid it is Fotis Soteropoulos. And this is the last Saturday race of the lot, but what pressure there's going to be for Arvid Lindblad and Cristian Bratuka on the front row of the grid. For Arvid Lindblad, he wants to nail at least one start and get himself into the first corner first. If he can get there, then he'll probably disappear and dominate and no one will see him again. For Cristian Bratuka, he needs to do exactly the same thing, because if he can get the win, then he will get pole position for tomorrow. So there's a lot at stake. There is a really intense battle and a very tough mission for the drivers in front. So let's see how it all continues for the drivers as they battle in for the position. Everybody wanting to be right up at the business end of the grid. So now it's time to see what these youngsters can do for the final race of the day. The viewing gallery stacked to the rafters. They want to be in a good position to coach their guys to the victory. But who's going to get it done? Is Arvid Lindblad going to get to the first corner first? Is it going to be Christian Bratuka who completes the deal? If he doesn't win this one, pole position goes to Moritz Ebner. It's as simple as that. So Arvid Lindblad comes to the pole position on the grid once more. He really wants a clean start this time. Christian Bratuka alongside him. Former rivals in the OK category. Now they're together in KZ2. Albanese and Marigliano. Two drivers that really want something special from this one. Palomba, Spergel, Target, Andreasen, Nomblo and Marcellia. The last race of the day and the last great charge to the first corner. Green flag at the back of the field. Who's going to get to the first corner first? Will it be Lindblad on the inside or Bratuka on the outside? Let's find out. Here we go. Neither of them. Marigliano charges through from the second row of the grid. Brilliant start from Marigliano. As wide goes the Sony. Up to second comes Lindblad. Forces his way past Bratuka and in a second place for Arvid Lindblad. To be fair, that's the best start that Lindblad has made all day. And he now finds himself second in front of Bratuka. This is a disaster for Christian Bratuka. He now finds himself down in third place and he's trying his best to fight back past Lindblad. He knows he's got to get past him. But surely his eyes are a bit wider than his stomach here. He needs to get past Marigliano first. So they need to work together here, these two. Lindblad and Bratuka, they need to team up and go after Alex Marigliano, who has made the start of dreams up front. What a start from the Drago Corsa. So Alex Marigliano gets into the lead. Lindblad second, Bratuka third from Palomba, Andreasen, Target, Spergel, Albanese, Paul and Leonardo Marcellia. So still they race for position as Lindblad has got a little way in front of Bratuka and Palomba. Then Norton Andreasen, who's trying to get back on terms. The Swede is in fifth place, trying to work his way past the Birala. Will he go for it? No, because he's well covered by Palomba. But Alex Marigliano is 2.4 seconds clear after the duel between Lindblad and Bratuka on the opening lap. So that's a massive advantage for the Drago Corsa kart, as Andreasen is now trying to shake off Oscar Target, the Australian, who finds himself in P6 at the moment. Then Albanese, Spergel, Maxi Paul, Leonardo Marcellia, Marcus Kayak, and then it is Sim Lidmar ahead of Paul Rivera, Genesevico and Jean Nomblo. So great racing everywhere you look. But Alex Marigliano is trying to get away from Arvid Lindblad. 2.6 seconds is now the gap. And Marigliano is pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. He wants to get well clear. Oscar Target sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 2. And he's under pressure now from Danilo Albanese. The Kart Republic all over the back of him as they come through. And unfortunately, right down to the back of the grid now is Nathan Sharp, the Dutchman, who really hasn't had the run he wanted. But this is critical for Christian Bratuka. He's going to drop behind Ebner and behind Imborg. He's looking at third place in the rankings, which is not what Bratuka wanted at all. And this is what we were talking about. It was critical to get the last race right. And Marigliano is actually pulling away from Lindblad. He's not being caught by him. He's disappearing. Alex Marigliano in the Drago Corsa is charging away. What a sensational charge from Alex Marigliano in the lead of the race. But there's still a long way to go. There's 10 laps of it. And if Marigliano continues to push, maybe his tyres will fall off the cliff a little earlier than Lindblad and Bratuka's. So there's a long, long way still to go. Oh, and that's a problem. That is Wojcik. So Jacob Wojcik, in the sole Cosmic in this field, has gone off the road there. So a big problem for... oh, no, sorry, that is Adrian Janicki. I do apologise. So it's Adrian Janicki, the other Polish driver in this one. I think Jacob Wojcik was actually out for one of the earlier races, so I do apologise. It's Adrian Janicki that's parked up. So his race is over. So the gap between Lindblad and Marigliano has finally started to come down. Lindblad bangs in a 46.5. 9 laps to go, 2.8 seconds to make up. Target trying to defend from Albanese. And just as we saw at Genk, Lindblad now finds himself in second with a massive deficit to make up. Can he catch Alex Marigliano and get back the lead of the race? It would only be one heat victory for him this time as opposed to 2 in Genk, but still, the fight back would be immense. Lindblad across the line, and the gap comes down again, 2.6. Bratuka is third, Palomba is fourth, then Andreasen, Target, Albanese, Paul, Marcellia, and Marcus Kayak. Still great overtakes all the way through this field. 5 laps done and 8 to go. Only 13 laps these heats, but they've definitely taken their tolls on the tyres out there. Everybody's been working incredibly hard to look after them. Up the inside, there's the move from the Ajax Racing team driver. That is Marcus Kaya getting past Maxi Paul. So Maxi Paul in the DR has had to just bail out of the corner. And the Ajax Racing machine gets through. Siim Liedmaar is not far away from them either in 12th place. So Siim Liedmaar trying to make up progress. What's the gap now? 2.2. Here we go. Lindblad is catching up to Marigliano. He's chipping away at it, right, little by little. And the fastest man on the track is actually Christian Bratuka. He got a 46.1 on the lap last time by. But Marigliano is in the 46.7s. Lindblad is in the 46.3s. Bratuka, 46.1. So it could go anybody's way between those three. Marigliano still has 2 seconds on Lindblad, but that is coming down fast. And there's yellow flags. We've had an off. It's one of the Sodis. I'm afraid that is the 365. It is game over. In after a very tough race battle all the way through, but Mathias Orweller, that's really going to hammer blow his chances as well. So Mathias Orweller out of the race, and that's devastating from his point of view, as Marigliano is now just 1.7 ahead of Lindblad. Another fastest lap from Christian Bratuka, riding behind Lindblad, but they are eating up the road to Marigliano. Marigliano may have got the textbook start, but he's definitely going to have pressure to the finish as the gap comes down again to 1.3. So the Drago Corsa team, this is a bit like when Damon Hill was leading in the Arrows, being caught by the Williams of Jacques Villeneuve. It's very similar in style, as Marigliano, the underdog, is trying to get away from Lindblad. Bratuka, Palomba, Andreasen and Oscar Target. So through they come again, out of the final turn. Look at the gap now as Lindblad is charging after Marigliano. And the gap comes down to 0.8 of a second. There's no contest in terms of who's the fastest car. Bratuka riding behind Lindblad as well. But with Lindblad in fine form, I think Bratuka's not quite going to get close enough to him. He's certainly got time to get close to Marigliano though. 5 laps to go, and look how quickly Lindblad is reeling in Marigliano. So Alex Marigliano is hoping to hang on to this victory, but Arvid Lindblad is just eating up the road. It's not going to be long at all. This is where tyre management, this is where the skill and patience pays off. Lindblad needed to be second at the end of the first lap. He was. Oh my goodness, he might get him on the next lap. Such is the pace of the Kart Republic. He pulls across, he comes down the straight. Lindblad takes the lead. Brilliant comeback. Arvid Lindblad makes it look absolute child's play. And now Bratuka's going to get the same move on Marigliano. But I'm afraid Marigliano's going to put up a fight first. Through the pit path, down the back straight. And it's almost guaranteed now that Bratuka's going to get there. Marigliano trying to defend to cover. Bratuka putting his hand in the air. Come on, mate. This isn't even a contest. I'm going to get you. Marigliano says, well, come on then. Give it a go. Marigliano defending like crazy. Bratuka trying to go the long way round, then tucking back in for the switch. Marigliano is there to pressure him. Needs to get a good run off the final turn. And he's lost a lot of time, sat behind Marigliano. Here comes Bratuka, tries again. He doesn't go for it. He can't risk it, that's the problem. He can't risk hitting Marigliano. Now he's really getting frustrated behind him. Come on, move over. But he won't. Marigliano keeps second place. Lindblad has disappeared up the road. He's gone. Marigliano's going to try and defend again, which he does. They're just dropping back like a stone, and Bratuka's getting into Palomba. Palomba's getting into Target. Target's getting into Andreasen. And Marigliano is desperately trying to hang on to second place here. A big wobble from Bratuka in third. He's going to be so frustrated if he can't get past him. But he's got 2 laps. There's Lindblad disappearing. Bratuka, he's going to need to try again here on Alex Marigliano, but he's not close enough at a turn 1. So he's going to have to come back at him. You can see that the Birolard is really struggling, and he runs out wide. Catches it. But Bratuka under so much pressure here. Unfortunately, he is looking likely to drop down to 3rd in the rankings. He needs to make the push now. Marigliano puts his card in exactly the right place. Bratuka getting furious behind him. What are you doing? Screams Bratuka. Come on, get over. But no chance. Marigliano's racing in for position. So Bratuka cannot get past Marigliano. Lindblad can, Bratuka cannot. Last lap for Lindblad. But here's Marigliano and Bratuka. Here we go. Ding, ding. Round 3. Into the final lap of the day. And will Christian Bratuka concede pole position to his teammate Moritz Ebner? Or will something dramatic happen? Even if he gets past, he's going to have to face the facts that he's only going to be good enough for second here, not for first. Oh, he's tried again. Marigliano slicing across. Bratuka's getting absolutely furious here behind Marigliano. And now he's got pressure from Balboa and Target. The concertina effect is making things very tricky. Someone could fall off the road here. But again, Bratuka tries. Marigliano hangs on. Arvid Lindblad takes the win. But who's going to get second? It's going to be Alex Marigliano. Brilliant drive. Bratuka third and fuming. But Marigliano keeps his second place. Phenomenal from Arvid Lindblad. He finally comes through for the win. He's been chasing all weekend long to finish off his Saturday in style. But Alex Marigliano from the perfect start. He hustles the Birol Arts. He does not let them come through. And Arvid Lindblad finally gives Kart Republic their first race win of the weekend. They hadn't had one all weekend long. In the very last race of the day, it finally goes their way. What a tense battle right to the end. But it means that Moritz Ebner now has 5 points compared to Thomas Imborg on 7 and Christian Bratuka on 8. And so Moritz Ebner is the leader of the KZ2 interim standings going into tomorrow morning. What a great job from Moritz Ebner this weekend. But in the final race of the day, it's Arvid Lindblad that takes the win from Alex Marigliano, then Christian Bratuka in third ahead of Giuseppe Palomba and Oscar Target. Norton Andreasen is sixth in front of Marcus Kayak, Leonardo Marcellia from Danilo Albanese and Maxi Paul, Jenny Civico, Sim Liedmar and Jean Nomblo. 14th place for Paul Ribera, then Christian Habulin ahead of Paul Lucier. Antoine Babarou finishes up in front of the German talent Mark Negrutza in the CPB Sport. 19th for the Australian Henry Johnstone, ahead of Clement Pierrat, Ken Algra, Fotis Soteropoulos, Salvatore Toscano, Jaime Cortez and Nathan Schaap, with retirements for Alessio Foresto, Matteo Spergel and Adrian Janicki. What a great day of racing it has been here at Cremona, the very first international race meeting on the Cremona circuit, named after the fantastic Angelo Bergamonti, the Italian road racer from here in Cremona. And it's really given us a great day of motorsport drama, battles and excitement. The title fight in the European Championship in KZ tomorrow looks like it's going to be a 4-way fight, potentially a 5-way fight for the title between the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, Matteo Vigano, Paolo Ippolito, and if they're lucky, Emilian Denner and Senna van Waalstein might still get a look in. In KZ2, Tom Lulette is hoping to just keep the percentages up, and he might just be able to get there from 5th on the starting grid. If not, there's going to be challenges galore from the drivers behind. And the Academy Trophy is still uncertain between the two dominators, Thibaut Ramakers and Mathias Orweller. Plenty to tune in for tomorrow. Make sure you're there on motorsport.tv and, of course, on the FIA Karting YouTube and Facebook pages. We're really excited to see how the European Championship will conclude tomorrow. From me, Jake Sanson, and a massive thank you to everybody around the circuit, from the ACI, from everyone around the course on the Marshall front and the officialdom. We're going to do it all again tomorrow when 2 FIA Karting European Champions will be crowned.